Chapter 501 Unsolved Puzzle. Joan paced back and forth in the bedroom, thinking about why the branch of Ilmancer had such an abnormal warning signal. The fog in his mind gradually dissipated, and a logical conjecture followed. The sound of splashing water came from next door, and Joan guessed that Clark hadn't slept, so he walked out of the bedroom to the door of the next room and knocked on the door. Clark opened the door and put a wet towel on his neck. Relative to his figure, it was only a handkerchief. "Mr. Hennill, haven't slept yet? I just washed my face and was about to fall asleep." "Brother Joan, you are still awake at this late night. Is there something else you want to tell me?" Frost Giant asked with concern. Joan nodded. "Let's enter the room and talk." "Okay." Clark invited him into the bedroom, sat on the bed, and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you looking worried?" "We have eliminated all the withered monsters entrenched in the Davis Ranch, but you see, the branch of Ilmancer is still glowing, and the light is redder and brighter than when it was in the ranch." Joan take the branch of Ilmancer and show it to Clark. "Well, what does this mean?" Frost Giant was confused. "It means that there are other evil activated plants within the sensing range of the branch of Ilmancer." Joan whispered his speculation. "From the pasture to the town, this way came to sense the signal continues to strengthen, which shows that the evil plant is not in the pasture, but hidden in the town." "There are blight monsters in the town?" Clark asked hesitantly. "But I heard from Gordon that the blight monsters usually don't take the initiative to break into human towns. After all, the town has few trees and a dense population. The blight monsters are hard to hide. Once exposed, he will be caught and burned by the security forces." The intensity of this induction signal is very different from the withered monster, indicating that it is not the monster we have seen in the pasture. "I suspect it is another kind of thing, specifically used to create and remotely control the withered monster." Joanne's face became more solemn. "Mr. Heil, have you ever heard of Gantia's roots?" Clark nodded and thought back. "If I remember correctly, root of Gantia's seems to be a magic guide specially used by the conquering order to control withered monsters. I don't know how to control it, Joe." "Brother Aran, can you elaborate?" "Gantia's tree root is a root cut off from the Gandia's devil tree. Although it can't grow its hands and feet like a withered monster, it can move on its own, but it inherits the mother's Gantias. Part of the evil will of the devil's tree belongs to higher activated plants and can also be sensed by my branch of Ilmancer." Joan first briefly introduced the origin of Gantia's roots, and then returned to the topic. "Before we were on the ranch, the branch of Ilmancer had a weak response to the Gantia's roots, showing that the roots and their holders were farther away from us, and when we returned to the town on the contrary, the sense has increased, which means that the holder of the Gantia's roots is likely to also live in Housetown." Clark not only developed limbs, but also was not stupid. He thought about Joan's suggestion with a little thought. "The holder of Gantia's roots. Are you referring to Henry Baldwin?" "This man does live in town, and his home is only 2 streets away from here. There is no clear evidence yet, but from all the signs, Henry Baldwin is very suspicious," Joan said cautiously. "Brother Joan, this matter is getting more and more interesting." Frost Giant jumped on his thigh in excitement. His head slammed into the ceiling, and he grinned in pain, but his excitement was not reduced. "We first assume that Baldwin is the manipulator of the withered monster. Now that the withered monsters of Davis Ranch have been killed by us, will he be a black hand behind the scenes? Will he be aware of it?" I don't know," Joan said honestly. "Even if he doesn't know it, he will be aware sooner or later." "Yes, Baldwin will not let those monsters die on their own. It is reasonable to say that from time to time, they must personally or send their men to dive into Davis Ranch to check the situation of the withered monsters. It may even be possible to give orders and requests to the monsters. They are more active in attacking people and animals in the ranch." "It is indeed possible." Joan nodded in agreement. "Under this premise, if Baldwin finds that the withered monsters are all slaughtered, do you think he will swallow this breath and let the Davis family go?" "I'm afraid not. With his usual arrogant and overbearing style, he is more likely to be annoyed and take more intense measures to suppress Mr. Davis. Joan sighed, worried about the situation of the Davis family. I think so too. Eliminating the blight will not solve the problem, but will cause more trouble. What we should do now is to go to the Baldwin family to investigate the truth as soon as possible, and rush to brew a new one at the conspirator. The poison scheme exposes his crimes before, and he gets the punishment he deserves. Giant Frost waved his fists excitedly, and didn't want to delay for a minute. Joan hesitated for a moment and thought Clark's idea was too aggressive, and asked him, "Would you like to consult Mr. Davis first?" Clark waved his hand. "Daddy has fallen asleep, we better not disturb him, because he is very old-fashioned, abiding by the law all his life. I'm afraid I don't agree to sneak into Baldwin's mansion to investigate. It's not as good as the two of us move quietly in the dark and save you trouble." "Sneak into the investigation?" Joan stared at Frost Giant in surprise. "So bulky, isn't it convenient?" Clark grinned, opened his storage bag, and found 2 sheepskin scrolls with magical aura. Joan recognized the 2 stealth scrolls with just one glance. "Last year, when I was traveling in Volheim, I went to visit the Temple of Mizhul in the polar region and met an adult witch who was stationed in the Temple of Stygian. She entrusted me to find a treasure as an advance payment. Lord Witch, I was given a large pack of spell scrolls to deal with possible dilemmas during the treasure hunt. These 2 invisible scrolls are part of it." After listening to Clark's explanation, Joan returned the spell scroll to him. "These scrolls will be used when you still have the treasure hunt. I still have a lot of remaining spell slots. Just cast a spell to help you invisibility." "That's fine, but if we are all invisible, won't we see each other afterwards?" Clark asked worriedly. "This is indeed a trouble, but it is not difficult to solve." Joan opened his casting kit and took out 2 glass reagent bottles, one containing silver powder and the other a talc powder. "I will make a magic potion here. You can get the insight of invisibility temporarily by drinking the potion. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 502 Anti-Stealth Potion. After nearly a year of study at Leiden College, coupled with the careful guidance of Master Rawls, Joan has improved his alchemy skills. Open the reagent bottle briskly, pour a handful of silver powder into the teacup, then add the same amount of talc powder, flush with water and stir evenly. Then stimulate 2 Sid mana to release the light grey suspension in the cup. 2 arcane see-through invisibility and complete the last enchanting process. Joan observed the magic aura glowing on the surface of the solution, nodded in satisfaction, poured the prepared magic potion into an empty reagent bottle, covered with a cork stopper, and handed it to Clark. "Bring this bottle of potion with you, and it will take effect immediately if you drink it after stealth." "Okay." Clark accepted the magic potion, hurriedly put on his coat, and followed Joan crept out of Davis' house. Fortunately, the night was deep, the house was silent, and did not disturb the Davis family who were sleeping. No one can see a figure on the deserted street. The pavement reflects Yua's pale luster. Occasionally a dog barks, which deepens the quietness of the night. Standing in the shadow of the house on the street, Joan looked at the magnificent mansion across the street. His eyes turned to the branch of Ilmansa in his hand. There is a will in the soul to send him a spiritual feeling through the tender green branches, indicating that the Gandias root is in the mansion across the street. Brother Joan, the house across the street originally belonged to the Pym family. After the death of the old Pym, his son Pym moved to Prince's Harbor to settle down, and even sold this mansion to Henry Baldwin in his own ranch. Clark whispered. Joan nodded, took out 2 groups of eyelashes wrapped in gel, exhausted the remaining 4 Sid mana today, first blessed Clark with invisibility, and then photographed the same spell on himself. The moment the cast was completed, their figures disappeared into the night quietly. No trace was found. Joan raised his hand and touched his right eye to turn on the see-through invisibility function of the enchanted prosthetic eye. A blurry human-shaped silhouette appeared in the air in front of him, and the shape gradually became clear. It was Clark looking away. "Brother, are you still with me?" Frost Giant asks in a low voice. "Am by your side, Mr. Hyle. Drink that magic potion, and you will see me," Joan replied softly. Clark quickly took out the potion bottle, pulled out the stopper and drank it. "How does it taste?" Joan asked him casually. Fortunately, Frost Giant smacked his lips. "It's a bit spicy." Joan smiled slightly. "Did you see me now?" Clark's eyes came naturally and nodded happily. "See, this medicine works. Stealth can only last for a while. Let's go quickly." Joan flew across the street and came to the Baldwin family's courtyard wall. The courtyard wall is 6 feet high, and the wall head is inlaid with a row of dense metal barbs, shining in the cold light under the moonlight. Joan was hesitating whether to cast a spell to become an eagle to leap over the courtyard wall. Clark walked over, looked at the courtyard wall with a chuckle, stretched his arms around him, and crossed the courtyard wall with a slight leap on the grass inside the courtyard wall. "Thank you." Joan looked up gratefully at Frost Giant, thinking it was convenient to be tall. Under the shelter of stealth, the two crossed the courtyard and entered the house. Clark showed a vigilant disproportionate to his magnificent physique, and he found the night watch guard away from mold, and quickly reminded Joan to hide into the bushes until the night watchman carrying the bull lantern and holding the two hounds away. Only then did he continue to sneak deep into the house. Baldwin apparently attached great importance to the security work of his home. He placed a lot of sentries and hounds in the house. Clark and Joan spent a lot of trouble before bypassing the heavy sentry and entering the big house. The sights seen along the way have deepened Joan's suspicion of Henry Baldwin. If there is no secret, or what has been done to fear retaliation, there is really no need to make his house a heavily guarded prison. As he went deeper into the house, the branch of Ilmancer in Joan's hands also produced a more intense induction, and the detected signal source was located about 10 yards below the big house in front of Joan. "Mr. Heine, it is likely that there is a cellar under this big house. The Ganshia's roots is in the cellar at this moment, and Baldwin himself should be there." "This guy Baldwin, is it too much to do bad things, afraid of being assassinated, only sleep in the cellar to sleep peacefully?" Clark guessed in a low voice. "Now we don't even know if he has fallen asleep. Let's try to enter the cellar first." "Say the same." Clark stood up from the bushes and walked straight to the door of the big house. "Wait." Joan stopped him quickly. "What are you doing?" "Open the door and look for the entrance to the basement." Clark replied for granted. There was a magical flash of light at the door, and most of them were blessed with seals. "We don't know the password to lift the seals. Blind contact may trigger a magic alarm and cause Baldwin to be alert," Joan warned Clark. "Well, thank you for reminding you in time." Clark scratched his bare head and asked Joan uncertainly, "Master Witch gave me 2 spell scrolls dedicated to unlocking locks and seals." "Knock. Second ring percussion?" "Yes." "It's the wrapper. Can you open the door with this spell?" Joan stared at the mysterious door opposite for a few seconds and said carefully, "I haven't learned percussion, am not sure if it will work." "You keep the scroll first and lend me back to copy it in the spell book." "Of course, there is no problem. But now what shall we do?" "We must try to open this magic door." Giant Frost frowned. Joan shook his head and chuckled. "Our purpose is to enter the basement, but it is not necessary to enter this big house. It doesn't matter if you can't open the magic door. I just dig a tunnel directly to the underground." "Aren't you serious, Brother Joan? How can we have that free time to dig tunnels?" Clark couldn't help laughing, suspecting the young mage friend was whimsical. Joan didn't explain. "Take out the plastic stone wand from the free storage bag, and under the guidance of Branch of Ilmancer, go around the big house and find a stone wall closest to the basement in a straight line." Picked up the wand against the corner, and chanted in a low voice to start the spell. "Ondo, if you like Master Joan, please collect it." www.mentalnovel.com Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 503 Underground Chamber. Ondo. When Joan chanted the start mantra, the crimson tears inlaid on the top of the ceramic rod shone a little light, and a magic force spurted out. A stone door was cut directly on the thick wall, and a stone was formed by the way. Door handle. Sister Hull is here. Is that okay? Clark saw Joan holding the door handle and pulling away the stone door inlaid on the wall, and walked in calmly. His eyes almost squinted and popped out of his eyes. Admiration. Sure enough, there are many ways to master, only unexpected, not impossible. Joan turned back and waved at him. Don't bother, coming. Clark bowed sideways, barely squeezing through the stone door, smoothly closing the magically created secret door, looking back at the scene in the room, and found himself and Joe placed in a sloping spiral corridor leading deep into the underground. On the iron nails on the side of the corridor wall, a bull's-eye lantern was hung, emitting a faint glow. Fortunately, the giants are born with a dim vision, and a lantern is enough to see the wet mossy steps under his feet, so that he will not fall when walking. It seems that our luck is good. We cut a door to the cellar corridor directly, and we don't need to dig the tunnel ourselves. Joan nodded with satisfaction and walked down the stairs. Owners of large manor houses in the Alfheim region are mostly proud of booze and hospitality. They usually set up wineries in their manor houses and excavate cellars dedicated to wine storage. Following the traditional customs of the Southern Squire class, every time a VIP visits the door, the master will order the slave to go to his wine cellar to get a barrel of aged wine to entertain the guests. The size of a manor's wine cellar is often proportional to the wealth and hospitality of its owner. In order to show the wealth and generosity, some large manor owners spend a lot of money to build their own wine cellar like an underground palace, which can accommodate tens of thousands of oak wines. Barrel. Old Man Pym was a typical southern manor who admired booze. Of course, there was an underground cellar of sufficient quality in his house. Joan and Clark went deep down the stairs and saw the traces of the wine cellar. Henry Baldwin, the new owner of Pym Manor, seems to have little interest in storing wine. Soon after he stayed at the manor, he renovated the underground wine cellar, removed most of the wooden racks used to hold wine barrels, and made room for construction. 50 horses were raised in an underground stable. When Joan saw the horses chewing grass in the corrals like a small lattice, he couldn't help but have a question. What purpose does Baldwin keep these horses in the invisible cellar? Brother Joan, look over there, as if someone is arguing. Clark pointed to the row of stone cabins opposite the stable. There are a total of 8 rooms in the townhouse. There are no windows. The doors are all equipped with iron fences. In front of the door, there are guards wearing sabers. At first, they look like dormitories, and they look like a prison. Joan vaguely heard a roar from the house and gave Clark a gesture. Under the protection of stealth, they quietly bypassed the stable and came to the row of stone houses that looked like prisons. Joan listened against the wall and soon heard that the prisoners in the room were swearing in Elven language. If he had not heard it with his own ears, it would be difficult for him to imagine that someone could pick out so many insulting words from the Elven language, and they would be connected with a variety of swear words. The self-proclaimed elegant elves may not be able to say such vulgar and straightforward swear words, and the elf language is far more than the elf family. Joan was curious about who was being held in the prison, and why they all had so much resentment against Henry Baldwin that they used the most vicious words to insult the rancher who is the most popular rancher in Housetown. Every shows endless hatred. Just when Joan secretly wondered, Clark patted his shoulder and whispered, "Someone came over there, and one of them looked like Baldwin." Joan looked in Clark's finger and saw Henry Baldwin walking with a man in a black velvet cloak through the tunnel opposite the stable. Baldwin walked to introduce the various facilities in the cellar to the Black Robe. The words showed a deliberate attitude to please the Black Robe. He seemed to be accompanying his supervisor to inspect and visit. "Senior Envoy, since I was instructed to run a ranch in Housetown, I have been so busy this year that I have hardly slept in a stable night. Take this underground proving ground. It was originally an old wine cellar. After I took over, I dismantled all the obstacles. I also hired workers to expand it and cut a tunnel. Through this secret tunnel, You can go straight to a mile. The pasture outside that is the road we just came over from the pasture. That's fine, Mr. Baldwin. Use a tunnel to connect the underground proving ground to the pasture, and transfer the pregnant mare to the pasture at any time, so that it won't attract outsiders' attention and suspicion. The black robe nodded. Chengmanti praised the adults. It's an honor to despise them. It would be better if the special envoy helped me to say a few words in front of the Pope. Baldwin rubbed his hands and laughed. The black robe laughed softly and said lightly, as long as you do your best, I will report to you truthfully. We are not outsiders. You don't need to be so polite. Just call me Shaman. Hey, Lord Shaman is a special envoy from the headquarters of the Order. General Hook sent a special letter yesterday and told me to prepare for your inspection, but I dare not be indifferent. Baldwin whispered with a low face. Come on, say few compliments. Take me to see your results. The black robe said impatiently. Okay. Baldwin quickly led the way and walked over to the stable. Please see Lord Shaman. There are 50 horses in total, 40 of which were sent from the pasture yesterday. A healthy mare waiting to be bred, and 10 freshly foaled horses, which are the mixed breed thoroughbred horses I told you before. They will be sent to the public auction next week as a live signboard. The black robe walked to the corral, slowly raised his left arm. The wide cloak sleeve slipped down, his elbow-broken arm abruptly connected to a twisted black snake, and spit the scarlet letter up his head, turning his head to bite the black robe's cloak hood and pulling it to the back of the neck, revealing a thin and pale face, the cold grey eyes flashing uncertainly. The strange image of the black robe surprised Clark, and he whispered to Joan's ear, "You saw that weirdo did not actually a live snake was transplanted on the broken arm, which is really perverted." Kiawan felt familiar when he first saw the black robe. When he saw the black snake connected to his left arm, he immediately remembered that he had seen this person in the Algonquin Valley. The senior deacon, known as Snakehand Shaman. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 504 Breeding Test Ground 1. The strange man in black robe is named Shaman, and he is Abliter who conquered the sect. It is said that his status in the sect is not low. From the information revealed in the dialogue between him and Baldwin, Baldwin also conquered the sect. The member, who was instructed to purchase a ranch in Housetown, seems to be engaged in an experiment to breed a thoroughbred horse. As for the Snakehand Shaman, it should be the representative of the sect to come and accept the results of Baldwin's experiment, which happens to be encountered by us. Joan whispered to Clark the details of the man in black robe. It is not a shameful thing to breed a thoroughbred horse. Why does Baldwin seem to be sneaky? And it is not too much trouble to set the breeding ground underground. Clark scratched his head in confusion. It's not known. Maybe Baldwin and Shaman's conversation can unravel the mystery for us. Joan pulled the corner of Giant Frost's clothes, led him back to the secluded corner away from Baldwin and Shaman, and then inspired 2 mythical powers to continue the invisibility technique that was about to expire, so as not to expose the tracks. If only Baldwin was present, Joan didn't need to be so cautious, but the unexpectedly strong enemy of Snakehand Shaman suddenly appeared, disrupting his plan, and had to be more careful. After abolishing the invisibility, Joan and Clark crept back to the stable and hid in the corner to eavesdrop on Baldwin chatting with Shaman. Through the conversation between the two, Joan confirmed that Baldwin was indeed a member of the conquered sect, and incidentally verified another speculation. General Isaac Hook, the garrison commander at Prince's Port, was also a secret member of the conquered sect and was in the sect. The status of China is higher than that of Snakehand Shaman, and he is the head of the conquering sect in Yolfheim. Henry Baldwin's position in the conquering sect is not high. His qualifications are still junior, and he was not qualified to be alone. But he is a smart man who can drill camps. Plus General Hook's nephew, it is not difficult to get ahead with such a nepotism. In order to show his talents, Baldwin reported to the Snakehand Shaman in a slightly conspicuous tone his achievements in Housetown this year, even secretly controlling the withered monster to destroy the competitor's ranch, and then to lower prices, mergers and acquisitions, planning a monopoly on the Horsetown horse farm business, and other suspected criminal methods have also been said without shame. Snakehand Shaman did not condemn the crime described by Baldwin, but nodded and smiled frequently, giving praise and encouragement. Joan listened to his ears, frowned straight, and suspected that conquering the believers were all like Baldwin and Shaman. They had no moral bottom line. They were unscrupulous for the purpose, and even villains who were proud of crimes and crimes. No wonder they were killed by Clark and J. Decent people like Mr. Deng are regarded as cult gangs. At this time, Snakehand Shaman had carefully looked at the thoroughbred foals bred by Baldwin and expressed satisfaction. Obtaining the approval of the adult mission from the headquarters of the order, Baldwin clearly breathed a sigh of relief and invited Baldwin to visit the row of prison-like stone houses opposite the stable. Master Shaman, here is the male horse dedicated to breeding. Frankly speaking, the reason why the foals we breed are excellent in all aspects has little to do with the female horses that breed the foals. The excellent lineage comes mainly from the inheritance of the paternal line. Baldwin solemnly introduced. Shaman nodded with a smile. Yesterday I met with the general in Princeport. I heard him talk about this horse breeding program, and the general also revealed to me that before you built this underground testing ground, this project has been carried out in secret in other places. It took nearly 10 years until the plan was confirmed to be feasible before large-scale promotion. Baldwin, compared to other breeding farms that have been in existence for many years, this farm you run has other advantages in addition to its larger scale. Master Shaman, there were indeed more than 10 test sites before I took over this job, but please forgive me, those pastures are not only small in scale, but also very low in breeding efficiency. Actually, I don't blame those of my colleagues, mainly because the stallion is not easy to obtain. The biggest advantage of the breeding test ground I established in Housetown is that it is easy to hunt stallions for us. Of mares provide adequate and good-blooded spouses. As long as this bottleneck is broken, the efficiency of breeding thoroughbred foals can be greatly improved. Baldwin turned and gave a sign to the guards in front of the stone house, instructing them to open the prison door and letting out a high-quality stallion to let Shaman witness. Joan hid in a dark corner not far away, staring at the slowly open iron-fenced door. He was very curious about the prisoners held in the cell until he witnessed a strong centaur rushing out of the cell and rushed to Baldwin angrily, and the doubt that had been hovering for a long time finally dissipated. It turns out that the so-called high-quality stallion used by Henry Baldwin to breed female horses is not a real male horse, but a male centaur living in the jungle outside the town. The centaurs do not have their own words and languages, and the cultural tradition has been greatly influenced by elves. Since ancient times, Elven language has been used as the native language of this family. This is no wonder that rough cursing has come from the prison. Although they use the same language, the wild centaurs are different from the elegant and proud elves. They don't like the gorgeous rhetoric in the Elven language. The language style goes straight, and it is unambiguous to scold the mother. The released Halfman Mahanzi kept talking, but he could not yet vent his hatred for Henry Baldwin, dragging heavy handcuffs and shackles, struggling to rush to Baldwin, hoping to kill the man who deprived him of his freedom. The guards on both sides came forward in time to control the irritable horseman with the horse and prevented him from attacking Baldwin. Baldwin did something disheartened, and was a little uneasy. He moved his foot and hid behind Shaman, not daring to look at the angry man Mahan. Shaman looked at Mamanzi with great interest, nodded with satisfaction, and said to Baldwin, I like this guy, it looks full of energy. Yes, Lord Shaman, look at this muscular physique, strong muscles, and smooth and beautiful coat color. It's a masculine beauty, whether measured by the standard of a male horse or a man. A mare, is very blessed. The smile on Baldwin's face was gradually bleak. I heard that there is a tribe of horses and horses called the Ironhoof clan living in the jungle near the town of House. The people and horses you captured are all members of the Ironhoof tribe? Shaman asked Baldwin. Yes, Lord Shaman. The reason why we chose to establish a breeding test ground in House Town is mainly to consider that the town is close to the settlement of the Sagittarius, and the residents in the town have always been friendly to the Sagittarius. Drinking and shopping in the town is convenient for us to track and capture. Baldwin said complacently. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 505 Breeding Test Ground 2. Shaman looked at the centaur man who didn't give up struggling and scolding under the shackles of shackles and shackles. He said lightly, "Male men are mostly grumpy and fierce and aggressive. They want to capture these bad-tempered boys in large numbers. I'm afraid not an easy job. It's all thanks to General Hook's great support and the gift of the Pope." Baldwin deliberately put on a respectful look. "In order to support my breeding work, Your Excellency wrote a letter specifically requesting the Pope to give me a Gantia's root, and with this reward, I can use the magic in the root to create a withered monster, order them to go to the out-of-town forest to hunt the single centaur, and then secretly pass through the tunnel to this underground proving ground, where they will be held as stallions." Shaman listened to him mentioning Gantia's roots. His face twitched unnaturally, and the words he spoke had a hint of sourness. "You are really lucky, Henry. According to the rules of the Order, usually only high-level blighters like me have the opportunity to get the Gandias roots rewarded by the Pope, and you even the withers are not counted, but they get this kind of gift from an exception. It seems that the General has said a lot of good things for you in front of the Pope. Don't disappoint him." "That is of course. I have been doing my best to serve the congregation for the whole year, and I also asked Lord Shaman to testify for me. I know what's right. Let's say it's right, Henry. I heard that the horse has been cursing you, and it's reasonable to accuse you of kidnapping him, but he was more disgusted. It seems that you forced him to breed with the mare." "As if what a shame?" Shaman asked curiously. Baldwin smiled, as if he had expected the doubts of Shaman, and calmly explained, "The degree of similarity between horses and horses is actually not as good as are humans and apes. Lord Shaman, please allow me to make a less polite analogy. If you don't take special medicines in advance, can you have that idea for a stuffed female monkey?" Shaman shook his head and smiled. "Of course not." Baldwin grinned with both hands. "For the same reason, how can a manman be worthy of a mare? In order to force them to breed with female horses, we had to inject human horses with the potions invented by the alchemists. The experimental results show that the drugs are quite effective. You mentioned the female horse just now, and I came up with an idea. Since the male equine can produce a mixed foal with the female, can the female equine breed with the male? In theory, it is possible, but in reality we will not do it." Baldwin further explained to Shaman from the level of animal husbandry technology. "According to the practice of our animal husbandry industry, people always breed with a few strong males and most females. One male can meet the fertility needs of dozens of females, so the term stallion will come into being. This principle is equally applicable in our testing ground. We have also tried to breed captivity female centaurs and males, but females are easily available, but female centaurs are rare, and the efficiency of breeding offspring is far less than the former. Higher, so we are more willing to capture the strong male centaur as a stallion." Baldwin pointed to the man who was released from prison, and pointed to the corral where the female horse was next to him, with an unsmiling smile on his face. "Master Shaman, are you interested in visiting the breeding site?" "Forget it. It's not too late to appreciate this good show when you are free." Shaman waved his hands in amusement, and then asked Baldwin, "There are 40 female horses here, but only 8 male horses. That is to say, a human horse has to do that with at least 5 female horses every day. Will this be too hard?" "It's not just one pair of 5. When a stallion is out of stock, It is common for a stallion to deal with 10 mares every day. Baldwin shrugged bitterly. Sad Lord Shaman wanted to come and know that their Iron Hoof tribe is not annoying. If they were informed of the work I was doing, they would certainly not be able to spare me. In order to avoid causing the alertness of the Iron Hoof tribe, I dared not dispatch the willed monster frequently, going to the mountain to capture the centaur, so the number of stallions in the test field has been very tight. On the other hand, the human horse is not a real horse after all. The chance of successful conception is much lower than the normal conception rate of normal horses. Based on the past statistical results, on average, there is only about a 20th of the chance that it can break reproductive isolation. In order to increase the conception rate, we can only increase the frequency of breeding. For this reason, we have to give the horses frequent injections of alchemy agents that make them excited. Abuse of drugs, combined with high-intensity day and night labor, will inevitably cause great harm to the physical and mental health of the male equine. Usually it will not last for a month, and the body will completely collapse. Baldwin said helplessly. How do you deal with people who have lost their value? Shaman asked. Of course, I can't let them leave. In order to keep the secret of the underground test site, I can only execute them secretly, destroy the dead, and then replace them with a group of young and powerful new stallions. In Baldwin's words, no pity was heard, but he was rather proud of his efficient work style. In the final analysis, a stallion is just a living tool for breeding thoroughbred foals, and it is a pity to destroy scrap tools. Speaking of which, Baldwin suddenly chuckled, and gave Shaman a look that all men understood. As for the beautiful female centaur that occasionally comes along, I prefer to stay for my own enjoyment, or to entertain guests like you. I will arrange a wonderful program for you after the visit tonight. Snake Hand Shaman nodded his head apprehensively, and a wicked smile was raised on the corner of his lips. I am looking forward to your hospitality, but before that, Henry, I have another question about breeding experiments to ask you. If you have any questions, although you have a low level of knowledge, but you still know every key link in the breeding process, you may be able to answer your doubts. Baldwin said respectfully. You just mentioned that there is only a small probability that a male horse will conceive a female horse. It stands to reason that the hybrid offspring produced in this way should have the characteristics of both parents, but in fact, the appearance of the hybrid offspring looks like a real foal can't see the characteristics of the centaur family at all. Why is the such a result contrary to common sense? Shaman asked Baldwin in confusion. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 506 Perspective Mirror. Your question is very insightful, Lord Shaman. In fact, the mare does not necessarily give birth to a foal. It is also possible to give birth to a mixed half-centaur that is more like the father. The odds are half to half. Baldwin saw Shaman's expression of serious listening, and seemed to be very interested in this issue, so he continued to explain to the special envoy. In the long-term breeding process, we have conducted thorough research on the two types of hybrid offspring just mentioned, and after comparison, we have found that the hybrid horse and horse are much worse than the real one in terms of physical strength and intelligence. Conversely, if the mare gave birth to a half-breed foal, then from the perspective of a horse, it is undoubtedly an excellent breed worthy of the title of champion, regardless of endurance, weight-bearing, speed or intelligence. Horse breeds are much stronger. Their only flaw is the lack of reproductive ability, which is much like a mule. Shaman nodded and gave a gesture to signal Baldwin to continue his breeding experience. Degraded mixed breed horses have no value for breeding. Frankly speaking, I don't know whether they have reproductive ability. As for the elite hybrids, although the fertility is not perfect, from a commercial point of view, there is no ability to produce offspring. Great advantage. Baldwin smiled secretly. Why can't you have offspring? Is it a big advantage? Shaman asked puzzlingly. Sir Shaman, our sect spent a lot of time, money and energy to breed thoroughbred horses, but not for fun, not just doing research in animal husbandry science, The most important thing is to sell this result. No matter, it's okay to sell to the military, to racetracks or wealthy manor owners, in the final analysis, to make money, right? Of course, if this matter is unprofitable, why should we spend so much effort? So when we look at this achievement, we should take the perspective of a businessman rather than a scholar. From the perspective of animal husbandry, infertility is indeed a major defect of horses, but as a businessman, I only care about selling. How many horses? Baldwin said frowningly. If a customer buys a foal from my ranch, he can take it back to breed himself, and he will not come to me to buy a horse in the future. Conversely, if the foal we raise cannot produce offspring, we are not afraid that others will buy it back to breed on their own. Customers who need this kind of horse can only come to us for purchase. In this way, we can completely monopolize this business and endlessly earn huge profits. Fantastic, very exciting. Shaman patted the live snake on his left wrist with his right hand, and expressed his sincere appreciation for Baldwin's remarks through this strange applause. Henry, it is no wonder that General Hook praises you as a rare wise man. Your high opinion just made me refreshed. It is a great honor to be appreciated by Lord Shaman. Baldwin took off his hat in a slightly exaggerated manner and pressed it against his chest. He bowed deeply to Shaman and said with a smile, "Waiting for your return when I go to the headquarters of the sect. If I can report the rough opinions of the contemporaries to the Pope, it will be even more grateful. Although you can rest assured, I will report everything I have seen and heard truthfully, and no surprise, the Pope will give you generous rewards. But before that, I still have a question, Master Shaman. Please, you said just now that a female horse has only half the chance of giving birth to a mixed breed foal and half of the chance that it will give birth to a degraded mixed breed horse. I'm curious how you handle those mixed breed horses. We don't need this kind of degenerate centaur. It's a waste of food to raise them, not to mention that the estrus period of the female horse is only less than a month, and the pregnancy period is as long as 1 year. I can't tolerate the female horses have long bred such degraded hybrids that cannot bring us benefits. By adhering to the principle of cost efficiency, I will dispose of this useless little hybrid as soon as the embryo of the hybrid is formed, and empty the female's belly as soon as possible for a new round of breeding. Baldwin's tone is calm and indifferent, as if he is merely stating an objective fact, like 2 get 4, which does not involve judgment on the moral and ethical level. I agree with you, Henry, but in the specific implementation process, there seems to be a technical difficulty. Shaman asked enthusiastically. I mean, how can you identify when the mare has not yet given birth? Is it a thoroughbred foal or an inferior horse? Baldwin smiled slightly, reached out and touched it in the pocket on the inside of the jacket, and took out a magnifying glass with an ivory handle. The mirror surface was about the size of a slab, emitting a hazy magical light in the dark basement. Sir Lord Man, please see, this is a magic device that I have spent a lot of money on, called a perspective mirror. Through this magic lens, my eyes can be blocked through the blood and flesh of the female horse, and I can see the embryos bred in the abdomen directly. According to the characteristics of the fetus during development, it is not difficult to distinguish whether it is a foal or a horse. If the see-through mirror sees a foal, I will use red paint to put a check mark on the hip of the pregnant mare. If I see a human horse embryo, I will put a cross on the hip of the mare. My assistant will then give all cross-marked horses veterinary medicine, and early fall of useless fetuses, so as not to waste time and feed. Shaman took the perspective mirror handed over from Baldwin and took a close look in his hands. Afterwards, he held this lens and walked to the corral, irradiating the mares one by one, and his eyes were through the skin and flesh and bones. All are clearly seen. Shaman nodded with satisfaction, returning the perspective mirror to Henry Baldwin, about to speak. And suddenly there was a rapid footstep on the side of the stairs behind him, and then a sharp magic alarm sounded. Shaman's face changed slightly and turned to Baldwin. What happened? Baldwin looked confused, looking back at the place where the magic alarm came, and saw a slave in his own suit flying down the stairs leading to the surface, panting and panicking. "Master, not good. Something happened." "What a panic. Calm down and tell me what happened outside," Baldwin whispered. "Yes. It's the Ironhoof tribe. The clan of the Ironhoof tribe has been killed in the town overnight, and has surrounded the house, throwing arrows to shoot many guards and throwing torches into the courtyard." The domestic servant who came to the report wiped with cold sweat and panic. "Master, now the whole house is in flames. Almost all the houses are ignited. Please think about it. Today's book is free.untlenovel.com, no cost. I'm not easy to code at home. You work harder to make money. Taking advantage of the limit, I will update more, and you will also look more. Excuse me, please vote a few more votes. Thank you. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 507, Ironhoof Tribe. Ironhoof Tribe. Henry Baldwin's face suddenly lost his blood, as if he had been hit by a head, staggering back 2 steps, and suddenly turned and threw himself to Shaman, holding his sleeve tightly, as if grabbing a life-saving straw. "Admiral Shaman, we have kidnapped the horses and imprisoned the breeding. I am afraid that the wind has leaked. Now the people and men have come to the door to seek revenge. You can save me." Okay, don't be afraid first. Things may not be as bad as you think." Shaman threw away Baldwin, waved his guard to guard the guardian horse, ordered them to guard the entrance of the underground proving ground, and turned to ask the servant who came to vent the message, "How many horse gangsters are there outside? Who is the leader?" "I can't count how many gangsters there are in this black light, but judging from the other party's huge momentum, I'm afraid there are 200 or 300 people. The leader is the current patriarch of the Ironhoof tribe, Prince Centaur, Iron Heel. Not less than 300 halfman samurai horses, and the Prince Ironhoof personally led the team." Hearing this news, not only was Baldwin scared, but even the snake-hand shaman was sweating coldly. Shaman paced with his hands, and the shouting and killing sounds from above his head became more and more fierce. It is conceivable that Ironhoof was leading the army of horses into the manor unstoppably, getting closer and closer. Before long, this underground proving ground will be discovered by Drogo's men. Shaman is very confident in his own strength, but self-confidence does not mean arrogance. In the face of the powerful Iron Prince and his more than 300 brave men and samurai warriors, confrontation with it is like suicide. If curled up in this basement to do nothing, sooner or later it will be hard to escape. "We can't wait to die here." Shaman finally made up his mind. Shensheng said to Baldwin, "There is also a secret road leading to the pasture outside the town. It should not have been noticed by the clan and the race." We quickly evacuated from the secret road. Here, other things will be discussed later. It is important to save your life first. Henry Baldwin was quite clever when the wind and water were smooth. However, once he was in danger, he revealed the weak nature of the difficult task. At this time, he was scared and panicked, and his mind was in a state of chaos, completely lost his opinion. Hearing Shaman said that he should escape from the place as soon as possible, and immediately followed Shaman to the side of the secret road entrance. Shaman and Baldwin were anxious to escape from the underground test site, and they never dreamed that there were enemies lurking in the close corner. When they heard the sound of chanting spells behind them, they had no time to react, and they were immediately dropped by a single head. The huge cobweb covered it, and the thick cobwebs wrapped the two from head to toe. Joan cast a 2-ring spider web sneak attack. At the same time, the stealth blessing on his body also automatically failed due to magical interference. The figure quickly revealed, immediately attracted Baldwin, Shaman, and the guards who guarded the stairs at a distance. Our attention. Several lines of suspicious eyes gathered on him. Joan didn't care about his own safety, and hurriedly reminded the frost giant Clark, who was still invisible beside him, "Go close the iron gate to the ranch and don't let Baldwin and Shaman escape." Clark rushed to the secret entrance without hesitation. The entrance of the secret road is equipped with a large iron door similar to the castle drawing bridge. The heavy door panels are connected to the chains on both sides, and the chains are attracted by the winch to control the lifting of the iron doors. The iron gate was lying flat on the ground, and the tunnel to Baldwin Ranch was open. Clark rushed to the door and quickly observed. He was too lazy to operate the complicated structure of the winch, spread his arms directly, and held a chain that hung the iron door respectively, struggling to pull upward, and weighed 3,000 or 4,000 pounds of iron. The door lifted up. Frost Giant lifted his knees, supported the door panel, and pushed his arms forward with his knees. With a harsh metal friction sound, he closed the big iron door with bare hands. Clark feared that the iron door was unstable, and once he dropped his hand, he fell again, so he flew and kicked the door. With a loud bang, the big iron gate trembles like being hit by a siege hammer. The half-inch thick iron plate is recessed inward by a large piece. The iron gate itself was kicked deeply into the tunnel by Clark. Even if someone now operates the winch, the gate can no longer be laid flat. The only secret road leading to the ranch was completely blocked. Shaman was trapped by the cobwebs, and soon calmed down after the initial surprise. He didn't struggle like Baldwin, knowing that this impulsive approach would only cause him to sink deeper and deeper in the net. His feet and right arm were entangled with sticky spider silk, but the living snake attached to his left arm was not bound by the spider silk. He twisted his smooth body out of the robe sleeve and opened the mouth of the snake. Vomiting scarlet bifurcated tongue burst out a flame. This flame with negative energy is called withering fire, which is the unique ability of the wither profession, and the only weakness of cobweb is the fear of burning, and the moment it touches the withering fire will be transformed into ash. Shaman burned the cobwebs to regain his freedom. He wanted to cast a spell to attack the young mage who attacked himself with cobwebs for the first time. Suddenly there was a loud roar behind him. Looking back, the big iron gate that was originally laid flat in front of the tunnel somehow closed itself, and a figure was slowly showing in front of the closed door. The gradient gradually became clear from the blur. It turned out to be a tall and magnificent frost giant. "What the are you two guys?" Shaman screamed in exasperation. "Who am I?" Frost giant laughed, took a big step and rushed towards Shaman. The thick spider silk broke under his feet, which could not hinder the footsteps of this powerful man. Uncle Ben is sent by the Grim Reaper, who specializes in packing up villains like you. Shaman's complexion changed. The scene where the giant frost just closed the iron gate just now caused him a strong mental impact, knowing that at such a close distance, he would have no time to release a spell at most. However, even with the strongest spells, he was not completely sure of killing the tower-like frost giant on the opposite side. On the contrary, if the opponent approached him, he would probably be knocked out even if he couldn't hold a punch, and the result was destined. It is hard to escape. With such a thought, Shaman had to temporarily suppress the bad breath in his heart, hurriedly took out a talisman, inspired the magic of the talisman, and started the return to the mantra before the frost giants approached. A circle of teleportation lifted up from the ground, covering Shaman from head to toe. His figure quickly blurred. In the last second of the teleportation, Shaman stared fiercely at the eyes, keeping the appearance of the young mage and frost giant in his heart, and fled the underground test site with full of resentment. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 508 Magic Crystal Pistol. Master Shaman, don't leave me behind. Henry Baldwin finally got rid of the cobwebs, and ran to Shaman on a rolling belt, begging him to bring himself to teleport. However, Shaman didn't glance at him from beginning to end, sending a beam of light into the sky, causing Baldwin to pounce. "Damn bastard." Baldwin was extremely disappointed and yelled at Shaman for being selfish and cold, but the footsteps behind him made him realize that the curse could not save his life and hurriedly ran away. Clark looked at Baldwin's embarrassed back, shook his head and chuckled, and strode forward. There are only two exits in this cellar, one of which is blocked by Joan, and the other is blocked by an iron gate. Even if Baldwin grows wings, he still wants to escape. At the same time Clark was chasing Baldwin, Joan had released a second cobweb, which would bind all guards guarding the cellar exit and ensure that they did not run into trouble. These guards are just bodyguards hired by Baldwin. They don't necessarily have to participate in the ethics that employers do in private, and Joan doesn't want to waste their spells to kill them. Since the snake hand shaman has escaped, the most important thing is of course leave the culprit Henry Baldwin. Joan looked back at Clark's tall back and chased over there. A gunshot was heard before 2 steps. Clark's tall body shook, and Baldwin's footsteps stopped, as if he had a gunshot wound. Joan's face changed slightly, and he quickly caught up. As expected, Clark crouched behind a stone house holding a centaur. His left hand was covering his right shoulder, and there was a trace of blood in his fingers. "Mr. Hennill, are you seriously hurt?" "I'm fine, but my shoulders have been scratched a little bit of flesh." Giant Frost smiled painfully. "The Baldwin guy, the marksmanship is really bad. Even my big target is not accurate. It can be seen that he is not one good hunter." Joan raised her toes and looked up at Frost Giant's shoulder injury, confirming that it was really just a bruise before feeling relieved. When Clark suddenly pulled him, Joan stumbled under his feet, almost hitting the stone wall. When surprised, a gunshot came from his ear and a lead shot flew past him. Joan threw a grateful glance at Clark, turning his head to look at where the bullet came. With the help of the dark vision blessed by the prosthetic eye, he could clearly see Henry Baldwin hiding in the corner of the stable, using the mountainous forage as a bunker. From time to time the probe peeked over here, holding a strangely shaped shotgun in his hand. "Mr. Hennill, what kind of weapon is Baldwin holding?" "It looks like a gun, but it is different from common shotguns and rifles." "Brother Joan, you're asking the right person." The Frost Giant's eyes shone strangely. "Baldwin's guy is holding a magic crystal revolver in his hand, which is more compact and convenient than ordinary firearms. It is carried in a pocket and can be operated with one hand, so it is called a pistol. The structure of this weapon is very delicate. Have you seen the runner mounted behind the barrel? It is actually a pistol magazine, which can hold up to 6 rounds of bullets and can shoot continuously." Joan nodded suddenly, and a question came to his mind. "Mr. Hine, are you familiar with this weapon?" "It's very familiar." Giant Frost sighed. "This kind of weapon is rare in our new continent, but it is very popular in the far east of the old continent. Most senior officers of the Colas Corps wear a revolver. It can be used not only as a self-defense weapon but also as a status symbol. 2 years ago when I was traveling in the old continent, I had some contact with Roland Colas, now the Prince of the Far East. Forget it. Now it's not time to revisit these old things, but go back to Henry Baldwin." The revolver pistol held in that guy's hand was bought by the Far East trade merchants in 19 times. The gun was a good gun, but unfortunately it fell into the hands of villains like Baldwin. "I am afraid that it will not be used to kill innocents." Joan held the corner and carefully probed out to observe Baldwin's hiding place. Baldwin also happened to have the probe come out and peek into this side. The moment the 2 eyes touched, Joan quickly shrank his head and hid behind the fence. Just the next second, the gunshots sounded, and a bullet hit the corner of the wall, splashing large pieces of gravel dust. "This gun is quite powerful. We have to find a way to rush out." Clark touched his bald head and asked Joan, "Brother, can you still cast the spell specifically used to resist arrows and bullets today?" "Joan can also use the power of mythology to perform anti-sword enchantment, and indeed it can play a role in reducing the damage of bullets." But after a little thought, he decided to use another spell to break the deadlock and then open the casting material pack, take out a small shovel 2 inches long. Clark saw him tinkering with the child's toy shovel model, scratching his head in wonder, wondering what Joan wanted to do. "Mr. Hile, wait a minute and I will cast a spell to shut down Henry Baldwin into the pit. You take the opportunity to rush over and take advantage of him falling into the pit and have no time to shoot. Subdue him as soon as possible." "Oh, there are such spells. Well, I listen to you." Clark moved his hands and feet, bent his knees, and prepared for the sprint. Joan held the small shovel in his left hand, and skillfully made a series of casting gestures in his right hand. The disorderly distribution of the magic wire in the surrounding space was disturbed, quickly forming a circular spell configuration. Following his finger towards Baldwin, the hiding place moved, quietly surrounding Baldwin without even realizing it. Kiawan finally spit out a Kenu mantra representing depression, and the small shovel in his hand burst out with golden radiance, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, the spell configuration placed in advance at Baldwin's feet was injected with magic power and transformed into a shaft 10 feet in diameter and 20 feet deep. The trap created by the two-ring pitting technique is actually a half-plane with an opening, which has nothing to do with the ground hardness in reality. At the moment, all Baldwin's thoughts were on how to save life, and I never thought that the slate floor at his feet would suddenly become a deep well, and he fell down involuntarily, screaming, and fell to the bottom of the well. Venus, magic crystal pistol also flew out of hand. Clark heard Baldwin's screams, and rushed out without thinking, and came to the shaft in 2 or 3 steps. The probe looked down. In the dim trap, Baldwin was holding his head, curling up in the bottom of the well and groaning painfully. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 509. Good and Evil. Clark leaned close to the wellhead and saw Henry Baldwin lying on the bottom of the well, like a dead dog with a broken spine. He couldn't help grinning, then stretched his long arms into the wellhead, grabbing Baldwin's hair like a chicken. It seemed that he picked him up from the bottom of the well. Boy, what do you do with this guy next? Clark asked Joan back. After thinking about it, Joan took out a bundle of rope from the storage bag and handed it to Clark. Search first, then tie him up so he won't slip away. Frost Giant took the rope and put it on his wrist. Then Henry Baldwin lifted his head and feet up and shook gently, and all the things Baldwin carried around him fell to the ground. Among the piles of debris such as money bags, pipes, tobacco boxes, lighter boxes, and knives, 2 things emitting magical aura caught Joan's attention, and they stooped down and picked them up. Joan first picked up a large slap magnifying glass with a smooth ivory handle. When he looked through the mirror to the opposite stable, he was surprised to find that his eyes penetrated the thick wooden wall and saw the breeding in the wood directly. Horses behind the wall. Joan held this magical hand mirror and recalled that Baldwin had just shown the snake hand shaman this perspective magic guide. It is said that the fetus in the female horse's belly can be viewed through the flesh. Judging from his personal verification just now, this hand mirror can not only see through flesh and blood, but also penetrate the barrier of wood and rocks to observe the situation opposite. There is no doubt that this hand mirror is enchanted by some powerful prophecy spell. As for the specific spell, Joan has no time to analyze. Joan put away the perspective hand mirror, and then observed the second magical object found in Baldwin. This thing looks quite ugly, looks like a tree root, about half a foot long, dark red. The surface is covered with large and small nodules, slender roots like a knot twisted blood vessels. When Joan placed it in his hand and observed it, he vaguely felt that it was still trembling slightly, like a deformed heart that had not stopped beating. This thing seems to contain some kind of evil vitality. Joan frowned, suddenly remembering something, and then freed his right hand to remove the branch of Ilmansa from the storage bag. When he brought the branch of Ilmansa close to the weird root, he found that the branch of Ilmansa exuded an unprecedentedly strong scarlet glow, indicating that the root of the tree was indeed some kind of extremely evil. Activate plants. At the same time, the weird tree roots ceased to tremble, as if suppressed by the branch of Ilmansa and forced to dormant. These obvious signs led Joan to conclude that this awe-inspiring weird root was the unique magic weapon that conquered the Order, that is, the Snake Hand Shaman and Henry Baldwin relied on creating and controlling the withered monster. The key prop Ganshia's roots. Joan held the branch of Ilmansa and the root of Ganshia's with both hands, and sensed that the two plants, which are opposed to good and evil, are hostile to each other, and they all wish to wipe out each other. Relatively speaking, the magic of Branch of Ilmancer is better than Ganshia's roots, so it can suppress the evil power of the other party. Since Joan has been in harmony with the spirit of the Branch of Ilmancer, Ganshia's root sensed the spirit of his old enemy from him, instinctively repulsed him, and refused Joan to become his new master after Baldwin. Joan couldn't use the magic power of this evil tree root, and he was reluctant to destroy it, so he temporarily stored it in a storage bag, and would study it later in his spare time. There was no other thing Joan interested in Baldwin, but he immediately remembered the magic crystal revolver that Baldwin had just used. Since the pistol was not on Baldwin, it must have been lost in the magic trap created by the pitting technique. Joan went to the pit and made a gesture to dispel the spell. The 20-foot deep dimensional pit disappeared, and the slate ground became smooth again, and no damage was seen. The magic crystal pistol, which had originally fallen to the bottom of the pit, also floated to the surface as the pit disappeared, and quietly placed at the foot of Joan. Joan picked up the magic crystal pistol, which felt heavier than it seemed. He tried to rotate the magazine and was curious about the delicate construction of this pocket firearm. There was a shout from behind, and Joan recovered and turned around. It turned out that Baldwin woke up from his coma and found himself tied up, and there was a frost giant guard beside him, which attracted the attention of the frost giant, and then tried to intimidate the other party violently. "Big guy, do you know who I am?" "To tell you the truth, General Isaac Hooker, Prince Garrison's garrison, is my uncle. You are about to let me go, or General Hooker will learn about my encounters, and I can't be spared." "You, you villain, obviously has been taken prisoner." The tone is still so big. "I really do not know life or death." Clark sneered and bent down, flexing his fingers on his forehead, and reminded him of reality with this small punishment. Frost Giant's power is so great that his fingers are thicker than carrots, and it seems that he has bounced off. But Baldwin seems to be hit by a sap. He suddenly feels Venus and has a big bag on his forehead. "You, dare you hit me? The consequences are serious. Do you know? The consequences will never be more serious than the exposure of your kidnapping and breeding." Joan came over and said coldly, "What do you know?" Baldwin also glared and eloquently argued, "The work I'm doing here was authorized by the Prince's Port Army in advance to cultivate better war horses for the military. You two don't know where to fight the guy who popped out arbitrarily, broke in and interfered with my work. Your behavior is tantamount to fighting against the military, committing a felony of treason. Do you want to go to the gallows?" Clark was flabbergasted by Baldwin's remarks and asked Joan anxiously in a low voice, "Boy, if we kill Baldwin, will the consequences be as serious as he said?" "This guy is intimidating people very often, and the military in Yalfheim still has to face, and he will never admit that the dirty behavior he did was authorized by the military. But there is something he did not brag about, who General K is indeed his backer. If we intervene too deeply, it will inevitably offend General Hook and the conquering congregation behind it." Joan told his guest truthfully. Clark scratched his head and hesitated to ask, "I don't want to provoke the madman who conquered the sect, or else we simply handed Baldwin to the clan for disposition. This is also a blame and a debt. If you like Master Joan, please collect it." www.mentalnovel.com Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 510 Prince Joan nodded and said to Frost Giant, "I'm here to guard Baldwin. Go ahead and open the prison door. Release the youths who were kidnapped by Baldwin." "Wait a moment. They may need to be in the middle to match us and help the Ironhoof tribe." The leader got in touch and explained the cause and effect of the whole thing. "Your considerations are very thorough, and I will let go." Clark ran to the prison without a key, holding the iron fence with both hands and struggling to pull it directly from the door frame. Throwing it aside, the imprisoned young man dragged the heavy handcuffs and shackles out of the prison door, and Clark broke the shackles in the same simple and rough way to free the prisoners. Baldwin's hands and feet were tied up, his mouth still unwilling to soften, and he kept trying to threaten and lure Joan and let him live a life. Joan was too lazy to listen to him nagging, So he angrily warned him, either shut your stinky mouth, or go nagging at those who are kidnapped by you. I guess they are happy to talk to you. Baldwin turned his head to see the group of prisoners who had rushed out of the cell. He immediately changed his face and huddled into a ball. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe, lest the man who was irritated could find him here. At this time, the top of the spiral staircase leading to the ground came from the clatter of footsteps, and the light of the fire shook, followed by full of screams. Henry Baldwin, you are more sinister than a snake with a forked tongue, and a more disgusting species than the toad in the gutter. I know you are hiding in the cellar below, and you are allowed to come out within 1 minute to accept the punishment you deserve. Otherwise I will swear to the gods in the name of the Ironhoof tribal chief, kill your family and slaves, and burn you the house and the ranch, and finally I will execute you by myself, and pluck out your dark heart to feed the wild dog. The intimidators used human lingua franca, but the pronunciation was a little blunt, and it also contained some elven words, showing the typical language style of the Sagittarius. The man outside is Drogo Ironhoof. Clark released all the horse prisoners, picked Baldwin like a dog, and whispered to Joan, this man, Drogo, has a fierce temper, and he has done it. We take Baldwin and go out to talk to him, lest he wait until impatient, and really order the indiscriminate killing of innocent people will not end well. Joan nodded and followed the frost giant to the stairs leading to the surface. A large group of warriors and horses surrounded the exit of the cellar, holding torches in their hands, and the courtyard was as bright as the day. The young men headed by the horses extraordinarily sturdy, with a bronze complexion, long chestnut hair tied into countless shawls and braids, wearing a golden breastplate, holding a spear, and his gloomy face to be frozen. When the figures of Clark and Joan appeared at the stairwell, the eyes of the leader of the centaur immediately fell on Frost Giant's face, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. How could it be you, Frosty Fury Clark Henil? I thought you were an upright man, and I didn't expect you to be bought by Baldwin. In order to earn those few stinky money, I was willing to fall to the black-hearted gangster as the bodyguard. The son of Karanza Ironhoof. Don't let your misunderstanding hurt your old friend's heart. Clark looked solemn and told the Prince of Man in a solemn tone that Joan had never seen before. Calm down, my old friend. Don't let your anger blind your reason. Ask these people and friends behind me. Ask these rescued prisoners, they will tell you the truth, tell you who helped them win their freedom. After hearing Clark's words, the prince's face changed slightly, and he whispered a few words with the group of people who walked out of the cellar. Clark Henil, my noble friend, please forgive my disrespect just now, accept my apology, and allow me to take back those reckless words just now. The Prince of Horses was ashamed and bowed deeply to Frost Giant to apologize. I accept your apology, old friend Zeoj. Our misunderstanding is not difficult to eliminate, but some things are not so easy to settle. As a friend, I must give you some advice. Frost Giant said rightly. Do we have any other troubles? Zaotaihu asked in surprise. You just cursed Henry Baldwin. I have no objection. This person is indeed as shameless as you said, but he only played a small role in this conspiracy, instructing Baldwin to kidnap the young people backstage. The boss is General Isaac Hook, the Commander-in-Chief of Prince Garrison. Dr. Zeoj, I fully understand your eagerness for revenge, but Prince Harbor does not welcome the angry centaurs. You need to make a long-term plan. Clark didn't go on talking. Drogo Ironhoof is not as reckless as he looks, otherwise he will not be able to defeat many competitors and become the youngest patriarch of the Ironhoof tribe in history. He should understand his hints. Drogo Ironhoof's face changed continuously, and finally, as Clark expected, he suppressed his anger. Shensheng said, "Thank you for your advice. My old friend, son of the jungle will never forgive enemies, just as we never betray friends. I will be patiently waiting for a better time for revenge, just like a hunter never minds spending more time on his own. The sharpness of the javelin polishing was unmatched. However, before asking for justice from the Behinthesan's emissary of Prince's Harbour, I would first bring the mean villain Henry Baldwin back to the tribe and give an explanation to those who lost their relatives and friends. No problem. Henry Baldwin is at your disposal. Frost Giant grabbed Baldwin, who was scared to paralysis, and threw it to the prince. Dr. Zeoj, please do not mention in front of others that my mage friend and I appeared here tonight. We are all people who are afraid of trouble and do not want to be involved in the conflict between your tribe and the conquering sect. Don't worry, my family and I will be tight-lipped about what happens tonight. Draco Ironhoof didn't even bother to look at Henry Baldwin, and motioned to the attendant to drag him away, then waved goodbye to Clark. Old friend, there will be a future. Clark watched Zuogo's horses fly like a gust of wind, sighing in a complex mood, and turned to Joan. I have a bad hunch, this will not end like this. Although the ending is somewhat unexpected, there are still many hidden dangers. At least Mr. Davis' troubles have been solved. There is no need to worry about the blight attack on the ranch. As for how the grudges between the clan and the Hook will develop, then it's none of your business. Joan comforted him softly. Clark nodded in agreement, and then said, it's almost dawn. Let's go back quickly, lest Dad worry. Joanne followed in the footsteps of Frost Giant, leaving the burning house, avoiding the busy crowd, and hurried back to Davis' house. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 511 Fluoroscopy. On this night, a large group of horses invaded the town of Howes, and then the most impressive mansion in the town was lit by the arson of the horses. The disturbance was really not small. Many residents nearby were awakened and ran to the streets to watch the bustle. The old man Gordon Davis was also awakened, walked out of his mansion, and was discussing with his neighbors whether Baldwin's house had been robbed. Suddenly he saw two tall and short familiar figures slipping by the corner and raised his eyebrows. Clark, Joan. When did the two of you run out? Joan was embarrassed by the old man Gordon. He was thinking hard about how to explain to the old man. Clark, who had no eyebrows and big eyes, made a nonsense. Yo, Daddy. Did you come to see the excitement too? It was almost 2 hours before I was awakened by a urine and got up to go to the toilet. I accidentally saw the fire outside the window soaring into the sky. I was worried that the robbers broke into the town and robbed at night, and quickly called to wake up Brother Joan, and ran out to see what was going on. Guess what? Hey, I don't know. I was shocked. Next, Clark recounted what happened to the Baldwin family tonight. During the narrative, only basic facts were kept, and what he and Joan did during this period were concealed. This was a half-truth, coupled with his big face and his vivid tone. If Joan was a personal person, I'm afraid we'll completely believe his statement. I didn't expect that so many accidents happened in just one night. Old Gordon sighed in a complicated mood after listening to Clark. I knew that Henry Baldwin was not a good person, but I didn't expect him to make such a terrible perverted behavior of kidnapping a cross between a horse and a mare. I wouldn't dare to believe it unless I told you. Baldwin had already done it for him. I was retaliated for what I did, and I don't have to worry about being taken away from the ranch anymore. Joan chuckled silently. The old man should really be grateful, but he and Clark are actually right. Frost Giant yawned pretendingly, and said to the old man Gordon, look at the lively night. Now the sleepy guys are coming up. Dad, Joan and I have to go back and make up for a hurry, so I won't chat with you anymore! Exclamation mark. Go. It's okay to sleep in the sun and your ass. You are always prepared for hot soup and rice in the kitchen. The old man Gordon waved his hand with a smile. Joan returned to his room, washed himself and fell asleep. After a busy night, I was really tired. I almost fell asleep when I closed my eyes. Thanks to the magic of the Vitro ring, Joanne only needs to sleep 2 hours a day to recover his spirit. He fell asleep at dawn, and when he woke up, the sky was still not bright. He sat in bed and meditated for an hour, preparing for today's spell before getting out of bed and washing. When going downstairs, Joan met Alan, who had just gotten up. The boy was regretting that he slept too much last night and failed to witness the demise of Henry Baldwin himself. Hearing his grandfather talking about Joan and Clark going to the Baldwin mansion last night to watch the excitement, he worried about Joan's situation. Joan sat at the kitchen table and answered Alan's question while having breakfast. The boy had too many problems, and the angle was also tricky. Joanne had been procrastinating for an hour for this breakfast, but he still failed to fully satisfy Alan's curiosity. Joanne was not good at speaking, not to mention the fact that it was inconvenient to tell Alan Ming, and he didn't want to lie to deceive the other party. So he had to forcefully change the subject and pose as a brother to reprimand the boy with excess curiosity. For these things, wait a minute and ask Clark, aren't you preparing to apply for Leiden College? Have you finished your homework today? Alan wrinkled her small face as soon as she listened to her homework, and said with frustration, I will do my homework in the morning and I will be in a bad mood all day. This is just an excuse for laziness. If you really want to pass Leiden College, you have to put in more effort. But my tutor hasn't gotten up yet. You have learned this now, and where to use teacher guidance. A textbook is enough. Brother Joan, you can't measure me by your own standards. You are a genius. I am not. Go get the textbooks. Just today I'm free. I don't have any questions for you. I will teach you. Alright. Alan ran back to his bedroom, holding a pile of books. Joan picked up the book and briefly glanced at it, then lifted the quill pen, spread out a stack of calculation paper on the table, and waited for Alan to ask questions. When Clark woke up, it was almost noon. He yawned and came to the kitchen, intending to solve it with breakfast and lunch. Inadvertently seeing Joan and Alan sitting at the dining table, Joan was looking through his spell book. Alan was biting the pen to bury his head to solve the problem. His face looking sad was a little funny. Brother Joan, are you teaching Alan? Clark asked with a smile. Joan closed the spell book and nodded gently. Today is his first attempt to be a teacher, and the results show that he is not suitable for this profession, lacks the eloquence to explain the knowledge points, and he is unable to set himself up and consider the student's acceptance ability. Alan was tossed by Joan all morning and was forced to instill a lot of esoteric knowledge that he could not understand at his age. His head was about to explode. Seeing Clark was like seeing the savior, and asked Joan pitifully, can you take a few minutes of rest? Joan nodded. The boy, like a released prisoner, jumped happily and ran to Clark to inquire about what happened in Baldwin's house last night. Clark tells Alan a story without delaying his gorge and sweeping away the food in the kitchen. Feeling contentedly, he felt a hiccup and said to Alan, I'll talk about it today. You can go back to the tutor for class. I want to talk to Joan about the business. After sending away the reluctant Alan, Clark returned to the table and sat down, asking Joan, brother, what are your plans next? Joan put down the spellbook and looked at Frost Giant with surprise. Tomorrow we'll go to Prince's Harbor first, and then go north to Midgard. He had already told Clark about the scheduled itinerary, and he did not understand why the other party wanted to inquire. By the way, Mr. Hyle, I happen to have something to discuss with you. Joan opened the storage bag, took out the magic crystal pistol found in Baldwin, saw the hand mirror, and Gantia's roots. Joan placed 3 loot on the table, briefly introduced their respective functions. Among them, the perspective hand mirror he had just identified in the morning, enchanted a 4-ring prophecy arcane called Perspective Technique, which has been transcribed into his spell book, and will be studied in depth after he is promoted to a 7th level wizard in the future. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 512 Clark's Treasure Hunt. Mr. Hyle, these 3 things were taken from Baldwin. How do you think it is appropriate to allocate? Joan asked Frost Giant. Clark was not eager to make a choice. He first picked up 3 loot and looked at it, then put it on the table, and said to Joan, the revolver is good, but the size is too small to fit my big and clumsy fingers. Head, Gantia's tree roots is useless to me. As for the magic lens, it's quite interesting, but you still keep it yourself, brother. Joan froze for a moment and asked Giant Frost in confusion, "You don't want all three of these things?" Clark grinned. "I speak and count, it's yours." In fact, Joan was very fond of the three loot, but he was really embarrassed if he wanted to let him take it alone. Clark saw that he was a little embarrassed, and said with a smile, "Boy, if you feel overwhelmed, you might as well help me do something." "What's the matter?" Joan asked curiously. Clark approached him, lowering his voice mysteriously and said, "Help me find a treasure." "Can you elaborate on what treasure you are looking for and where to find it?" Joan asked cautiously. "This matter has to start from a year ago. During my trip to Nilfheim, I was blessed by an adult witch stationed in the Temple of Hel to help me cure a fatal injury. When I was wounded and left the temple, I offered to repay her for her life-saving grace. After thinking about it, the witch asked me to look for something, and as soon as I found it, I sent it to the Temple of Stygian and handed it to her." "What is that?" Joan asked, unable to restrain himself. "A collar." Clark looked dignified. "The collar worn by the Abyss Lord Koschurch." Joan couldn't help changing his face. The name Koschurch is famous. As early as in ancient times, Koschurch was a brave barbarian leader, known for hating giants and discriminating against women. He never knew how many giants and innocent women were slaughtered, and finally angered the demigod known as the King of Witches. Baba Yaga, the spell turned him into an ugly frost giant, and cursed him to fall into the bottomless abyss. Eternal life cannot get the admiration of women. In this way, Koschurch was forced to become his most disliked giant, struggling to survive in the cruel and sinister bottomless abyss. I have to say, this person is really amazing. Starting from a mortal, after a period of hard work, he actually overthrew the original ruler of the 23rd layer of the steel ice field of the Abyss, Demon Lord Sishud. Since then, Koschurch has established himself as the lord of this abyss and built himself a throne under the name of Prince of Fury and King of the Frost Giant, not only forming a powerful demon core in the abyss. The reputation has spread to all planes of the multiverse, and has been worshipped by many frost giants. Of course, most frost giants who respect traditions tend to worship the frosty giant god Solemn, who was born in the orthodox giant gods, and regard Koschurch as the evil god. As for the frost giant believers who follow Koschurch, in Frost the Giants society belongs to heretics who are rejected and suppressed. Since the collar that Clark was entrusted to look for was once a personal ornament worn by a demon lord, it is conceivable that this collar must have powerful magic power, and may even be a legendary magic guide or even an artifact. The huge benefits are often accompanied by the same huge risks. If Koschurch's collar is easy to find, why don't the polar witches personally seek treasure, but instead entrust this mission to Clark? It can be seen that the collection place of this treasure must be extremely dangerous, and the process of treasure hunt will also be accompanied by unpredictable risks, and will lose his life if he is not careful. From the perspective of risk avoidance, Joan actually wanted to reject Clark's invitation. However, refusing other people's requests also requires great courage, especially considering that Clark has just generously given himself the magic crystal pistol, the perspective hand mirror, and the Gantia's roots. Joan couldn't bear to let this big friend disappointed. After silently thinking for a long time, Joan finally spoke. "Mr. Hinner, I want to hear you talk about the treasure hunt program in detail. If it is feasible, I will be happy to help you, although with my low mana, I am afraid I can't help much. Otherwise, if I think your plan is too risky and has little hope, and you will directly refuse it, please forgive me." "No problem. I like to deal with cheerful people like you." Clark grabbed the quill pen vigorously, and depicted the treasure hunt route on the scratch paper. "Today is November 8th. I plan to stay in House Town for 3 days to purchase dry food and various tools that may be used on the adventure. November 12th, we set out for Prince's Harbor, and we can enter the city at the latest on the 13th morning, which happened to be the weekend. I made an appointment with 2 friends to meet at the old Buddy Pub on the dockside of Port Leyden on the weekend afternoon. I will try to convince them to participate in the treasure hunt. If everything goes well, You, together with those two friends, will form a treasure hunt team. With the strength of the four of us, it is not difficult to deal with the threats that may be encountered on the way. Joanne could hear that Clark had great expectations for the two friends who agreed to meet in Prince's Harbor. Clark's strength is close to the level of quasi legendary, and the people valued by Clark will not be too weak in thinking to come. How can it be better than his little mage? If you can successfully recruit the two strong men to join the group, with the comprehensive strength of this four-person team, not to mention treasure hunting, even if you go to the dragon, it will not be difficult. With such a thought, Joan looked forward to Clark's treasure hunt plan a bit more, nodded and signaled him to continue to talk about his next plan. If our treasure hunt team can be successfully formed, then we will leave Prince's Harbor and go northward along the Honey River outside the city, into the Henze Forest, and walk along the river beach for about 2 to 3 weeks. You can reach the first key location of this treasure hunt, Owlbear Valley. Owlbear Valley. Joan frowned slightly. This place is located in the southeast of the Henze Forest and is one of the most dangerous areas in the Mage River Valley. It is said that there are no fewer than 100 adult owls in the river valley. The monsters of these bears are brutal and aggressive. They are far more dangerous than ordinary beasts such as tigers, leopards, bears and wolves. If you only encounter 1 or 2 owls during the trip, it's no big deal, but Joan, listening to what Clark said, means to dive deep into the valley where large groups of owls live. No matter how strong the treasure hunt team is, it can't bear hundreds of owls and bears beating. Is it really necessary to make this big death? If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 513. Mythical Owl. Clark saw Joan's thoughts and solemnly said, "Boy, the Owl Valley is a challenge that we cannot escape in the treasure hunt. Lord Witch of the Temple of Hull has repeatedly told me to open the key to the treasure door and collect it, in a cave of a mythical owl deep in the valley." Mythical Owl Bear. Joan raised his head suddenly, his eyes gleaming strangely. "Mr. Hyle, there are mythical creatures in the Owl Valley?" Sorceress Witch won't make a joke. Since she said that, it must exist. Clark groaned, and then said, "The creature of the owl is mostly lonely and accustomed to loneliness, except for the estrus period. Usually it is rare to gather with the same kind, but the Owlbear Valley is an exception. Hundreds of owls are living together against their nature, probably because they are all descendants and even servants of the mythical owl. Mythical owl, regardless of the strength or wisdom, is much stronger than that of ordinary owl bears. It has enough mind and strength to deter other similars and establish Owl Kingdom in the valley and profess to be the lord of the region. Your analysis makes sense, Mr. Hyle. I want to know more about the mythical owl bear, such as how strong it is, and how many orders of mythical creatures. Joan asked urgently. Master Witch told me that the leader of the owl was a leveled 2 mythical creature. I don't know how strong it is. I won't know it until I beat it. Clark grinned. You can rest assured that the monster is definitely not my opponent. Tier 2 mythical creature? Great. Joan couldn't help showing his face. It has been more than half a year since the first level mythical creature Soul Stealer was killed and the first level myth trial was completed in the Algonquin Valley. In the past 6 months, his spell practice has been advancing by leaps and bounds, and he has been upgraded to a 4th level wizard. However, the mythical rank is still stuck at level 1 without any advancement. Mythical ranks, unlike normal professional levels, cannot be improved through learning and training. If Joan wants to be promoted to Tier 2 mythical archmage, the only way is to manage to hunt down a mythical creature no less than Tier 2 and complete the second phase of myth trial. He has been collecting information about mythical creatures all the time, most of which is obtained through Xiao Miao, benefiting from the intelligence network of the Son of Freedom Association all over the New World. Joanne has found a lot of news about mythical creatures and their habitats. Unfortunately, this information is of little use to him. The relevant mythical creatures in the intelligence are either too strong, and use his current strength to challenge pure death, such as King Shrek, the mythical ogre lord in the deep forest valley, or too weak, just a first-order myth like stolen soul. No matter how many creatures are killed, you cannot complete the level 2 myth trial. The painstaking search for more than half a year had no results. Joan was a bit desperate. At this moment, he accidentally heard Clark talk about the mythical owl bear, and this owl is just a second-order mythical creature, and its strength is not so strong as Shrek. At the level of the king, he will inevitably see the heartbeat. Mr. Hyle, I have a request. Can that mythical owl bear be given to me for hunting? Brother Joan, do you have any personal grudges with the mythical owl bear? Clark looked at the excited young mage with surprise. If there is no reason to have to do it yourself, I urge you to give up this dangerous idea as soon as possible, and you, a small body, will be thrown by the mythical owl bear, and it will definitely be overwhelming. Joan lowered his head and meditated for a while, then said, Mr. Hyle, I accepted a trial. Only by personally killing a second-order mythical creature can the trial be completed. Clark heard that he was inexplicable, nodded his understanding, felt his chin for a moment, and suddenly thought Brother Joan, if I first stun the mythical owlbear, and then you will make up the last knife, and the result of that guy's life will be determined by yourself. Is this also in line with your trial requirements? Using Clark's method of drilling the loopholes in the rules, hunting the second-level mythical creatures, is it a trial? Joan is unknown. He was very grateful for Clark's enthusiasm, and helped him everywhere, but out of insurance, and also has a component of maintaining self-esteem, he was reluctant to accept Clark's suggestion, and would rather use his own strength to fight the mythical owlbear, otherwise proceed. Myth trial loses its original intention. Brother Joan, I have to say some things about the trial you just mentioned, to avoid misunderstanding when I get it. Frost Giant rubbed his big bald head, revealing a difficult expression. Mr. Hinner, just tell me something. This is the case. The two friends who made an appointment with me in Prince's Harbor. One of them is a second-order mythical ogre. Although this guy has a strange temper, his character is very good. He looks chubby and cute. Recently, I am worrying about falling out of love. Can you look at my face and let go of the poor little fat man? Joan couldn't help crying and laughing, and quickly explained to Clark, Mr. Hinner, you misunderstood. In fact, I only need to hunt a tier 2 mythological creature to complete the current trial. It is not necessary to meet mythical creatures. In fact, I also have two friends who are mythical creatures. From the old mythical tree Old White in the village of Pochuaton, Joan naturally recalled another mythical creature entrenched in the deep valley of the local jungle. His heart moved slightly, and he looked up and asked Clark, Mr. Hennill, is your mythical ogre friend, Shrek, living in the deep forest valley on the south bank of the Ifan River? Yes, Shrek is the leader of the ogre horde in the deep forest valley. Clark looked surprised. Brother Joan, wouldn't you know the fat kid too? Joan hesitated for a moment, and chose to tell the past that the ogres were employed by the Snake Hand Shaman to attack the village of Pochuaton, and made a hint to Clark. King Shrek is closely related to the conquest of the congregation. And Clark not long ago was involved in the Baldwin incident and defended the conquest of the congregation. Shrek was caught in the middle. It is really unpredictable. Is there a risk of betrayal when recruiting someone like him to join the treasure hunt? Clark heard Joan's implication and grinned. Don't worry, brother. I guarantee that Shrek is absolutely reliable. The relationship between Shrek and the conquering sect is purely mercenary and employer. After completing the task, it clears up. He and Shaman not only have no personal relations, but also complained to me personally that Shaman was very inauthentic. When attacking Pochuaton village, he was miserable. At that time, they had a good discussion. The Ogre Corps was the vanguard. Shaman led the Blight Corps and then supported it. It turned out that it wasn't so serious. Shaman sees that the situation is not good. He pulls his legs away and walks without even telling Shrek that he has damaged his soldiers and almost folded his life in the village of Pochuaton. Since then, Shrek has been deeply concerned about Shaman and even the conquering churches to which he belongs. and deeply regrets working with the traitorous cultists. With my understanding of this old friend, if there is a chance to revenge Shaman party, Shrek will never be polite. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 514 Treasure Hunt Spell. After Clark said this, Joan dispelled his doubts and formally accepted his invitation to join the treasure hunt team. In addition, Joan made a request to Clark. Mr. Hine, I am curious about the 2 magic rings you have on your hands. Can you lend me a day of research? I promise to return them intact tomorrow morning. Brother Joan, your eyesight is really good. These 2 rings are indeed magical objects. Clark took off the 2 rings in his hand and gave it to Joan, introducing the origin of the ring. This red copper forged ring, called the Electric Shock Ring, is the championship prize I won in the Free Fight Championship in Midgard City 5 years ago. It stimulates the magic in the ring and can release a 5-foot length. The arc strikes the enemy on the opposite side. If you start the shock ring while grabbing the opponent will be knocked down with little time to react, or even be paralyzed by the electricity, and then I can only be slaughtered by me. Clark put the electric shock ring on the table and picked up the ice blue ring again, with a faint look of memory in his eyes. This is a Frost Star ring. When I was traveling in the far east of the old continent 2 years ago, I was hired by a man named Gran to go to Kitland City to participate in the contest. This ring is the commission that the employer gave me, but unfortunately, the contest was strong, and we were unlucky. We met the team of the Far East Prince Roland Kohlers, who won the championship, and was eliminated without suspense. Not to mention these past embarrassing things. Let's go back and talk about this Frost Star ring, which is much more valuable than the electric shock ring. You can release the Frost Star up to 3 times a day. The range is very large, and the bigger advantage is that it fits perfectly with my physique and professional ability. Brother Joan, do you understand what I mean? You are a frost giant, born immune to ice magic damage. Even if a frost star is exploded at your feet, you don't have to worry about being accidentally injured. Joan speculated. Clark nodded. Right, but you're only half right. In fact, I am not only immune to cold magic, but also able to absorb cold magic and heal automatically when the professional ability Frost Frenzy is turned on. As he blasted out a Frost Nova, he could hemostatically heal and heal wounds while hitting nearby enemies. It is indeed a perfect tactical combination. Joan heartily praised. Clark grinned proudly, and suddenly remembered another thing. He opened his storage bag, took out more than 10 sheepskin scrolls, and pushed it to Joan. These are the arcane scrolls given to me by Lord Witch of the Temple of Hull. With my brain, I can't use advanced spell scrolls. The spells recorded in these scrolls do not exceed 2 rings, and most of them are dedicated to investigation and path exploration. Prophecy is arcane. Brother Joan, take a look. If you have any spells of interest, copy them down. Use the rest time in Housetown to try to learn these spells. In our next treasure hunt, these spells maybe it will come in handy. Joan listened to him saying that he would not be polite, put away the scroll with 2 magic rings together, quit Clark, and went back to his bedroom to study behind closed doors. Joan first took out the quill pen and a bottle of deep-sea squid ink, dipped the pen with the dipped ink, and carefully painted the number 4 rune Anseus on the red copper ring to analyze the spells attached to it. When I heard Clark's description of the electric shock ring function just now, Joan guessed that the enchantment of this ring was probably the first ring of arcane electric lore, and the analytical results verified his prediction. Joan had long learned the electric lore. This ring cannot make him learn new spells. It is a bit disappointed. Fortunately, the electric shock ring enchanting technique is quite clever. There are quite a few crafts worth learning from, and it's not in vain. After carefully reviewing the electric shock ring for more than 10 minutes, Joan knew the enchanting process and put it aside, and turned to analyze the blue ice carved out of the rare mineral produced in the cold north region. Frost Star Ring. Attached to this ring is 3 rings of arcane Frost Nova. At Davis Ranch last night, Joan had witnessed Clark's activation of the Frost Star ring to release this spell, which left a deep impression on him. Frost Nova is a large-scale lethal plastic energy spell with the same name as Fireball. As a 3-ring spell, it has reached the point of perfection and is a model of spell optimization. It is a pity that Joan has not yet used the 3-ring level spell slot of Frost Star, and can only write it to his spell book first. It will be upgraded to a 5th level wizard in the future. After obtaining the 3-ring level spell slot, he will study in depth. This spell is not too late. After copying the Frost Star, Joan got up and walked to the window to take a breath, rest his eyes, and then returned to the desk to sort out the pile of low-level spell scrolls that Clark lent him. Joan spent an hour first, quickly glanced at more than 10 scrolls of spells, and confirmed that the spells recorded by only 5 scrolls had not yet been learned. These include 2 one-ring spells, namely Endurance Environment and Detection Secret Door, and 3 two-ring spells, namely Knock, Object Positioning and Detection Trap. Patience, as its name suggests, is a protective spell that is practical in daily life and travel. After blessing this spell, you can increase the resistance of the subject to extreme cold and scorching weather for up to a full day. No matter whether you are exposed to high temperatures in the desert or exposed to the extreme cold and snow baptism, the subject will not feel the slightest discomfort and his health will not be affected by the bad weather. It should be noted that this spell can only resist the harsh climate prevailing in nature, but it cannot resist the abnormal environment caused by magical high temperature, severe cold, or natural disasters. For example, throwing a person who supports the endurance environment into boiling magma, still burned to ashes. Joan first copied the endurance environment into his spell book, and the remaining 5 spell scrolls, as Clark said, are all dedicated to the exploration treasure spell. A ring of detecting secret door can release a cone of aura, like a bull lantern that continuously illuminates the front space. If the irradiated building has a chamber, door or mezzanine, magic aura can be make it show. It is conceivable that behind a secret door that is deliberately hidden, it often leads to hidden secrets and even treasures. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 515 Prince Port. The secret door to the treasure is usually equipped with a solid door lock, a magic seal, and even a vicious trap, used to prevent those thieves who dream of making a fortune. Detect secret door can only find the secret door, but cannot unlock the door and the enchantment, nor can it be seen whether there is a trap near the secret door. The next 2 scrolls copied by Joan are recorded specifically to solve the above problems. Spells. The 2-ring percussion can use magic power to open the closed lock remotely. In addition to the mechanical structure of the lock, magic enchantment such as Secret Lock can also be opened by percussion. The method of casting Detect Traps in Ring 2 is similar to Detect Secret Doors, except that the light beam released is specifically used to detect traps. Once the traps are irradiated, an alarm will be issued to remind the caster to pay attention. The last scroll Joan copied today is a 2-ring item positioning technique. The caster first specifies an item, and then activates this spell to automatically scan for the existence of such items in its surrounding area. Once a target that meets the search criteria is found, it will indicate the exact location of the target to the caster. Object positioning technique can be used to find items that the caster has seen with his own eyes. If he has never seen the real one, he has seen imitations, portraits, or heard people describing the appearance of the item in detail. The initial search radius of the spell is about 400 feet. The higher the caster level, the larger the search radius and the duration of the continuous search. At Joan's current level, using the item positioning technique, you can search the space within 560 feet of your surroundings for a duration of no more than 4 minutes. When the caster moves, the scanning area of the spell also moves with it until the specified item is found or the spell time limit is reached. Considering Clark's treasure hunt plan, Joan decided to learn 2 rings of item positioning in his free time for the next 3 days. In addition, Clark had to ask Clark to draw a drawing of Koshchei collar as a display, the basis of the spell. Joan had never seen the Koshchei collar, and could only use the characteristics of the drawings to cast a search. This is like looking for the house corresponding to the drawings in an unfamiliar city based on the architectural drawings. Now he can only pray that Clark's drawing technique is not too bad. If the drawing is too far away from the real thing ... I will find something ghostly in the end. I am afraid only God knows. The Vima River, which originated from the Arctic Point Spring of the beginning, is the most important water system in the northern part of the New World. The largest tributary of the Vima River is called the Mage River, which runs through Midgard from north to south, traverses the Hooked Forest, and finally merges into the bay in the northeast of Jotunheim, 2,000 miles. The Prince Port, located near the entrance of the Mage River, has convenient shipping and has experienced the painstaking operations of several generations of colonists. It has now developed into a deep-water port with the largest throughput in the north of Alfheim, with a permanent population in the city not less than 50,000. The economic prosperity is second only to the colonial capital Leiden. North of Jotunheim in mid-November is at the time of late autumn. On both sides of the avenue from Housetown to Prince's Harbour, a tall maple tree stretches out the dense canopy towards the sky. Pieces of maple leaves are red like flames. When the autumn wind strikes, the red leaves of the trees sway, as if they are endlessly bound together. Sea of fire. The sound of wheels came from far away on the avenue. A convertible horse drawn by 3 horses was flying from the south. The wheels rolled over the bumpy roads, causing light or heavy bumps, just like the same boat sailing on the waves barge on the sea. Clark Hinner sat cross-legged in the spacious compartment, his elbows propped on the side panel of the compartment. His eyes narrowed and a big yawn. The noonday bright sun shone on him. The white and blue skin was slightly reflective, and it was baked warm from head to toe, coupled with the constant bumps of the carriage, making this person unaccustomed to the sun. Not to ride the carriage, the frost giant has a feeling of seasickness, sleepy along the way, unable to lift his spirits. Clark yawned again and turned to look at Joan Vida sitting beside him. The young mage spread out a book in his hand and was reading in a dream. The bumps on the journey seemed to have no hindrance to him. He had been reading since he got in the car in the morning, but occasionally looked up at the maple forest by the road and relaxed a little. A glance at the brain and eyes, and within 2 minutes, turned his eyes back to the spell book full of complex formulas, spells, graphics and elven text. This terrible concentration even made Clark suspect that even if the carriage ran out of the cliff, Joan's attention would not leave the thick hardcover in his hand. "Brother Joan, don't just look at the book and chat with me for a while," Frost Giant grumbled. "I didn't meet a beast or a robber who stopped the road and robbed it. I was so dumb. I'm so boring." Joan reluctantly closed the spell book and looked up at the Frost Giant. "Look at what you said," as if fearing that the world will not be chaotic. "Isn't it safe to go along the way? This is the difference between us. You just want to read a book quietly and don't want to be disturbed by anyone or anything. On the contrary, I can't stand the same life. I have to find some fun and seek excitement. If yesterday it's the same as today's experience, and it's the same today and tomorrow, so what's the point of living?" Frost Giant argued eloquently. Joan shook his head speechless and could not understand Clark's mindset of irritability, but from his trajectory in the first half of his life, the homeless boxer actually firmly implemented himself in real life view of life. "Brother Joan, since you left Housetown yesterday morning, you have been digging into reading. Are you learning the newly copied spells?" Clark deliberately found a topic that should be of interest to Joan, and only hoped that this lonely and introverted mage friend would chat with him a few times to relieve the boredom. "The spell scrolls you borrowed from me have basically been learned, but they are not sufficiently skilled. Anyway, idle is also idle. It is better to review and consolidate. This is just 4 or 5 days. You have learned so many new spells." Clark was a little unbelievable. "Are all your wizards monsters?" Joan smiled lightly without saying a word. In fact, Most mages do not have the ability to learn as efficiently as he does. After all, his intellectual property of up to 25 is not a decoration. Clark didn't understand these things, and Joan didn't want to explain more, otherwise he would be presumptuous. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 516 Mythology. At this time, the Davis driver took the reins and slowed down, and turned back to Joan and Clark to ask, "There is a small hotel on the roadside ahead. Would the two gentlemen get off to rest and have lunch, and then continue their journey?" "I'm not hungry yet, but it's nice to get off and take a walk, brother. What do you say?" Clark asked Joan. "I'm not hungry either." Joan stood up from the carriage and looked north along the avenue, and the towering city gate of Prince's Harbor stood at the end of the avenue. "Mr. Carter, how far is it from here to the south gate of Puerto Princesa?" Joan asked the driver. "Not far away, Master Vida. This is the suburb of Prince's Harbor. After passing the hotel in front, you can reach the south gate in less than half an hour by car." "How long does it take to walk?" Joan asked next. "If you go faster, it will be about an hour, or 3 miles." The driver answered with a smile. Joan nodded and turned to Clark, whispering, "We are involved in the conflict between the Centaurs and Henry Baldwin in Housetown, and we are not allowed to be on the blacklist of the Conquering Order." Chief Isaac Hook is both a high-level conqueror and an uncle of Henry Baldwin and the backstage boss of the ranch. Now that the past 5 days have passed, General Hook has mostly learned from the mouth of the snapper shaman. He has broken his good deeds in Housetown. "I am afraid I will not let you and me off easily, so I have to be more careful." "Dude, what you said makes sense. But how should we guard against it?" Clark also realized the seriousness of the situation and looked at Joan slightly uneasy. "This place is very close to Prince's Harbor. The closer it is to the city gate, the more pedestrians there will be on the road. It is forbidden to include General Hook's spies. We'd better dismount from here and hide in the roadside woods first. Disguise yourself, and then walk to Prince's Port, lest you will be surrounded by patrols as soon as you enter the city, and thrown into prison." Kiawan whispered. "Okay, just do what you said." Clark jumped out of the carriage, went around and whispered a few words with the driver. He gave him a gold coin and sent him back to the town of House in an empty car. The driver turned around while driving, and Joan and Clark walked into the maple forest deep into the road to hide while no other pedestrians were passing by. Joan first made an improvement technique to change his clothes and appearance, looked up at Clark, and suddenly realized a serious problem. Frost Giant is nearly 14 feet tall. No matter how makeup is changed, this magnificent body will inevitably attract the curiosity of passers-by. If you just enter the city like this, just walking around on the street will attract the attention of the patrol, and it won't take long for the wind to reach General Hook's ears. "Mr. Hennill, your size is so conspicuous, I have to find a way to make you shorter." Joan walked to Frost Giant and tried to bless him with a human shrinkage first. The result ended in failure. It is not surprising to think about it afterwards. The upper limit of the energy level of the human shrinkage technique in Ring 1 is too low. It is impossible to reduce any creature to a level without limit. When the inventor of this spell designed the spell configuration, he prescribed a general scope of application. Spells are only effective for humanoids. Clark belongs to the giant clan. Although it looks like a human, it is not strictly a humanoid, so human shrinkage is invalid for him. Joan folded his arms across his chest and stared up at Frost Giant for a while, thinking of a new way of casting ideas, and set out to try. This time Joan didn't directly cast a spell. First called a mythical power to replace it with a spell slot, and then blessed myth reduction for Clark. Ring 1 human shrinkage is a product of compromise. The reason why the spell restricts the group of the recipient is because the magic energy level of the first spell slot is too low, which constitutes a soft constraint on the effectiveness of the spell. In this sense, the magic level of the spell position is like money. How much money is there to do a lot of things? Miss Q can afford real gold and silver jewelry, and the poor girl can only spend a little money to temporarily rent jewelry, or simply buy glass the imitation made. For the civilian population, there are many times when you can really do whatever you want with money. Similar reasoning applies to the caster class. If your mana is strong enough, you can do whatever you want. Joan's mythical power can not only replace the spell position, but will also increase the upper limit of the magic power with the improvement of his casting ability, which is always equivalent to the highest ring spell position he has. Joan is a 4th level wizard and currently can use up to 2 ring spells. The magic power converted by a mythical power is equivalent to a 2-ring spell slot. If it is used to match a 1-ring spell like shrinkage, there are a lot of magic that is not useful, like spending a gold coin to buy a commodity with a market price of a silver coin. It is a pity that it is wasted. It is better to use this part of redundant magic to optimize and strengthen the spell configuration. The result of this attempt again validates the axiom of the caster class. Mana is high enough to do whatever you want. The ordinary version of human shrinkage has no effect on the frost giant, but myth shrinkage has successfully changed Clark's size. After the cast was completed, Joan observed Clark's new image and found a detail worth pondering. If he applies myth reduction to humanoids, he can reduce the opponent's height to at most 14 of the normal size, which is a reduction of 2 size levels. While he cast myth reduction on Clark, he can only the reduction of Clark to a normal size of 12 is only equivalent to the normal version of a reduction. Since the subject is beyond the limits of the spell configuration, it is normal for the effects of the spell to shrink. Fortunately, this spell effect is enough for Clark. Now his height has been reduced from 14 feet to 7 feet, and his weight has been reduced from nearly 3,000 pounds to 350 pounds. It looks like a blue complexion human brawn. Unless he is very familiar with Clark, it is almost impossible to see through his true identity. Clark took the felt hat and hand mirror from Joan, put on the hat first, then took a picture in the mirror. Satisfied with his new image, he followed Joan back to the avenue, and walked to the south of Prince's Port door. Shortly before arriving at the city gate, Joan and Clark bowed their heads into the bustling crowd and followed the flow of people through the city gate, without alerting the guards. After entering the city, they looked at each other, and both smiled with relief. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 517 Cassio. Mr. Henil, where shall we go next? Standing on the lively streets of Prince's Harbour, Joan felt like he had returned to Leiden Harbour, and his mood was a bit complicated. It's not too early. Let's go to the Old Man Tavern in the dock area. I have an appointment with Shrek. Clark whistled, stopped a taxi, hailed Joan to jump in, and ordered the driver to take them to the dock. The carriage was galloping along the flat, paved street, and within a quarter of an hour, Joan and Clark were brought to the tavern door. The two got out of the car. Joan paid the fare. Clark pushed open the tavern door, and strode in with a head. Whether in Port Leiden or Port Prince, the pubs on the pier are crowded and noisy, filled with spirits of spirits, tobacco and male hormones, drunken sailors cursing at each other, and occasionally set off a crowd of onlookers. Bloodline Jang Jang had an addictive fight. Joan has always disliked the atmosphere of the bistro, and it feels like returning to the prehistoric world. Under the stimulation of alcohol, people get rid of the shackles of reason and transform into a group of wild beasts. However, in order to accompany Clark to meet old friends, he had to endure pub temporarily in the filthy air and the noise of the noise. Even if Clark's size was reduced by the spell, he was still a burly man, waving his arms gently, separating the crowd in front of him, and protecting Joan toward the bar. Joan noticed that there was a boxing ring surrounded by a cable in the middle of the tavern. He had never seen such an interior design in the tavern in Leiden. He looked at it more out of curiosity. Clark noticed that his footsteps were slowing down, and he smiled back and told him, every weekend evening, the Old Buddy pub will always host a fight ring game. This boxing ring is the competition venue. When there is no game, The boxing ring is usually open to those guests who have a conflict after drinking to resolve their personal grievances. The drunks are wrestling on the ring and can provide other guests with some fun to drink. Have you participated in the weekend boxing competition held here? Of course not. Clark put a smile on his face and told Joan with a rare serious look, I never participate in amateur boxing. For me, it's a very disrespectful behavior, man, you know I mean. Joan stunned slightly, then nodded to express his understanding. Clark once won the championship belt of the Mage Free Combat Championship, a famous professional boxer like him. If he participates in amateur community competitions in the tavern, he competes with the drunk sailors or dockers who drink. Even if all opponents are slammed, there is a decent way to win. This is like Joan returning to Leiden College now, re-enrolling for the entrance exam and the draft conference, so that any spell can win the applause of all the tutors, scaring other candidates to worship and shout invincible. But what is this glorious? The boxing ring in the tavern is not all designed for wrestling. It will also be open to talents such as street artists, street magicians, acrobats, or strippers. If you are happy, you will lose a few money. Clark pointed to the boxing ring opposite. Look, that guy is holding a lute, mostly a bard, and it seems to be performing on stage. Joan looked in the direction of his finger, and really saw a young man in a gorgeous robe, wearing a wide-brimmed hat decorated with gorgeous feathers, holding a lute on the boxing ring, taking off his hat and bowing to the audience. With a smile on his face he claimed to present a piece of music composed by himself to everyone, and received sparse applause. Joan noticed that the young and handsome poet had a slightly bluish complexion, and the subtle features of his appearance seemed to be a bit inconsistent, and he couldn't help being curious. Mr. Hinner, the poet looks a little weird. If I guessed right, he probably disguised his true image with magic such as transfiguration. Clark nodded with a smile. Your eyes are very good. The guy does have a spellcasting appearance, but it hasn't changed much. It's just a foot shorter, the fangs are hidden, and the skin color is lighter. It doesn't look like it anymore. An advanced ogre. Higher ogres? Joan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes, that guy with the bag. The name is Cassio, Shrek's court poet. Since Cassio is here, Shrek must be waiting for me in this pub. Joan nodded thoughtfully, recalling that he had heard the name Cassio from the Canty family during his stay in the village of Perviton. This man had also attacked Perviton village with an army of ogres, but Joan hadn't interviewed him on the battlefield. It was not clear how deep this man was. Thinking of the possibility that Cassio could become his own treasure hunt partner, Joan couldn't help curiosity, quietly blessing himself with 2 rings of higher endoscopy, and secretly observing Cassio's physical attributes and professional level. Perhaps it was because Cassio's entire energy was focused on playing the lute, and he did not notice a strange look in the crowd. Joan easily broke through his will defense line and successfully obtained the intelligence he wanted. Detection target, Cassio male higher ogre. Health status, good. Extraordinary profession, ogre witcher bard 3. Attributes, strength 20. Dexterity 10, Constitution 18, Intelligence 10, Wisdom 14, Charisma 18. Joan looked away quietly, his lips rising slightly. Cassio's bard is not high, but that doesn't mean he is a weak chicken. In fact, Cassio's strength is very strong, even if it is not comparable to a quasi-legendary man such as Clark, at least not as much as the Queen of Jekyl's Alphason. His strength is not mainly reflected in the level of the 3 bards in that area, but from the racial talent of the ogre wizard. Ogre shaman is the so-called higher ogres, born with a powerful ability to cast spells and many supernatural abilities. Joan was very impressed with the information about the ogre sorcerer in the Vare's monster book. Brother Joan, the Cassio guy's performance is really unbearable. And I heard that him upset. Let's stay away from him. Clark rubbed his ears to complain. Joan listened to what he said, and he listened to Cassio's performance. He couldn't help but wonder how he could use the skillful and chic to pop a shrill note like steel collision on the lute, which is famous for its soft tone. A string of alternative melodies with weird chords. Casio is not the kind of novice who can't play the rhythm. The music he plays is obviously carefully choreographed. His playing skills are superb and full of passion. The only flaw is not good. His music, like a mischief carefully crafted by a rebellious naughty boy, intentionally runs counter to the musical taste of the civilian population of this era. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 518. Shrek. Joan believes that Casio is musically talented, but unfortunately he is also a vulgar person who really cannot appreciate Casio's playing style. So he has to cover his ears and hurried away. On the armchair in front of the bar, a burly back view caught Joan's attention. The other party seemed to be aware of the line of sight from behind and slowly turned around, looking down at Joan. The man's complexion is yellow to green, 8 feet tall, and his fat buttocks are barely tucked into the armchair. He sits on the back of the chair and lifts his plump belly. The chubby look is sturdy, but in fact, there is a big hidden under the fat a strong muscle like steel. The fat man's sharp gaze turned around on Joan and then moved to Clark's face. A pair of small eyes suddenly widened, shining with surprise. "Hey, my old man, how are you?" Clark walked happily toward the man, skillfully squeezing his fat chin. "Introduce you to a new friend, Joan Vida, a talented mage from Port Leyden." "Huge man, how did you shrink?" "Shrek has been waiting for you here all day." Shrek punched his old friend's shoulder first, and then gave Joan a simple and gentle smile. "Good afternoon, young mage." Clark's friend is Shrek's friend. "Good afternoon, respected Mr. Shrek. It is an honor to meet you." Joan took the generous palms from Shrek and shook his hands slightly with a little nervousness. He couldn't tell whether he was shy or scared. After all, he was sitting on the opposite side but a famous myth food lord of the demons. In addition, Joanne also found that King Shrek's conversation is very characteristic. He used to use his name Shrek to replace the first person I. Haha, look at you. The answer is like a little girl. If Shrek doesn't know Clark's character well enough, I'm afraid to suspect that you are the little paw kidnapped by the vicious big guy. Okay, no kidding, my little friend. Sit next to Shrek and drink some ale and moisten her throat. The grilled turkey sandwich in this shop is delicious. You must try it. Joan was so embarrassed that he had the courage to sit bravely next to Shrek, pretending to look at the mythical ogre who once had a fate. Of course Shrek will not enter the prince's harbor with an ogre posture. Compared with Joan's first meeting in the Algonquin Valley, he is 1 foot shorter, thinner, and his facial features look cleaner than before. This is obviously the disguise given by the disguise spell. Compared with the ordinary ogres who drink blood and drink blood, King Shrek's diet tastes closer to humans in a civilized society. As he said, the old folk tavern brewed ale tastes clear, and the grilled turkey sandwich is indeed delicious. Joan held a sandwich in his left hand and a glass of white ale in his right hand, and while silently eating and drinking, he silently listened to Clark chatting with Shrek. Then there was a harsh booing in the crowd behind him, followed by splashing water, cursing, and ridicule. Joan didn't have to look back and guessed that the people in the tavern could not bear the alternative playing style of the high-level ogre poet Mr. Casio, trying to boo him off the stage in order to get a clean ear. In fact, Casio had expected that his music style might not be understood by the public. At first, he heard cheers from the audience. He was cheeky and deaf. He raised his head and squinted. He was so intoxicated that he continued to play on stage. The audience was deeply irritated by his attitude of not counting in the heart. The boos from the audience became more and more violent, and he grumbled directly to splash wine on the stage. If Casio was not conscious, he would roll up his sleeves and beat him on stage. Discovering the excitement of the audience, Casio could no longer pretend to be an ostrich, so he had to stop playing. Holding the lute, jumped off the stage in an embarrassment, escaped from the crowd in a boo, and returned to the bar in front of the bar. This group of vulgar guys all have white ears and are not worthy of enjoying music with true artistic value. The poet took the towel from Joan, wiped the wine stains on his face, and complained angrily. Shrek put down the oak goblet and asked his court poet with a helpless face, "Cassio, you can easily play the beautiful music that pleases everyone here. Why didn't you play it like that? But you deliberately play something that everyone can't understand. Music is unpleasantly unreasonable." Cassio's handsome face was immediately overwhelmed with melancholy, and his eyes were confused, and he muttered, "I can tell what I think. Art is like a devil parasitic in the depths of my soul, whispering in my ear. I persuaded me to please the audience for a while, and then persuaded me to stick to my pursuit, and I was at a loss." Shrek and Clark glanced at each other and shrugged their hands together. They have such a straightforward character and can't understand the sensitive mind of the poet. What are they tangling? Joan was sympathetic to Mr. Cassio, who had never met him. He occasionally has similar confusions during his studies. For example, some spells are very delicately structured and very interesting. The only drawback is that there is no war muse. Then, it is worth the time and energy to learn this wonderful and useless spells. Joan knows that art is more subtle, more emotional, and more indescribable than the knowledge of arcane art. The suffering and hesitation of the artist in the process of creation and performance is far more severe than that of the master, so he is particularly able to understand the contradictions inside Cassio. Cassio's arrival interrupted Clark's conversation with Shrek for a moment, and then the two returned to the topic to discuss Clark's treasure hunt in depth. Shrek listened quietly to Clark's complete plan, and opened his mouth in anger. "Shrek doesn't want to evaluate how crazy your plan is. You must know that Owlbear Valley is not a fun place. For the sake of years of friendship, Shrek can help you this time, but my old friend, please tell me frankly, should there be a Shrek copy of the treasure?" "Hey," I said, "you guys, why are you so vulgar? When you meet, talk about the benefits and hurt your feelings." Clark pretended not to be pleased. "Talking about the benefits of hurting feelings. Talking about the benefits of hurting feelings. Shrek believes that adults should know how to balance between feelings and benefits. Bulk, you have no opinion? Damn it. You fat man, when did you become so clever?" Frost Giant thumped the table angrily. It was cruel love that educated Shrek and made Shrek more conscious of his mind than power, said the fat face of the Ogre King. "Shrek has grown up and he is big, and you don't want to fool Shrek as you once did." Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 519 Arm Wrestling. It seems that Miss Fiona has taught you a lot, but at the same time, you also lost a heart of gold innocence. My old man, you have become slick, and you are no longer the loyalty for friends. A hot-blooded man who is desperate. Clark shook his head and sighed, pretending to lose his face. "I'm very sorry, old friend. Shrek is no longer a fool for you to use. Let's talk about the benefits." Shrek was unimpressed. Realizing that his psychological offensive was of no use to Shrek, Clark was a bit frustrated, and shouted angrily, "Damn! I only want Koschika's collar. All other babies belong to you and Cassio and Joan. Are you satisfied now? The question is, are there really other babies?" Shrek asked reluctantly. "In case there is nothing more valuable in the treasure trove except that collar you want, wouldn't Shrek and his friends do it for you in vain?" "Alive. Humphrey, how can you be satisfied, you hard-to-treat fat man?" Clark stared. "No matter how beautiful the promise is, it is not as good as it is." The Ogre King stared at Frost Giant, his little eyes shining provocatively. "Old friend, dare you make a bet with Shrek? If you win, Shrek will help you find treasure for free. If you lose, you have to help Shrek conquer Poverton Village and get buried before going to find that ghost collar." Wisdom spring water under an ancient tree in the village. Puff. When Shrek said that he wanted to seize the wisdom of wisdom, Joan's ale in his mouth spewed out on the spot, and he coughed repeatedly. The poet Cassio patted his spine and asked with concern, "Mr. Master, Don't you care? No, I'm fine. Joan quickly shook his head to hide his embarrassment. What? Going to conquer the village of Perverton? Clark looked more surprised than Joan. My old man, is your brain kicked by a dinosaur? Just use this dead brain. Do you know? Knowing that Perverton village is the home base of the Argangian tribe, do you know how strong the are hunters and their chief Perverton couple? Shrek certainly knows. The Ogre King nodded calmly. Since I know why I still have such unrealistic thoughts, Clark asked angrily. Shrek had to do this. Only when he got the wisdom buried in the village of Perverton would Shrek become smart enough. The Ogre King looked sad. Miss Fiona likes smart people and hates stupid people. Shrek will never be a fool again. Clark opened his mouth and wondered how to comfort this old friend who was trapped by love. Finally, he shook his head helplessly and asked Shrek, you just mentioned that you want to bet with me. How is it? Shrek raised his head. His eyes regained brilliance, and solemnly said to Clark, Shrek knows you have a lot of strength. But Shrek has a lot of strength. Shrek is curious who has more strength. Oh, I get it. Frost Giant folded his arms across his chest, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Shrek with a slightly mocking look. Fat man, I'm happy to accept your challenge. For fairness, I voluntarily give you the right to choose the wrestling method, lest others say I bully you. You are confident and big, but Shrek will never lose to you. How about we compare the wrenched wrists? Spanner wrist. Are you sure? Clark tilted his head and looked at Shrek with a pity. My poor friend, you must not know that I have won the championship trophy of the Weight and Wrench Championship in Jotunheim. Shrek doesn't care about your glory. The championship trophy can't prove that you will always be the strongest. If there is a buffing contest, you are likely to continue to win the championship. The Ogre King sneered, and his fighting spirit was high. Clark moved his finger joints and turned his head to say to Joan, brother, you come to be a referee for us, and see how I teach this dead fat man who knows nothing. Mr. Henil, don't underestimate the enemy. Joan couldn't help but tell. Frost Giant raised his eyebrows in surprise. It's rare to see you care about things outside the book and are interested in Thew Wrench Wrist. Joan shook his head frankly. I don't care how you play against Mr. Shrek, I just help you can win because. The latter reason is not easy to speak out. It is impossible to tell Clark that he once drank the wisdom of wisdom and knew that the spring is the mythical Ilminzur ancient tree Old White and the demigod wisdom giant Mimir guarded by the ancient times. Joan doesn't know how old Mimir is, but he knows that Clark and Shrek may not be able to beat the Old White together, plus Candy's parents and elder brother. Shrek deliberately seizes the wisdom of wisdom in the end, only his own life will be lost. The only way to temporarily dismiss Shrek's death is to defeat Clark in a wrench match. Brother, it's rare that you like me so much, even if it's just to give you a long face, we can't lose to that little fat dude. Clark smiled at Joan, rolled up his sleeves, and showed his thick arms, sitting at the table face to face with Shrek, holding two strong hands like steel and iron. Ready, go. When Joan ordered, the Frost Giant and the mythical ogre exerted force at the same time. The two arms clenched together, the muscles swelled sharply, and they almost broke the sleeves, including Joan, Cassio, and the lively drinkers around. All eyes were focused on the two strong men struggling across a wine table, looking at them curiously, whispering about who seemed more likely to win. Clark and Shrek both had serious faces. Their arms were initially perpendicular to the table, and then fiercely competed around this boundary line, sometimes slightly to the left, and sometimes pulled to the right. They looked evenly matched and difficult to divide in a short time. Win or lose. Time passed minute by minute. The stalemate on the table had been maintained for 10 minutes. More and more people gathered around, and the atmosphere in the tavern became more and more warm. Clark and Shrek, the two focus figures, attracted everyone's attention, and their foreheads were oozing with dense sweat beads. Obviously they had tried their best. However, they couldn't pull the other side in one breath, rely on toughness and endurance and not explosiveness to win or lose. The situation in front of him made Joan confused and upset. From common sense, The frost giant's power attribute should be significantly higher than the ogre. Why is Clark so abnormal in the wrench wrist game? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 520. Cheat. Is Shrek far stronger than ordinary ogres? Or is Clark's own poor condition? Joan remembered that the higher endoscopy he had previously blessed hadn't expired, so he quietly activated the spell, taking advantage of Shrek's full attention on the wrenched wrist, and secretly peeping into the details of the mythical ogre lord. Scouting target: Shrek, male mythical ogre. Health status: good. Extraordinary class: Tier 2 wild mythical ogre warrior 6. Attributes: Strength 28, Dexterity 8, Constitution 20, Intelligence 9, Wisdom 10, Charisma 13. Joan recalled the description of the ogre group in the Vare's monster book. The statistics show that the strength attribute of the adult male ogre is roughly between 20 and 22, and Shrek's power is significantly more than the average of the group. This is also in line with his status as mythical ogre lord. Joan remembers that Clark's power attribute is 32, which is 4 points higher than Shrek's power attribute. This is a significant advantage. But why was it not reflected in the wrist wrestling game? Confused, Joan turned his head to look at Clark, using higher endoscopy to observe his attributes. The result surprised him. Clark's strength attribute actually degraded to 30, inexplicably weakened by 2 points, but the agility attribute increased by an additional 2 points. What is going on? Joan stared at Clark, contemplating, and gradually the color of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. In this case, Joan himself was to blame. In order to enter the city smoothly, the use of myth reduction changed Clark's size. This spell reduced the frost giant's height by half, and also reduced the power attribute by 2 points and improved the agility attribute by 2 points in response to the change of body shape. In this way, Clark's power is not much superior to Shrek, and he is affected by the myth reduction technique, and his height and weight have become significantly lower than Shrek. He suffered a loss in size and weight, plus from the morning to the present, he only cared about the journey, did not have time to eat lunch, hungry stomach and Shrek wrench wrist, all kinds of unfavorable factors combined, resulting in Clark failed to play his due level in the game, and fell into Shrek the embarrassing situation of holding on. The sound from the ear interrupted Joan's thoughts and turned his head to see that Cassio was plucking the strings and singing an unknown ballad. Joan listened for a while, and found that this time Cassio played a lot more beautiful music than he had played on the stage. He praised a noble general with a magnetic voice, and became a slave because he was captured by defeat. The story of being sent to the gladiator training camp by the owner and fighting against the beast in order to regain freedom and glory. This song is also commensurate with the intense atmosphere of the two strong men on the scene. It seems that Shrek is right. Cassio does not understand how to please the audience, but often does not want to do that. Joan didn't understand why Cassio played the piano and sang at this time, but the artist's thinking was always out of touch. Initially, he was only affected by the warm atmosphere of the scene and his poetry was full of emotions. However, he soon realized something was wrong. The magic web originally randomly distributed in the surrounding space is being disturbed in an unnatural way, clearly affected by Cassio's performance and singing, and is rapidly forming a certain configuration. The magic net threads distributed in the endless space of the various planes of the multiverse, in the absence of any external force interference, are in a disorderly high entropy state. The chaotic magic forces conflict with each other and cancel each other out, which cannot produce a specific effect. Except for the magician who is very sensitive to magic power, the general public can't even feel the existence of the so-called magic net around them. After all, this thing does not exist. It does not exist. It will not have a significant impact on the daily life of most people. As for the caster and those who are good at using supernatural abilities, The world in their eyes is completely different from the world in the eyes of ordinary people. The magic web is a vital and indispensable part of their world. The so-called magic also includes the so-called supernatural ability. In fact, all of them use a special technique to change the distribution probability of the local magic net, so that it can be transformed from an unordered random distribution into an ordered configuration. Lowering the entropy value makes the original disordered and useless magic power ordered and useful. This is the effect caused by spells and supernatural abilities. It is more appropriate to depend on the specific configuration of the magic web or probability cloud. From this perspective, all types of casters and superpowers in the world are actually weavers of the magic net. The essence of the magician's release of magic is to weave the magic net. The bards play music with supernatural power. Weaving the magic net. Nothing but weaving skills are different. It is precisely because of the same nature of the above-mentioned different songs. When the local magic network in the tavern is disturbed and changes from random distribution to orderly and probabilistic features, Joan immediately sensitively realizes that Cassio is using the bard's professional ability secretly ghosts. Joan is not a bard, and he can't recognize the mystery of Cassio's performance in a short time. But according to the different expressions of Clark and Shrek after he heard his singing, it is not difficult for Joan to guess that Cassio's behavior ruined this. The fairness of the game. Cassio's playing and singing actually formed two different magical configurations. The piano tone mainly affected Clark, disturbing his mentality, making Clark inexplicably distracted and unable to concentrate all his attention on the game. Meanwhile, the praises sung by Cassio multiplied Shrek's fighting spirit and was greatly inspired and convinced. Under the influence of this positive and confident mentality, Shrek will obviously play better in the game. Clark and Shrek, who were evenly close to each other, were suddenly disturbed by Cassio's singing and playing. With this balance, Clark immediately showed a decline, and his wrist was forced to tilt to the outside of the table. Room. Joan suddenly chanted a mantra. The magic in front of him, the invisible mage's hand emerged out of thin air, and he flew to Cassio remotely by his mind, holding the string. The piano sound stopped abruptly. Cassio stopped singing and looked at Joan stunnedly. The juvenile mage said nothing, and his beautiful face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. The moment Cassio made eye contact with Joan, he understood that the other party had seen through the cheating he had just done, and promptly applied the law to stop it. He couldn't help but burn the face, and put down the lute with a smile. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 521 Exposed. Joan stared coldly at Cassio, withdrawing the mage's hand expressionlessly, turning his gaze back to the playing field. Although he had stopped Cassio's covert interference, the previous impact was irreversible. Clark's arm was pressed by Shrek towards the table, almost touching the table. Just as Shrek was going to blow up the giant frost, Clark suddenly took a deep breath, and there was a roaring sound like a bellows deep in his chest. Joan froze for a moment, recalling that when he had dealt with the withered monster in Davis Ranch not long ago, Clark had also issued such a weird whistling sound, which seemed to be using a special breathing method to stimulate the physical potential and strengthen his own strength. While he was curious to wait and see, Clark's body sitting at the table suddenly swelled. Suddenly, his strong muscles ripped the top, and rags splashed all over the sky. Clark's already strong body had doubled in size during this rapid transformation, from a 7-foot strong man to a 14-foot tall giant. His arm obviously became stronger than Shrek, and he instantly turned around. Decline. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound. Clark struggled to press Shrek's wrist against the table, and the ferocious force actually smashed the thick oak table on the spot, showing a large web-like crack. Ha ha! I won. Clark jumped up in excitement, raising his arms high and showing his high, raised biceps to the crowd. However, contrary to his expectations, the onlookers did not give applause, but were frightened, and the low tide generally scrambled to escape to the door, exclaiming "Monster!" Joan couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene of extremely chaotic scene. Clark, just eager to win, lifted the restrictions imposed on him by the myth reduction technique, and inspired all his strength. Although he defeated Shrek in the Wrencherist match as expected, he also revealed his true face and returned to the Frost Giant form. If Clark first entered the tavern in the image of the Frost Giant, people would not be too surprised, but he originally looked like a relatively tall human youth, and now suddenly becomes a Frost Giant up to 14 feet. The image, the contrast is too strong. It is inevitable to scare those unsuspecting onlookers, and even the chaotic phenomenon of flying like dogs and dogs. Clark also reveled in the joy of victory, ignoring the changes in the surrounding atmosphere, and hugged Shrek's shoulder and smiled. "Fat, what you said, you must admit it." The Ogre King grunted and reluctantly replied, "Shrek counts and speaks. Since he lost to you, he will help you find the collar for free. Don't talk cold words." The guests in the tavern had escaped, and the tavern owner and waiter hid in the kitchen, leaving Joan the four of them in the empty hall. At this time, the door of the tavern was suddenly kicked open. A group of policemen in uniforms and iron helmets rushed in with a big stick in their heads. Obviously, they received an alarm and came to catch the monsters that were messing around in the city. The leader of the patrol led the team with a big stick, pointing at Joan and others to scream. "Stupid villains dare to break into the city and make trouble. Really do not know what to do. You are surrounded. You don't want to endure hardships, just raise your hand and surrender." Joan found that the situation was not good, and quickly pulled the poet's sleeves. He asked in a low voice, "Mr. Cassio, can you play ecstasy to eliminate the hostility of the patrol? Let's take the opportunity to slip away." Cassio grinned his teeth and replied embarrassedly, "Brother Joan, you can give me a problem. My artistic conduct refuses to play that deceptive kitsch music." "Come on, I seriously doubt that your kid won't play psychedelia at all, but only those crazy, upset music if that can be considered a kind of music." Clark looked at Cassio with an unfriendly look, and his words were obviously stinging. Obviously, Frost Giant still remembers that the poet cheated his bad behavior in the Wrencherist game just now. Cassio flushed with anger at Clark's face, and the green bars on his forehead burst out, arguing, "You vulgar people are not worthy of appreciating real art." Then they said something like avant-garde, metal, hardcore and other obscure nonsense. Joan could tell that Clark, Cassio, and Shrek didn't take the group of patrols opposite seriously. Indeed, with the strength of the three of them, the patrol officers can't pay much effort. The question is how to end after the chaos. Prince's Harbor is not an extrajudicial place. The local public order regiment plus regular garrison, the total number is not less than 1,000. Clark, no matter how they can fight, after all, it is difficult to fight with two hands. Once they are surrounded by heavy soldiers and they want to escape, it will be difficult. What's more, General Isaac Hook and Snakehand Shaman are likely to be in the city too. In case the riot in the tavern caught their attention, they came to Joan to calculate their new and old accounts together. The consequences were unimaginable. Realizing the seriousness of the current situation, Joan couldn't sit still and quickly observed the situation in the tavern. He found that the main entrance had been blocked by the 6 patrols who had arrived before. Shortly thereafter, the back entrance of the tavern was also kicked open. There were no fewer than 10 murderous patrol officers carrying oak sticks. The 4 of Joan gathered in the middle of the tavern lobby and were beaten back and forth by the patrolmen. There was no escape route. In such a situation, you can only choose a route to break through, and knock down the patrol who is blocking the road as soon as possible. The number of patrols guarding the front door of the tavern is small, and it seems easier to break through, but there are also a large group of passers-by watching outside the door. Come more patrols to chase and block. In contrast, the back door of the tavern leads to a secluded and dark alley, and nearby is a slum that is littered with garbage and sewage. The environment is more complicated, and it is easy to escape. Joan also noticed that the fireplace for heating and baking bread in the tavern was set near the back door, and the carbon fire in the furnace was burning. This discovery prompted him to think of a plan to get out, and whispered to the companions beside him, "When I started to cast the spell, you immediately closed your eyes until I reminded you to open your eyes again." "Little guy, what spell are you going to cast?" Shrek asked curiously. "Brother Joan doesn't have time to explain to you. In short, it's true to listen to his orders," Clark said angrily. At this time, the patrol rushing into the tavern had surrounded him with a big stick. Cassio also wanted to use spells to deal with them. Helpless patrols apparently had considerable experience in catching gangsters. Under the command of the captain, they dispersed their formations and made outs. Spells such as flash dust or spider web are not enough to control the patrol, and the police obviously will not give him a second chance to cast. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 522. Different fireworks. While Cassio was hesitant, the voice of the young mage chanting the spell was heard in his ear. At this time, Clark and Shrek closed their eyes following Joan's advice. Cassio did not believe that a small 4th-level mage was able to control the overall situation. But Joan's calm attitude when casting a spell appeared full of confidence, exuding a strong aura, forcing Cassio to obey his instructions. After a little hesitation, he closed his eyes nervously. Lumber. At the moment when Cassio just closed his eyes, Joan finished preparing to cast spells, raised his finger to the tavern fireplace, and chanted a spell representing cloud and smoke to activate the spell. The dark red charcoal in the furnace was affected by the magic, and a hot and fierce firework suddenly erupted, and the strong light radiated instantly illuminated the entire pub hall. All the people and furnishings in the tavern were submerged in this sea of dazzling light, and the eyes were white and dazzling, and there was nothing else to see except for Joan himself, and Clark, Shrek, and Cassio, who had closed his eyes before he was reminded. All the patrol officers in the tavern were stabbed in the eyes by the sudden burst of light, and the tears continued to fall into blindness. "Go away," Joan sounded to remind her companions. At this time, the light radiation produced by pyrotechnics has changed from strong to weak, although it is still very dazzling, but squinting can barely see things. Clark, Shrek, and Cassio hurried to follow Joan through the tavern lobby, ignoring the group of patrolling policemen who had turned their backs and groaned, rushing straight out of the back door of the tavern. The strong light blinding effect of the second ring of firework is similar to flash dust, but the coverage of the two spells is not at the same level. Flash dust can only affect a small area, but the strong light radiation created by pyrotechnics affects a whole block. When they slipped out of the back door of the tavern, they were surprised to find that the drunks, the tramps, the busy passers-by, and the follow-up patrols who came to the reinforcements were all blinded by the strong light transmitted from the tavern window, covering their faces. He kept wiping tears, moaning or cursing, and had no time to ignore the troublemakers who were running around. Joan himself was surprised by the powerful power of pyrotechnics, and he glanced at his companions and flew away without saying a word. He ran to another block 50 yards at a stretch, and the effects of fireworks subsided. There were also some passers-by in this block who saw a strong flash of light in the tavern. Fortunately, the distance was far enough, and the light radiation had greatly attenuated to this area. The onlookers just felt a little dazzled, just like looking directly at the noon sun, so as not to be stinging eyes. Joan, with his companions, drilled into a dark alley in the slum area, inspiring the power of myth, and supplementing Clark with a myth reduction technique. Cassio is not idle, casting a new blessing for himself and Shrek, and changing a different image from the tavern, so as not to attract attention. The four spent 5 minutes to complete the disguise of disguise. When they walked out of the alley, they have completely changed their appearance. Even if they return to the old man's tavern, they will not cause the police to doubt. Joan is still a little uneasy. For the sake of insurance, it is recommended that everyone leave Prince Harbor as soon as possible to win the unanimous approval of their peers. After the storm just now, Everyone was more or less afraid that staying in the city would be risky after all. It would be better to fly away early. Clark called a taxi, and the four pretended to travel out of town as if they were traveling together. As the carriage crossed the street, Joan noticed that the street patrol hurried to the block where the Old Man Tavern was located, and there was a team of cavalry with sharp armors galloping in the same direction. It can be seen that the disturbance in the tavern has alarmed the city's upper level, saying uncertainty has spread to General Hook's ears. What he saw in front of him deepened the concerns of Joan and his party. No one was in a mood to chat along the way, and the atmosphere in the carriage was quite solemn. Fortunately, they slid fast enough. The guards in front of the city gate had just received orders from their superiors. Before the time had come to investigate the suspicious characters who were eager to leave the city, the carriage went out of the city gate with no danger. The four of Joan got out of the carriage near the small hotel on the outskirts of the city and sent the driver away. "Look at me. I look at you." First, I took a sigh of relief and immediately burst into laughter. After this storm, Joan and Shrek and Cassio, whom he just met today, are also considered to be friendships in trouble, and the distance between them is much closer. "Brother Joan, thanks to your vigilance this time, we led us out in time, otherwise the trouble would be worse." Clark stroked the big bald head with a lingering fear. "It's too close to the city and it's not safe enough. We'd better go on the road and hide in the jungle to avoid the wind," Cassio said cautiously. "Walking is the way to go. The question is how to go." Shrek turned to look at the roadside hotel that also operated stagecoach rentals and sales. "Somewhat difficult to say. Shrek, Cassio and Little Master can ride horses. What about the big guys?" "Myth reduction cannot be maintained for a long time. Clark will soon return to the frost giant form. The figure is too heavy, and the strongest horse cannot carry him. The three of you ride horses, and I just run with the horse." Clark grinned. "Anyway, I have long legs and big steps. I can't run slower than a horse. In this case, it is enough to buy 2 horses." Cassio raised his head proudly, and the magic created a hovering airflow under his feet, holding his feet off the ground and slowly floating up. "Ha ha. Didn't expect. Master Ben can fly. The earth can't restrain my footsteps. The sky is my limit. Ah, sunshine. Ah, freedom. What is so great about flying?" "Believe it or not, I threw a stone and smashed you Birdman down." Clark was least used to the poet's sa or bow. "Don't always quarrel between you two. Cassio flying in the sky can help us to detect the path. After all, Shrek is a clan lord, and he can still hold the ball at the crucial moment." Joan looked at Cassio, who was flying in the sky, and naturally recalled the introduction of Ogre Sorcerer in the Vare's Monster book. This powerful race is inherently capable of performing flying skills at will. In fact, the spells that Ogre Sorcerer is good at are far more than this one. There are also powerful spells such as invisibility, enchanting monsters, ice cones, vaporized forms and so on. In contrast, Cassio's arcane skills learned through the extraordinary profession of bard-poet are much inferior. First, because his poet level is too low, and second, the magic that bards are good at is mainly limited to the School of Illusion and School of Confusion, no matter the depth and breadth, are far different from the masters of the same level. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 523 Hanging Forest. In fact, Joan can fly in the form of Jotunheim Hawkman, and the skills of short and long distance flight are better than the poets of Sao Bao, but he is not Cassio's showy character. Now that King Shrek has arranged his court poet to be in charge of air patrols, Joan is happy to ride lazily and save his spell slot to prevent accidental accidents that may be encountered at any time during the journey. A group of 4 people walked into the roadside inn. Clark took out a lot of gold coins, rounded up the bread, salami and bacon in the store and filled them with 2 big bags, which were used as reserve dry food during the trip. Both he and Shrek are pot-bellied men with amazing amounts of food. If they eat their belly open, so much food will only be enough for them to eat 2 or 3 meals. On the way, They will also hunt game and add fresh ingredients on the spot. Joan and Cassio don't have enough food, and the dry food they carry is enough. Cassio wants to buy more wine to take with him on the road, but considering that he may encounter dangers at any time during the journey, it is better to quit drinking in order to keep a clear head and deal with the accident. After buying the dry food, Clark took Cassio to the hotel owner. With the help of the poet's clever teeth and superb bargaining skills, he successfully bought 2 horses at a very affordable price. Joan picked himself a tame black horse, and Shrek picked the tallest and strongest horse in the corral. At his weight, if the horse wasn't strong enough, he could not carry him for a few steps. Be crushed. After buying the horses, the 4 went on the road and rode north along the road. At dusk, the avenue turned east, leading to the pier on the coast. Joan and his party did not plan to go out to sea by boat, so they left the avenue and continued north along the Mage Joan River beach. By the time the sun sets, the night is shrouded in a riverbank with flowers and grass, and no other passers-by can be seen nearby. Joan, worried that General Hook might send a cavalry to chase down, rushed for another night while the moon was clear, and stopped dismounting until they went deep into the jungle, preparing to camp overnight. The pristine jungle between Yalfheim and Midgard is the famous head forest. In the endless sea of trees, there are countless beasts, as well as cruel orcs and greedy hill giants running through the forest. But all the above threats are not as good as the old green dragon named Julan in the legend. Danger. Throughout the ages, people who dreamed of becoming dragon slayers wanted to find Julan's lair, but even from a bird's eye view of the forest, they could not tell where the green dragon's lair is located. This fact makes people doubt that either this so-called evil dragon does not exist at all, but that the old people have compiled fairy tales that scare children, or Julan is not just a giant dragon, but also a wise caster. Use high-level illusion to hide your nest perfectly. In recent years, new changes have taken place in the depths of the forest. First, a group of weirdos who claimed to be conquering believers frequently moved in the forest, spreading a supernatural disease called black wilt. Trees infected with black wilt would quickly wither and turn black, and then transformed into evil and cruel activation plants. Withered monsters. Withered monster will actively attack all living things within the perception range, and use the branch as a noose, hang the victim alive on the branch, just like the mobile gallows walking in the forest. Here comes. There are rumors that the old green dragon Julan is the common leader of the conquering order and the blighted monsters. However, so far there is no reliable evidence to confirm this speculation, nor evidence to overturn this speculation. The secret of the first forest is still shrouded in the endless mist, and is unknown to the world. Joan dismounted, found a sheltered area on the beach, put down the campfire rosary, read the mantra to raise a bonfire, then took out the endless water bag, filled the kettle rack and burned on the fire open. Clark was planning to collect firewood to make a fire, and was quite surprised to see this scene. He quickly greeted Shrek and Cassio to sit around the fire and rest. The flame created by the campfire rosary has enough heat to boil water for heating and cooking food. And there is also a big advantage that it does not produce conspicuous smoke and dust. This is particularly important for Joan and his party, who are worried about being followed by someone behind them. Joan, Clark, Shrek, and Cassio were around the campfire. They poured a large cup of boiled black tea until the sugar was added, and then took out the dry food to fill their stomachs. The hot tea and food dispelled the coldness at night, and the fatigue caused by the rush all day was also relieved. Clark happily introduced his treasure hunting plan to his companions while eating and drinking. These plans. Joan has heard Clark say that he is more concerned about what to do after getting the key buried deep in the Owl Valley. Unfortunately, Clark did not give a detailed explanation on this point. I am afraid that even he himself is not clear where exactly the door opened by the key, how to find the treasure next, and what threats are there on the way to the treasure. You can only take one step at a time. Cassio was very dissatisfied with the frost giant's unreasonable treasure hunt. Shrek thought about it, and groaned with his fat chin. Shrek, the gold and silver treasure, doesn't care, you get it. But if there are good things to improve intelligence, it must be left to Shrek. I am very satisfied with my intelligence level and will not compete with you. But Brother Joan also needs treasures to improve his intelligence, which helps to enhance his ability to cast spells. You better talk to him to avoid getting fat. It hurt me to fight for the treasure, Clark said cautiously. Shrek will not let his friends suffer. Shrek will give you enough compensation to satisfy you. The Ogre King promised Joan solemnly. Joan was holding her teacup, and she couldn't help crying or laughing. I didn't even see the shadow of the treasure at this time. I don't know if there is any so-called enhancement of intelligence treasure. Now I am anxious to discuss how to distribute it. What is the difference from the fantasy pie in the sky? Looking at Shrek's expectant face, Joan couldn't bear to fight the mythical ogre with a little naive mind, and he proposed a more realistic idea. Mr. Shrek, if you need to improve your intelligence level, you don't need to take risks to capture the wisdom of wisdom in the village of Perviton, and you don't need to count on the illusory treasures. Solve this problem. Well, Shrek did have such a plan. In fact, Shrek came to Princess Harbor this time. Besides meeting with the old friend Clark, he also wanted to visit the shops and auction houses in the city to see if there are magnets that enhance intelligence. The Ogre King spread his hands, his face helpless. Unfortunately, when I saw you, there was a disturbance, and I hurried out before shopping. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 524 Shrek's Gratitude. After listening to Shrek's complaint, Joan thought about it and made a suggestion to him, hoping to dispel his unrealistic thinking about wisdom of wisdom. Mr. Shrek, if you can provide 2 ounces of magic crystals as an enchanting material, plus a piece of personally worn jewelry as an enchanting embryo material, I can help you process a magic guide, and I dare not say more, improve 2 intellectual attributes. It's not a problem. Joan smiled shyly, then said, after the 2 points of intelligence have been enhanced, Mr. Shrek, your mind will become as smart as Mr. Hyle. Oh, is this true? Shrek glared with excitement in his small eyes. Shrek has become as clever as the big man. Don't try to fool Shrek in the future. And Miss Fiona will also look at Shrek. Mr. Master, this is awesome. Mr. Vida, please allow me to speak more. The poet Cassio was puzzled. I also know a little about the enchanting process. Just 2 ounces of magic crystals. I am afraid it is not enough to make a magic device that enhances the intelligence of 2 points. The ordinary enchanting process is indeed impossible, but I have a unique enchanting technique, and 2 ounces of magic crystals are enough, Joan answered confidently. If that's the case. The poet rubbed his hands and looked like he was embarrassed. Joan observes his appearance and vaguely guesses his intentions, then he tentatively asks, Mr. Cassio, do you also need a magic weapon to improve attributes? Oh, my dear Mr. Master, you are so empathetic. Cassio was happy like a pug and rushed to Joan enthusiastically, trying to kiss his cheek. Clark's eyes were fast, and he pushed Cassio away, whispering angrily, if you have something to say. What do you do with your feet? Joan instinctively ducked sideways away from the poet and found that Cassio had been pushed away by the frost giant, and said to Clark, it's okay, Mr. Henya, I think Mr. Cassio is not malicious. He was just too excited just now. Yeah, I'm just a little excited. You know, it's always difficult for people like me who are engaged in art to contain the passion in my heart. Brother Joan, please don't mind my rudeness. Cassio apologized to Joan first, then turned his head and glared at Frost Giant. Ruddy, I won't eat. Brother Joan, don't be nervous, okay? Mr. Cassio, do you want a magic device that enhances the charisma? Joan didn't want to listen to the endless quarrel between the poet and Giant Frost, and simply digressed. Yes, I can provide magic crystals and embryo materials. The enchanting process will please you, brother. If you can meet my little wish, I would like to give you the harvest of this treasure hunt. Poet Xing said aggressively. Joan fully understands why Cassio is so excited. Bard poet is a profession that shows extraordinary power by performing talents in public. Not only the appeal of talent performances depends mainly on the charm of the poet, but even the ability of the poet to cast spells is also closely related to the level of charm. This is related to relying on intelligence. The spellcasting wizard is completely different. If Cassio gets a magic weapon that improves the charm attribute, even if it is only increased by 2 points, his strength will definitely be significantly improved. No wonder he will be so excited. The stronger the teammate's strength, the stronger the ability to deal with risks in the treasure hunt process. As the most vulnerable member of the 4-person team, Mage Joan is more secure. He is happy to use his enchanting skills to help his companions to improve his strength. As for the benefits Cassio promised to him, he does not care much. After all, the treasure hasn't been shadowed yet. The option that Cassio transferred to him may be worthless or worthless. For things that are unclear, Joan has never expected too much, lest the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Cassio carried a small pot of magic crystals with a weight of almost half a pound, and handed the same necklace and a collar to Joan as an enchanting embryo material for making charm necklace and wisdom collar. Joan accepted these enchanting materials, thought about it, and raised his head to ask Clark, "The magic crystal that Mr. Cassio gave me is enough to make 3 pieces of magic guides. If Mr. Henil needs a strength-enhancing magic guide, I can make it together. Anyway, it's easy." Of course. Clark nodded with a smile, and said to Cassio again, "Lend me 2 ounces of magic crystals and wait for the treasure hunt to complete this trip, and I will definitely repay." Cassio waved his hand. "You don't have to be polite with me. When you were in the tavern with the king in the pub, I secretly calculated you back the 2 ounces of magic crystal white give you, and we are even." Clark accepted the poet's compensation, and then pulled off the wide belt tied around his waist and gave it to Joan as the enchanting embryo material for the magic weapon that improved the power attribute. Joan put all the materials in the storage bag, and then briefly explained the enchanting process to the 3 people. With the help of a special enchanting technique actually using the evolution feature of number 23 Rune Rundig, it is inconvenient to tell everyone that he can use the repetitive stacking process to create magic boosters with improved attributes. Compared with the conventional enchanting process, this operation can greatly save costs. The entire production process takes about 10 days, which can just fill his free time during the journey. Cassio transferred the right to share the treasure to the little mage, and Shrek lost his wrist to the big one. He has long lost the right to share the treasure and must use other methods to reward the little mage. The Ogre King is an upright man, and as he claimed, he never let his friends suffer. "Little master, this bottle of magic potion is for you." It's a thank you gift for Shrek. Joan took the crystal bottle from Shrek. The thin-necked bottle about 3 inches long contained light golden liquid, radiating magical aura through the bottle wall. "Mr. Shrek, can you elaborate on the purpose and origin of this potion?" Joan asked curiously. This is a token of love that Miss Fiona gave Shrek." The thick face of the Ogre King's humility, showing a trace of pity. Joan shook his wrist and nearly knocked over the medicine bottle. "Faithful token? How can such a commemorative gift be given away as a gift?" Joan stood up quickly, trying to return the potion to Shrek. "King, please restrain your vanity and tell the truth, so as not to misunderstand the mage," Cassio exclaimed with a wry smile. Shrek's fat face suddenly turned red, and he lowered his head to fiddle with his fingers. "If you like Master Joan, please collect it." www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 525 Ogre Power Potion. Forget it, let me explain it to you. Cassio picked up the root improvisation plucked, accompanied by melodious and slightly sad music, using the rhythm of chanting narrative poems to tell Joan the origin of the bottle of magic medicine. Shrek is not a complete bragging. The bottle of potion was indeed invented by Fiona, the High Ogre Witch, that is, Cassio's sister. However, Miss Fiona refined this potion purely for the purpose of studying alchemy, which has nothing to do with the personal affection of her children, nor is it the so-called sympathetic token that Shrek wishfully believed. So, why did Fiona give Shrek the magic potion that she spent a lot of effort to refine successfully? In fact, because this bottle of potion needs to collect ogre blood as the main raw material. Fiona once suggested to Shrek that she needed 5 pints of fresh ogre plasma for researching alchemy. As long as the blood came from a healthy adult ogre, blood donors could get a bounty from her. Fiona originally thought that Shrek would inform the clan in the deep forest valley that as long as there were 10 blood donors enough to collect 5 pints of plasma, each of which was spread out to donate only about half a pint of blood, which would not cause any harm to health. The next day, Shrek delivered the fresh plasma collected to Fiona, refused to receive compensation, and looked pale and lack of energy. Fiona didn't care at first. She learned from her brother Cassio that the plasma used for refining was actually provided by Shrek alone. Even with the strong body of the mythical ogres, a 5-pint blood draw will inevitably damage the body. Fiona was deeply shocked by Shrek's inexplicable stupidity. After asking her brother about it, she learned that Shrek wanted to express her affection for her in this way, and she was a little touched when she was crying and laughing, and asked Cassio. The bottle of potion was given to Shrek as compensation for his excessive blood donation. Listening to Cassio telling the twists and turns of the magic potion by singing and singing, Joan's mood is similar to that of Miss Fiona, both funny and a little touched. Shrek is a little stupid, but he is really cute. Based on his infatuation, he would one day be able to impress Fiona and win the favor of his sweetheart. Mr. Cassio, I know the origin of this potion, so what is the effect of the medicine? Sister Fiona said that after anyone takes this potion, the strength attribute will instantly increase to the average level of the ogres, and the potency lasts about an hour. Cassio pondered for a while, and then said, Sister Fiona also told me that if Sumion's power has exceeded the level of an adult ogre, you will not get any benefit after drinking this potion. The power level of our king is much higher than the potion that this potion can give, so this potion is of no use to him, Mr. Master. Take it. Joan nodded slightly, thought for a moment with the crystal pill bottle, and raised his head to say to Shrek and Cassio, this magic potion is indeed very useful for people like me who have low power, but it also has Mr. Shrek. The irreplaceable commemorative significance is not as good as this. I will take the potion first and return it to Mr. Shrek after a night of research. Just give him some time to analyze the magic attached to this bottle of potion and study its refining process. Joan believes that he can completely crack the mystery of this bottle of potion in one night. As long as enough cannibals are collected afterwards, you can make the same potion by magic plasma. Little Master, take it and study. Shrek has no opinion. The Ogre King's emotions finally calmed down, his smile reappeared on his face, and he accepted Joan's advice. Clark stretched his waist and said to his companions, the night is already deep. We have to get up early tomorrow, so let's go to bed. It's time to sleep, but before we take a break, we have to arrange the vigil's schedule. The neighborhood is not very smooth. In case of a good sleep, the is bitten by the beast, it's not fun. Cassio said jokingly. Old rules, the caster doesn't watch the night, on the first half of the night, and the fat one in the middle of the night. Cassio, you and Brother Joan will sleep peacefully, Clark said. The caster probably needs sufficient sleep to restore the spell slot. So adventurers camping in the wild usually do not require the caster to participate in the vigil. Mr. Heinia, I know a spell that can create an absolutely safe and invisible half-plane. We enter the half-plane to rest. We don't need to arrange a special man vigil. Everyone can sleep peacefully until dawn, nourish the spirit and go on the road again, Joan said softly. Since there are such convenient spells, you guys should quickly come out, Clark said cheerfully. Joan nodded, opened the cast material bag, first took out a small bag of wheat flour and a roll of parchment paper, and then took out a bundle of ropes, ready to cast 2 rings of magic rope. Cassio and Shrek were about to set up a tent when they heard the conversation between Joan and Clark. They put down the tent in their hands and came over to look at Joan curiously to see how he could create a safe shelter in the wilderness. Yanta. Joan chanted the last spellcasting spell, untied the rope and threw it into the night sky. After the rope was infused with magic power, it stretched out on its own. One end of the rope seemed to be nailed in the air by an invisible nail, hanging straight down, and Joan held it at the end. Joan handed the rope to Clark. Mr. Hinner, you climbed up the rope. The end of the rope leads to a half-plane with an invisible window. The space inside is spacious enough to accommodate 4 of us. Frost Giant pulled the rope and asked with some anxiety, my weight is not light. Can such a thin straw rope hold up? Joan smiled slightly and raised his hand to signal that he would climb up to make sure he could hold it. The magically strengthened rope is super tough, enough to withstand a weight of 16,000 pounds, not to mention a Clark. Even with Shrek, Cassio, and Joan himself, the total weight is less than 1/3 of the rope's weight limit. Frost Giant got encouragement from Joan's smile, rubbed his hands, grabbed the rope and climbed up. He was tall and long, crawling fast, and within a minute he climbed near the rope head. The probe looked at the void where the rope head was hanging. Suddenly he laughed and jumped into the invisible window to the half-plane. Just disappeared from the vision of the 3 companions below. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 526 Transfiguration. Brother Joan, did you just perform the magic rope technique? I have heard people talk about it, but I have seen it with my own eyes and know that this spell is more magical than the legend. Cassio grabbed the rope excitedly and climbed up quickly. Shrek looked up and sent Cassio to the end of the rope. His chubby face was full of surprise. At this time, a hissing sound came behind him, making him refreshed. Realizing that he and Joan's mount were still tied to the stump near the camp, Shrek hurried to the horse-hiding tree, picked up a horse, held it high, and shouted to Joan, Little Master, what should we do with our horse, or should we bring it? Joan turned around and saw that the fat man was like grabbing a pet dog. He easily lifted the horse and the full set of saddles, and the horse he lifted into the air was scared and frightened, struggling. This scene was both funny and shocking, making him speechless for a moment. Cassio heard the horse hissing and came out of the hayplane window probe, waving at Shrek repeatedly. My great king, can decent people sleep in the same room as the animals? That's not a stable. Just leave those 2 poor horses. Anyway, the horses are used to standing and sleeping, half-open eyes, very alert, in case there is any wind and grass. The horses will wake up in time. Sizzle, remind us to pay attention. Oh, that's right. The brave ogre king lowered his arms, put the frightened horse back to his place, stroked the horse's mane, and calmed the animal. After returning to Joan, he grasped the rope with both hands, twisted his full buttocks, and climbed up with difficulty. Joan carefully inspected the camp and confirmed that there were no important items left to recite the spell to extinguish the campfire, picked up the campfire rosary, climbed along the rope into the half-plane created by magic rope, and finally put the rope in half-plane, leaving no trace. Since leaving Leidenport a month ago, Joan traveled alone and traveled north. Every night, he always used magic rope technique to create a secret, safe and unaffected campsite for himself. Often Clark, Shrek, and Cassio entered the half-plane for the first time. They felt fresh and interesting everywhere, and were so excited that they couldn't sleep. Joan did not participate in their chat, and took the portable folding table and chair from the storage bag, placed it in front of the invisible window, sat at the table, and made a lighting technique to light the candlestick and spread it under the candlelight. Open that thick, hard spell book and start your regular homework every night. Joan has mastered the spells transcribed in the book, and he listened to Clark and chatted with them while reviewing. Ogre and Higher Ogre are actually a subspecies of the giants. When Shrek and Cassio chat with Clark, they mainly use the human lingua franca, and occasionally they will pop out a few giants. Family word. Joan has always been interested in linguistics. He knows that mastering a language is a ladder to understand the inheritance of its corresponding ethnic civilization. Therefore, in daily life, he always pays attention to finding opportunities to learn foreign languages. In addition to his mother tongue, Joan can also use elven language Quenya, fairy language Mew language and dwarf language, dragon language and giant language. Daily conversations are barely able to cope, but they are not proficient. Among them, the giant language, he first learned from Grey, but unfortunately the Grey beast brain is not very bright, and only speaks a few simple giant language. Now the three companions around Joan are all from the giant race, and of course they are proficient in their native language. Rarely have such a good learning opportunity. Joan will naturally not miss it. Whenever he hears a giant word in a giant language, he puts down the book and asks Clark three people in an open mind, keeping in mind Joan studied the spell while studying the giant's language, and finished his homework tonight within half an hour. Suddenly thinking of the magic potion Shrek gave him, he took it out and analyzed it. Earlier I heard that Cassio said that the potion can temporarily give the user the power of a foodie demon. Joan was guessing what the principle of the potion is. The results of the analysis revealed the mystery and also brought him a small surprise. It turns out that the witch Fiona has injected 4 rings of transfiguration into this bottle of potion. No wonder it can increase the power attribute of the user to the level of the ogre. The 4th ring transfiguration is a comprehensive upgrade of the 2nd ring transfiguration. The enhancements are mainly reflected in 3 aspects. First of all, morph can usually only bless the caster itself. Morph can be applied to other voluntary creatures. Secondly, if the caster does not possess any special lineage, the morph can only become a humanoid creature. Transfiguration has made significant improvements in this regard. The types of creatures that can be changed are no longer limited to humanoid creatures, but also include strange monsters, animals, dragons, goblins, giants, magic beasts, humanoid monsters, mud monsters, plants and insects. Basically, all living species common in the main material world can be changed. It is conceivable that the magic power required to become a dwarf and become a dragon is not at the same level. The reason why the 4th ring transformation compared with the 2nd ring transformation has been turned upside down is because the upper limit of the magic energy level of the 4th ring spell position is much higher than that of the 2nd ring spell position. The energy level means that transformation can play more tricks. Compared with morph, the 3rd advantage of morph is that the changed creatures are no longer just similar in appearance, and the physiological structure and biological race have also undergone radical changes. For example, Joan often uses the transformation technique to become an eagle, but his physical attributes are the same before and after the transformation, and the race is still human, not eagle. The real eagle is not difficult to identify the subtle differences between the two. If Joan uses transformation to become an eagle, the appearance looks the same as the transformation, but the inner is completely different. His 3 physical attributes of strength, agility and physique will also become the eagle. Average. In the deformed state, Joan is no longer a human teenager, but the authentic eagle people. Even more frightening is that in this state of transformation, there is no even reproductive isolation between him and the real Jotunheim hawks. It is precisely because the transfiguration is so powerful. The potion attached to this spell can give the user the power comparable to the food devil. In fact, fine as raw material for refining pharmaceutical water, ogre plasma, is the casting material used to perform transfiguration. In the casting material link, the 4th ring transformation completely inherited the characteristics of the 2nd ring transformation. If the caster wants to become a creature, he must prepare a part of the body tissue of the creature as the material for the spell, and there is no strict limit on which part of the body. If you have to make pharmaceuticals, you don't have to use blood. Biological hair, skin, nails, etc. can all be used to perform transfiguration. P.S. This book's 4th ring transformation, using the D&D 3R rule. This version of Morph is really too strong. It has its own system and available transformation resources. It almost contains a full set of monster book. The way of application depends entirely on the imagination of the player. If it is not restricted, it will often make the whole game quickly crashed. Later, the PF and D&D 5e rules have made inhumane weakening of the deforming technique, which has become more reasonable, but it has also become less interesting. After all, the novel is different from the game, and the criteria for the balance are also different. In addition, the author's personal preferences, in the end, chose this strongest version of Transfiguration, not only because it is stronger, but more importantly, it is more interesting. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 527. Horse Thief Joan regained his excitement and transcribed the transfiguration passed from the potion of ogre power into his spellbook. It is a pity that he must be promoted to a 7th level wizard to learn this powerful 4th level spell, and he is still a small 4th level wizard. He can only be copied down as his medium-term goal, providing a long and hard schooling career. Some incentives. Transfiguration is placed in his spell book. As long as he continues to improve, he will have the opportunity to learn this great and beautiful spell in the future. In order to achieve this small goal, no matter how hard it is, you can still bite your teeth. After copying the spell, Joan was still asleep, opened the storage bag, took out the bottle of magic crystal and 3 pieces of enchanted embryo material that Cassio had given him, and began the first round of enchantment processing. Shrek's wisdom collar, Cassio's charm necklace, and Clark's power belt, although the embryo materials are different, actually belong to the same type of magic device. The secondary gorgeous belt that Joan wore close to him can be described as a masterpiece of this type of attribute-enhanced magic guide. Its enchanting technology can be copied to the 3 pieces of magic guide he is currently working on. No difficulty for him. Joan first dipped deep sea squid ink with a quill pen, and successively painted number 23 runed egg on the collar, necklace, and belt, using this magical rune as a carrier of magic, followed by 3 magic. The guide is blessed with fox's cunning, eagle's prestige and bull's strength to increase the intelligence, charm and strength attributes by 2 points. With Joan's current spellcasting ability, he needs to enchant the 3 pieces of magnets 9 times in order to make their upgraded physical attributes last forever. The first round of enchantment just completed exhausted his Sid mana, and frequently the cast also made him feel tired, and he couldn't help yawning. The night was dark, and Joan decided to divide the enchanting work into 8 days. Anyway, some of the journey is free time. There is no need to be too nervous. After relaxing, Joan realized that there was no more conversation in this hay plane of his dwelling, and replaced it with a chorus like high or low, one after another snoring. Looking back, Clark, Shrek and Cassio had all got into their sleeping bags and put on the blanket and sleep soundly. Joan was infected by his companion's snoring sounds, and couldn't help but yawn 2 more times. He closed his books and put away stationery and enchanting materials, planning to hurry up and go to bed. However, at this moment, the horse's hiss suddenly came out of the invisible window of the half-plane, and noisy footsteps and shouts came with the wind. Joan was taken aback, suddenly drowsy, and hurried to the window to look down. In the clear moonlight, a group of hazy figures were running from the woods across the river beach. These people were still holding tomahawks or short spears, yelling in excitement, and ran straight to Joan. Their stakes surrounded, frightened the 2 horses sizzling. Joan took a closer look at the moonlight and found that there were more than 20 people in this group of uninvited guests, all wearing rough and untanned animal skin trousers, and none of them was under 6 feet tall. They were all strong and savage. At first, Joan thought that they were as indigenous hunters living in the forest, but when they looked carefully, they found that although they looked like humans, they had a clear difference: gray-green skin, thick body hair, and wolf-like ears, and a pair of scarlet eyes with fierce light, fangs raised in the corners of the lips and an ugly-nosed nose make their faces look more vicious, and they look a bit like wild boars. Joan is no stranger to this ugly appearance. He has witnessed it more than once in real life or in the illustrated book of Vale's monsters. That's right, these barbaric and noisy guys are orcs, and goblins are listed as the two most threatening robber races that threaten human civilization and society. In comparison, orcs are even more harmful than goblins. Goblins are like cockroaches. Although they have superb fertility, they are inexhaustible. After all, they have weak fighting power and cannot be beaten by a dog. Orcs are different. Although they are not as good as goblins, they are far stronger than humans in a civilized society. Coupled with strong, cruel and aggressive people, ordinary people who live in villages and towns all their lives are not these green-skinned gangsters. Opponent. While Joan was secretly observing, the group of orcs and gangsters had carefully searched the camp to confirm that there were no other creatures and nothing valuable to loot. And then they gathered in front of the horse-studded pile and split into two groups. There was a violent quarrel. Joan didn't understand the orcs' language well, but judging from the manners of the two sides, it seemed that there was a conflict between the two horses. More than 20 orcs are divided into two factions, each with a particularly strong and fierce orc as the faction leader, and the quarrel mainly occurs between the two leaders. One of the orc bosses seemed to feel that the verbal argument would not solve the problem. He would no longer talk nonsense. He would take off his leather armor, reveal a strong muscle, and show a tough posture of not doing it. The orc leader on the opposite side was not to be outdone. He spit on the ground fiercely, quickly stripped off his shirt, exposed his shirtless upper body, and clenched his fists to show off his muscles. The thick chest hair fluttered in the night wind. Seeing this scene around the lively orcs, they all raised their arms in excitement, clamoring their arms and cheering their respective bosses. The two orc bosses stood in a circle surrounded by the crowd, staring at each other fiercely. First, they slowly moved their footsteps, circled around to find the opponent's flaws, and suddenly shouted at the same time, swooping at the opponent and wrestling into a ball. The two green-skinned men were like crazy dogs, even wrestling and biting, and blood was constantly splashing from them. The fighting gradually became fierce, and the cry of the audience around them became more and more fanatical. In the end, an orc boss with more experience in combat subdued his opponent, pressed the opponent to the ground and could not move, and fixed the opponent's neck with his elbow. If the opponent refused to succumb, he must be alive. Expire. The orc, who was pressed below, struggled a few times and found that he could not overturn his opponent. He had to give up his resistance, free his left hand, and beat the ground 3 times in a row to express his defeat. The winning orc leader jumped up, accepting the cheers and worship of the onlookers triumphantly, swaying towards the peg, picking the apparently strongest deer, unraveling the reins, and riding over. The orc knocked down by him climbed up, spit out mucus, glared resentfully at the opponent's back riding on the horse, walked to the stump, and untied Joan's rein. Without a word, he rode up. Although he just lost in the fight, after all, he is still the number 2 character in this orc gang. Unless someone comes out to challenge his status and defeat him, he still has the right to occupy the second best trophy. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 528. Tira Kirky in the orcs made such a big noise that Clark, Shrek, and Cassio, who were sleeping, were awakened one after another, rubbing their sleepy eyes and leaning over to Joan. The probe looked out the window. Shrek saw at first glance that his horse had been ridden by an orc, and he was shocked and angry, shouting angrily, "Stop, damn greenskin thief! Don't touch Shrek's horse." The half-plane created by magic rope is a new way space. The people in the half-plane can see and hear the outside through the window, but the outside people cannot perceive the existence of this half-plane. Regardless of Shrek's yelling, The orc robbers outside couldn't hear and rode his horse trail back to the woods. How can the mythical ogre lords tolerate this group of orc gangsters stealing horses under their eyes? Shrek's nose was crooked. He grabbed the half-ace window with his hands and jumped out to beat the green-skinned thief to recapture the stolen horse. King, don't be impulsive. Cassio hurriedly stopped Shrek and said eagerly, "You can't go out." "Why are you blocking Shrek?" The Ogre King was angry, waving his fists and questioning his court poet. "Don't you see that the group of green-skinned gangsters just stole Shrek and the little mage's horse?" "Of course I saw it, but it's better to lose 2 horses than to cause trouble." The poet patiently dissuaded the wrathful Shrek. "Don't forget, King, this area is the site of Tira Culkin. The orc gangsters who have just passed by here are probably the people of Culkin. It is not a problem to defeat those orcs with our strength. The stolen horses are not difficult, but in the event of a conflict between the 2 parties, the news will soon reach Culkin's ears." The narrow-minded orc chieftain, once he learns that the king has broken into his territory, and there are only 3 companions around him, he will surely lead the orc gangsters to the nest and hunt down us. At that time, we have to face the hunt of hundreds of orcs and bandits. In the depths of the jungle, the orcs know the local environment far better than us. It is possible to launch attacks at any time and anywhere. "What?" Cassio sighed, and then said, "Even if you are not afraid of the orcs chasing the king, always think of Clark and Joan brothers. Not to mention that there are 3 shorts and 2 shorts, just to deal with the harassment of the orc gangsters every day. We will find our treasure." The journey brings endless troubles and adds many variables. After hearing Cassio's words, the anger on Shrek's face faded away, and he was helpless and annoyed instead. Well, in order to take care of the overall situation, Shrek can only bear this breath. Alas, knowing that there will be today, Shrek should have killed Culkin. Cassio managed to appease Shrek, breathing a sigh of relief, turning around and casting an apologetic look at Joan. "Brother Joan, I'm so embarrassed. You have lost a horse, but don't worry, it won't delay our journey. I will be on your way tomorrow morning. Anyway, you are as thin as a little girl. Me, it's easy to fly with you on your back." Joan shook his head and said he didn't mind. "Don't trouble you, Mr. Cassio. In fact, I can fly with a spell. Without the horses, I don't have much effect. However, I'm curious, who is Kirkin? And it seems that his relationship with Mr. Shrek is not very good." "It's not just a bad relationship, it's just too bad." The Ogre King snorted heavily. "Kirkin hates Shrek, just like an ugly crow hates a beautiful eagle. Shrek despises Kirkin, like Noble. The lion disdains to look at a wild boar rolling in a pit." "Well, it's generous and thunderous, but there is no sound to say." "But how much hatred is this?" "Cassio, let's tell us, how did that orc leader Kirkin actually have an enmity with your king?" Clark said, yawning. "Kirkin is the leader of the orc tribe active in the southern part of the Forest of the Head, and there are 3 warfare groups for his dispatch. There are no less than 300 elite orc warriors in armor and spears. Anyone who holds such a powerful force can't help expanding the territory, not to mention that Kirkin is an ambitious man." The poet sighed and his tone became heavy. "The northern part of Hanging Forest is the site of the Conquering Order. The western area near the Fang Mountains is the traditional sphere of influence of the Giants. On the east side of the Scimitar Coast, General Hook's colonial corps is stationed. These 3 forces are Kirkin." Not daring to provoke easily, he could only turn his eyes to the south, trying to expand the orcs' territory to the south bank of the Ifine River. The south bank of the Ifine River has been the homeland of the Ogre family in the deep forest valleys since ancient times. In the past, the ogres lacked a core leader and fought each other there. Although the individual strength was stronger than the orcs, but the scattered sand was ultimately no match for a well-organized core. In addition, the orcs' minds are generally more cunning than ogres, and they often use traps and tricks to deal with our clan. In the long-term conflict, most of the Ogren clan are beaten. There are also many poor compatriots of my family who were captured by the orcs. In order to fill their stomachs and avoid torture, they had to become Kurgan's slaves and thugs. and they were trapped in order to achieve the Ripper's ambitions. Persecute and kill your own people. This tragic situation continued until King Shrek became the lord of the Deep Forest Valley, uniting the originally scattered sand tribes around him, and training an elite force with reasonable arms. The king led the clan to rise up against the orc invaders from the north, achieved a series of victories, liberated the captured clan, and finally returned the orc clan to the other side of the Effine River, completely crushing Culkin's ambition. That summer 3 years ago, on the banks of the erupting Effine River, witnessed by all the ogres and orc warriors, our king accepted the challenge of Tira Culkin. The two lords took an open and a fair duel resolves the grievances between them. After a night of hard work, our King Shrek finally defeated the orc chieftain and teared down the left ear of Culkin. Cassio said, more and more excited, picked up the beloved lute and played. I was fortunate to have watched the duel. After King Shrek knocked down Culkin, I couldn't suppress the passion and inspiration that burst out like a volcanic eruption in my chest. I improvised a satire and recited it in public. There is a sentence in the poem, Tira's ear is torn, just using homophonic puns to make a little joke. Unexpectedly, the narrow-minded orc chieftain Culkin regarded this wonderful rhetoric as a shame. He even hated me even more than King Shrek, and he publicly released words afterwards swearing to cut by hand, soak my tongue and drink. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 529. Tracker Brother Joan, you come to judge. Isn't Kirkin boring? If everyone is as careful as Culkin, and the artist's life is still insecure, why not talk about creative freedom? Cassio said, more and more excited, full of indignation, shaking his arms to condemn the orc chief. Kirkin, he didn't want to kill me, he wanted to murder art. Joan grinned reluctantly, but didn't make a sound, but thought in his heart that Cassio's joke was too much. In Face poems satirizing the chieftain of the orc, he deserved to be hated by others. In fact, Cassio is not afraid of offending Kirkin. Anyway, he is a dead rival, but he also heard that Kirkin has a close relationship with the Conquering Order and offended this group of cultists without good fruit. Unfortunately, his warning was too late. In fact, Joan and Clark were involved in the dispute between the Conquer Church and the Centaurs as early as in the town of Howes, and deeply angered the two high-ranking cult gangs in the Alfheim region, Isaac, General Hook and Snake Hand Shaman. Clark and Joan glanced at each other, and then briefly told the embarrassment of their controversy with the Conquering Order. Shrek didn't realize that Clark had done those good things in House Town until this time, and he sulked his thighs and pointed at Frost Giant's nose and scolded, damn big man. Shrek must be bad every time he meets you. This time you were pitted again. Scolding. But Shrek was helpless. The Ogre King is a man who believes that speaking will do is a creed of life. Since he has promised to help Clark find treasure, he knows the future is hard, and he can only stick to the end. After the orc robber left, the river beach returned to calm, and Clark, Shrek, and Cassio fell asleep. Before going to bed, Kiawan continued another magic rope technique to extend the lifespan of 3 hours for this half-plane where he and his companions lived. After that, he got into a sleeping bag and fell asleep. As usual, Joanne wakes up after only 2 hours of sleep. The night outside the window has not faded. It is about 4 o'clock in the morning, and the companion beside him is still sleeping soundly. Joan spent an hour meditating in preparation for the first and second ring spells that might come in handy today, and later used a magic trick to replace the wash, so as not to disturb the sleeping partner. At dawn, Cassio and Clark woke up one after another, and Joan had quietly left half of the plane, raising a campfire on the river beach, a teapot hanging above the fire humming, and boiling water dispelling the chill of the late autumn morning. Clark sat up and stretched out a large lazy waist, snoring in his ears, and turned his head to look around. Shrek slept soundly, and the saliva ran down the corner of his mouth. Frost Giant sneered and kicked him. Fat man, wake up and dream of something delicious. Well, the Ogre King climbed up and stared at Clark in a staring manner, before he was fully awake. I guess the king is not dreaming of a good food, but dating my sister in a dream. You wake up our king and disturb his dreams, but it's really wicked, Cassio said to Clark half-jokingly. The Ogre King blushed with fat, and shouted with conscience, "Don't talk nonsense. Shrek didn't have a dream." The three laughed happily at each other, then climbed out of the hayplane windows one after another, and slid down the ropes that hung down to the ground. Joan got up and said good morning to them, returned to the rope, and chanted the mantra to cancel the half-plane created by magic rope. As the magic dissipated, the dangling rope fell by itself. Joan put away the rope and returned to the fire. The tea had been boiled, and the four had eaten dry food with hot black tea, then packed their bags and continued their journey. Joan turned into a Jotunheim Hawkman and was able to fly in the air. Although there was no horse to travel, he would not delay the trip. Cassio can also fly. Clark's legs run fast, but Shrek is the most affected after losing his mount. It is difficult to catch up with his companions because of his legs. Fortunately, Cassio has a way to cast Shrek blessing one ring of spells stride run. In the next 3 hours, Shrek's running speed will be increased by up to 30%, basically the same as Clark. No longer worry about falling behind. Everything was ready. The four left the camp, went deep into the dense forest along the Mage Joan River, and continued north. On the deserted river beach, time passed quietly, and at noon, noisy footsteps came from the nearby forest, and a large group of green orcs came out. The headed orc is particularly tall and strong, almost comparable in size to the ogres, wearing a shiny enchanted chainmail, a pair of long arms with muscles reaching near deformity swinging back and forth with walking, and the fingertips can easily touch themselves knees, like a gibbon standing upright. The orc leader's palms are particularly wide, wearing a pair of dazzling red iron gloves, and the gloves are inlaid with dense and sharp spikes, shining in the noon sunlight, exuding a creepy evil breath. The orc leader stopped his steps on the beach and looked down at the burning marks and food residues on the grass. His gloomy eyes flickered. His left ear was torn off by people, and the wound extended from the ear to the corner of his mouth, forming a purple scar. This shocking scar adds a bit of cruelty to his already ugly face. "Master Kirkin, we found traces of camping here last night, but no campers were found, only 2 horses tied to the stump." An orc warrior reported to Kulkin Hui, the Ripper, respectfully. Kirkin nodded slightly, clenching his fists, and the barbed iron glove made a metallic friction. "A few of you are here. I'm going to talk to Lord Shaman. Maybe his Yehound can help us find more valuable clues." After the explanation, Kirkin turned back to the forest. The cold air blowing in front made him aware of the negative energy breath, and stopped quickly, instinctively got goosebumps. Not far from Kulkin, a black robe stood in the middle of the thick bushes, holding an obsidian staff with a red engraved pattern, and suddenly put the staff down to the ground. Boom! A circle of negative energy shockwaves erupted from the feet of the black robe and quickly spread outwards. The shrub affected by this cold magic power instantly absorbed all the vitality of life by the black robe and quickly withered and withered. The black robe man's left arm moved slightly, and a live snake came out of the cuff probe with a weird tree root in his mouth. The roots of the tree emit a strange red light, covering all the withered and black bushes around, injecting evil magic into them, and activating into a group of withered monsters. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 539 Trolls in the Depths of the Woods. A large group of withered monsters given life by dry tiaz roots pulled out the tangled lower limbs from the soil, and slowly turned to face the black robe, making a gesture of waiting for instructions. The black robe nodded in satisfaction, waved the withered monster to spread out, and turned to the orc chieftain. "Kirkin, is there anything new?" "The scout has just found traces of camping on the river beach. Judging from the footprints left on the scene, a total of 4 people have stayed here. including a giant and an ogre. Kirkin replied abruptly. The giant and the ogres. Snake Hand Shaman's pale face appeared slowly said, 2 days ago in Prince Harbor, someone once witnessed a frost giant and suspected food in the tavern. The obscene man's wrist of the man-devil was with a poet and a juvenile mage. Shortly thereafter, the 4 men quietly left Prince's Harbor and bought 2 horses at the nearby hotel, north along the Mage Joan River. Travel. If I guessed right, the camp who camped on the beach last night should be the party of the frost giant Clark Hinner and the ogre Lord Shrek, which is the target of our trip. I fully believe in your judgment, respected Lord Shaman, but there are 2 problems I can't figure out. Culkin frowned. Let's talk about what problems are bothering the king of the orcs in the Neck Forest. First of all, the scout team I sent last night captured 2 horses on the river beach. Now I think it should be the scooter that Shrek and others bought in Prince's Harbor. The problem is that last night the 4 of them did not stay overnight in the camp, otherwise Shrek's with a hot temper. He will never sit and watch his horse being taken away. So where did they go? Second question. Shrek and Cassio sneaked into Prince's Harbor to meet with frost giant Clark and his mage companions. Afterwards, the 4 teamed up and traveled north. I don't believe they walked all the way just for outings. I'm curious what they are for. The purpose is to go together. Kirkin, both of your questions are worth pondering, but frankly, I don't know the answers to these 2 questions. With a shaman looked dignified. We were instructed this time to track the frost giant and his mage companions in order to quell the hidden dangers left by the storm in Housetown and recapture the stolen Ganshir's roots. As for Shrek and Cassio, it was completely unexpected the factor. Fortunately, we are prepared enough to take Scala with us and we can send it to Shrek. Wait, Lord Shaman, I have a request. Culkin was suddenly excited. Please give Shrek and Cassio to me to deal with. I have an old account with these 2 bastards. Shaman gave him a surprised look and nodded slightly after hesitating. I don't object to your personal revenge, but you'd better bring some more powerful men. You know, Shrek and Cassio are not easy to deal with. Of course I know this. The orc chief gritted his teeth, and his eyes seemed to blow out a flame of hatred. In this case, the frost giant Clarkin handed it to Scala to deal with. These 2 big men, just evenly matched. Shaman stroked his chin. Master Shaman, please forgive me for talking, and say something that disappoints you. Culkin said with a sullen face. Indeed, Scala is very strong. Taking it with you can help you solve some troubles. But please don't forget that Scala is a lunatic with abnormal brains. This crazy guy is an extremely dangerous instability in itself. The trouble he creates may be more serious than the trouble we need to solve. You can rest assured at this point, with me in, Scala doesn't dare to mess up. Shaman's voice did not fall, and behind him suddenly came a scream of screams, and then came the noise and anger of the orcs. Culkin's face changed suddenly, and he stomped his feet anxiously. I knew this would happen. It must have been Scala's madness. Shaman's face was not pretty either, and he turned to the place where the noise came. Not far away, a group of orc warriors was holding a weapon around a huge monster, all looking nervous and making a siege gesture. But no one really dared to step forward and challenge the crazy monster. The humanoid monster surrounded by orc warriors at first glance looks like a dark green jungle troll. However, this monster is much larger than the ordinary troll. It is 20 feet tall from head to toe and weighs no less than 5,000 pounds. The legs are like tree stumps. Even more horrifying is that this monster has 9 heads, 5 of which are crowded around the neck, and 1 head grows on the front and back of the shoulders. Each head has independent facial features and 9 pieces of blood. The large mouth is covered with fangs and teeth. This horrible and weird look can make people have nightmares at first glance. The weird troll's head in front of his left shoulder was biting the neck of an orc in his mouth. Blood was flowing down the corner of his mouth, and a greedy expression appeared on his face, as if enjoying a delicious meal. The unlucky orc bitten by it turned his eyes up and foamed, and his body was still twitching unconsciously, and it seemed that he was not far from death. Kirkin followed Shaman back to the forest and saw that the 9 trolls were devouring his subordinates, anxious and angry, and quickly whispered, "Stupid Scala. That's his own person, let go." The mouth of the 9 trolls biting the orc was still closed, and he did not mean to give up the prey that reached his mouth, and his face also had an expression of nothing to do with himself. "What's the matter with Scala?" "It's not Scala stealing the orcs." The other head adjacent to the head holding the orc complained loudly, and his face was wronged. "Fool, I am Scala." Another head next to him snarled fiercely at the complaining head. "Scala is eating meat, I want to eat meat too. The meat is delicious." The fourth head twisted its neck, staring at the orc with the first head in its mouth, and swallowed drool. "Shut up, you guys. The real Scala. Fart. What do you count? What is Scala? Is it delicious?" "Scala is just a name. What's the use of fighting for something you can't eat?" "Scala die." "Dear last Scala, eat Scala." The 9 heads of 9 trolls Scala, although they all grow on the same body and can share each other's consciousness, have their own independent brains and senses, and different personalities, so they often quarrel for various trivial matters. Endlessly, especially when the food is limited and the 9 big mouths are eager to have a full meal. The dispute between Scala's 9 heads will become particularly fierce. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 531 Nighthound. In fact, the food swallowed by the 9 heads of Scala will eventually converge into the same stomach pouch, so this kind of quarrel to grab food is actually meaningless. However, although Scala has 9 heads, his intelligence level is not as good as an ordinary troll with only 1 brain, and the confusion caused by the bulls makes him not only stupid, but also extremely crazy. Even he himself cannot predict himself what will happen next. After all, the 9 heads have different plans, and it is difficult to form a unified opinion. Culkin is still trying to persuade Scala to let go of the orc who is about to be killed, but this is useless. Unless one can persuade Scala's 9 heads at the same time, even if one of the heads releases the orc, the other heads will immediately throw up and bite. Shaman shook his head and walked in front of the 9 trolls with a sullen face. Without a word of nonsense, the live snake that was connected to the left arm after lifting up, the snake opened wide, and spewed out towards Scala. Withered fire. 9 trolls Scala, like ordinary trolls, possesses a superb regenerative ability that is almost immortal. Only fire and strong acid can restrain its regenerative physique and pose a life threat to this crazy monster. Seeing the raging flames coming ahead, Scala shrank to avoid, and all 9 heads exclaimed in silence. At the same time, the unlucky orc slipped from Scala's mouth. Culkin rescued the tribe, but the opponent's neck had been bitten by Scala, and blood was flowing, and his eyes would be cut off. Damn bastard. The orc chief stared at the 9 trolls, his eyes full of anger. Forget it, Culkin, we can't make a fuss with a guy with abnormal brains. The enemy is currently in trouble, but we can't fight ourselves. Shaman waved his hand to stop the orc chieftain from merging with the 9 trolls. Shensheng said, remind your people, stay away from the lunatic Scala, so as not to be killed by it again. Kerjinkian nodded with anger, and left with the clan's body. Shaman withdrew the snake hand, sketched a summoning circle on the grass with his staff, and chanted prayers in a low voice. A magical glory emerged from the array, accompanied by a long roar resembling a howling wolf. A black monster responded to Shaman's call, shuttled from the spirit realm etheric plane parallel to the substance realm, and stood quietly in the center of the array and wait for the master's instructions. This black monster named Nighthound is as large as a mule horse, and looks like a canine. It is actually a kind of evil sperm creature native to the fairy wilderness. It has a long and flexible neck and neck. It can rotate 360 degrees freely like an owl. Its face is ugly, its eyes are red, its pointed ears indicate its goblin blood, and its dark fur coat emits a smoky smell similar to burning pine branches. At noon, the blazing sunlight projected through the dense foliage of the forest, illuminating the dark, shiny black fur of the night hissing hound. The monster immediately showed an uncomfortable expression and shrank back, avoiding the sunlight and hiding in the shade. When its body avoids the light, it transforms from an entity into an illusory texture like smoke and mist, as if it may be blown away by a gust of wind at any time. Shaman was not surprised by the scene in front of him. Nighthound is a very rare incorporeal goblin, capable of traveling between the spiritual world and material world. When it is at the boundary between the two planes, it will be like this at the moment, showing the incorporeal characteristics of real and fantasy, floating like a ghost in the air, without real texture, cannot be ordinary sword hurt. The night hissing hound in the incorporeal state is also afraid of the sun like a ghost. If it is exposed to direct sunlight, it will be expelled back to the spirit world, so it can only move at night or in a dark area without sunlight. At noon at this moment, the reason why the night hissing hound made an exception in response to Shaman's call was also because Shaman was in the jungle. The shadow cast by the trees in the forest can provide a place for the night hissing to shade. The night hound cannot speak, but Shaman can communicate with it through telepathy, and immediately ordered the monster to go to the river beach area to sniff the breath and footprint left by Clark and his entourage, and then search with his super tracking ability the whereabouts of the target. The Nighthound nodded obediently and turned towards the bushy beach. A small smile of satisfaction appeared on Shaman's face. A night hissing hound led the way. He was confident that he could catch up with Clark and others in less than 2 days, recapture the Ganshia's route originally belonged to Henry Baldwin, and slaughter the Frost Giant and the Little Mage, wash the shame he suffered in Housetown. As for the Ogre Lord Shrek and the crappy poet named Cassio beside him, if they are smart enough, they can keep their lives for their own use. Snow hatred, the body was thrown to Scarlo as a snack. Under the night, the Honeywine River meanders through the dense forest, and a bonfire is born on the riverside. Joan and the 3 traveling companions have just had dinner and are drinking tea and chatting around the bonfire. Mr. Hindle, how far is it from the Owlbear Valley? Joan asked Frost Giant. We have walked almost halfway, according to the speed of the past few days. If there is no accident on the road, you can reach the Owlbear Valley in up to 3 days. Clark Moe replied with a stubble. It has been 3 days since Joan and his party left the Prince's Port. In these 3 days, they went north along the Mage Joan River and deep into the Forest of the Head. On the way, they encountered harassment by beasts, orcs, and even withered monsters many times. Fortunately, they were strong enough to always solve these eye-opening problems. The journey has been smooth so far. This area is an area where the orcs and the withered monsters frequently infest. We better be careful not to be traced by Culkin's men. Cassio murmured uncomfortably. Shrek is not afraid of Culkin. If he dares to run into trouble, Shrek guarantees that he will lose more than one ear this time. The Ogre King sat cross-legged in front of the campfire, his fat face flushed with fire. Joan was about to speak, and suddenly his face changed slightly, reaching for the magical arm from his pocket. What's the matter, Brother Joan? Clark noticed that the earthworm tentacles in Joan's hands were shaking slightly, and he immediately recalled that when he was dealing with the withered monster in Housetown, he also used this tentacle to search for the enemy Strail. Asked alertly, is there a dangerous creature approaching? Joan nodded gently, his expression extremely serious. Everyone beware, we may be surrounded. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 532 Attacked. Joan's magical siren made of earthworm tentacles can sense dangerous creatures active in the surrounding area and make corresponding vibrations and deflections according to the movement trajectories of hostile creatures. Joan is familiar with the operation rules of the magic sirens, so by looking at the vibration frequency and deflection angle of the tentacles, he can guess which direction the enemy is in and how far away he is from himself. However, the response of the siren at this moment is very strange. like a gyro that keeps going around in circles, without clearly pointing out the direction of the threat. According to past experience, Joan suspects that this abnormal situation indicates that there are enemies around, and that the enemies follow a unified command and are taking the same pace to quickly surround them. Since there are enemies in all directions, the siren cannot indicate which direction is dangerous. It's really strange, because it was still quite calm just now. Why did it suddenly fall into the trap? Cassio asked doubtfully. Brother Joan, is your alarm going to fail? I also hope so, but the probability of failure is almost zero. Joan quickly made a spellcasting gesture, photographed a mage armor on his chest, and warned his companions who were still at a loss. We are too careless these days, and just rushing to the road, we may be unconsciously stared at. The enemy is obviously more familiar with this complex terrain jungle than us. We secretly mobilize the horses and men, until we are fully prepared. Start a siege. Familiar with the terrain of the Henze forest, and can mobilize a large number of people to track us in a short time, and at the same time there are not many forces that meet these two conditions. The other party is either to conquer the sect or the Orc War under Kurjin group. Cassio paled slightly, adding hardly, of course, there is also a worst possibility ... that these two forces join forces to hunt us down. At this time, there were dense footsteps in the surrounding forest, as well as the movement of weapons and armor rubbing the branches. There were various signs that the enemy had gathered the encirclement and was about to launch an offensive. I don't know how many enemies are lurking in secret. We are outnumbered. We must not fall into a struggle here. We must choose a direction to break through as soon as possible. Frost Giant said eagerly. Then you can only go along Hebai. Shrek doesn't want to go back. The Ogre King grabbed the heavy adamantine mace and prepared for a breakout. Going along Hebai. Is this your purpose? A sneer came suddenly from behind the forest, causing Joan and others to look back. Under their watchful eyes, the black robe holding the staff came out slowly, raising his left arm. A live snake raised his head from the robe sleeve, biting the black robe's cloak hood and pulling back, showing a pale face. Snake Hand Shaman, it really is you. Clark couldn't help but change his face. Frost Giant, let's settle the bill in House Town later. Now I want to know the final destination of your trip. Shaman said with a smile. If you are willing to satisfy my curiosity, say maybe I will send out kindness and reward you with a whole body. It's you alone, go dream. Shrek snorted hard at Shaman before Clark opened his mouth. Shriek cultists. Shrek also has an old account to count with you. In addition to Lord Shaman, there is me. There was a sneer from the forest, and Tira Kirkin stepped out. Speaking of old accounts, Shrek, Cassio, you two owe me too much blood debt. At the same time as Culkin appeared, Joan suddenly heard an unprecedented noisy movement in the woods behind him. Looking back, he could not help but take a breath. A huge humanoid monster rushed out of the woods with a stumbling step, and broke countless bushes along the way. This monster looks like a troll with a magnification of 10 times. There are 9 heads in total. All the heads open their mouths and make a crazy cry. Scala is hungry. Scala wants to eat meat. Oh, see what I found, a frost giant. Frosty giant, big meat. Delicious. Fat ogre, it's better. There is also a human boy with fine skin and tender meat. It is best to eat. The scary image and crazy clamor of 9 trolls. Scala made Joan feel horrified. However, after all, he was a man who had passed the test of life and death on the battlefield. After a short panic, he calmed down and grabbed the snake hand before starting the siege. Shaman, Tira Culkin, and the 9 trolls. Scala whispered to remind their companions, I cast a spell to cover your retreat. Pay attention to defensive flashes and blindness, and I will cast a spell to contact you later. After a brief explanation, Joan covered his spellcasting gesture with a wide cloak, and chanted the mantra in a low voice. Joan's spellcasting is subtle, and neither Culkin nor Scala are aware of it, but Shaman vaguely sees that the distribution of the magic net around Joan is abnormally disturbed, and guesses that the young mage opposite is casting some arcane spell. He quickly raised his left arm and connected the poisonous snake on his elbow to spit the letter. He would spray withering fire to Joan to interrupt the casting process. As early as Shaman and others appeared, Clark picked up 2 stones as big as his head and held them in his hand as spare weapons. Giants have an ancient national sports tradition, that is, throwing giant stones. The boys of the giants have to learn the stone throwing skills with their elders since they were young, and participate in the stone throwing competition. Who can throw the heavier rocks farther and more accurately can win the worship of their peers. Frost giant Clark Hinner is not only a professional boxer, he has also won the slinging championships several times. The 2 stones held in his hands are like a loaded cannonball. When he noticed that Shaman tried to attack Joan, wave a stone without thinking, the rock shattered head with a shrill roar, and Shaman changed his face in fright, not wanting to blow fire at Joan, and hurried to escape. The rock flew past Shaman's left ear, and the strong airflow slapped his face like a slap in the face. His left cheek was suddenly red and swollen. His eyes darkened, and he staggered, almost falling down on the grass. At the next moment, when Clark cast a stone to contain Shaman, Joan finally finished preparing for the spellcasting, and suddenly turned to point to the burning bonfire behind him, chanting the start spell of 2 pyrotechnics. Lumber, boom! The campfire was energized by magic power, flashing an unusually strong firelight, and instantly illuminating the river beach campsite and the nearby woods like daylight. Shaman, Culkin, and Scala were caught off guard. They were all stabbed in the eyes by this sudden burst of light, and their eyes were covered with tears. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 533 Breakthrough. Shaman, Culkin, and Scala were all stabbed in the eyes by Joan's pyrotechnic glare, temporarily unable to see. At the same time, in the woods further away, the orc warriors who encircled the camp at the order of Culkin were also shrouded in the glare from the campfire. The orcs are naturally dark and afraid of light, and can see normally at night. On the contrary, their eyesight will be greatly weakened in the sun, and even the objects near them will be invisible due to the glare caused by the strong light. The magical brilliance of pyrotechnics erupted is much brighter and blazing than the noonday sun. Nearly 100 orc warriors could not help being irradiated by this flash. All of them dropped their weapons in pain and covered their faces in mourning, temporarily blinded. Not long ago, in the Old Man Tavern in Prince's Harbor, Joan had cast pyrotechnics to cover his companions to escape the patrol chase. Clark, Shrek and Cassio had already known this trick to him, and heard Joan read the spell to activate the spell. Collectively close your eyes, avoid the strongest radiation for just a few seconds, and wait until the light turns away before opening your eyes. They knew that the strong light from pyrotechnics could only temporarily obstruct the enemy's field of vision, and now it was too late to run away, and immediately followed Joan's instructions to break through. Cassio casts the talented spell Vapor form of Ogre Sorcerer. The slender body quickly decomposes into a hazy human-shaped mist, slowly floats in the air, and drifts into the depths of the jungle with the night wind, and disappears in an instant. Without a trace, Clark grasped the big stone left in his hand, rounded his arms, and smashed the stone towards Scala, who was in front of him. Then he threw away his long legs and rushed up. The 18 eyes of the 9 trolls Scala were all gleamed with tears and tears, screaming and wailing, and waving their thick arms randomly, fighting with their enemies. At this moment, Clark tried his best to throw the stone over the center of his head. Pooh made a muffled sound. The hard rock was deeply embedded in the forehead, and the blood mixed with the brain splattered out. Scala hit a head with a rock, and the other 8 heads also felt the pain of the headshot, screaming in unison. However, with his nearly immortal body, not to mention being smashed with one head, even if all 9 heads were exploded, he was still alive and kicking. Clark knew very well that this monster could not be killed by a block of stone, nor did he want to waste time entangled with it. While Scala hugged his head and groaned, He took care of it and used his inertia to make a punch. The frost giant's fisted big fist hit the chest of 9 trolls hard, and the red copper ring worn on the left stimulated the magic power at the same time, bursting out a brilliant arc. The fierce fist combined with the high-voltage electric shock, even with the strong body of 9 trolls, could not withstand it. He was knocked down by Clark with a punch, crushed countless bushes, covered with electric snakes, and twitched and screamed. "Can't get up for a while. Stupid 9-headed monster, lie down for me." The frost giant laughed, stepped across Scala, and flew away in the dust. His back quickly disappeared into the depths of the night. Only the hearty laughter echoed in the night sky. On the other side of the camp, Shrek picked up the mace and roared at his dead rival Kirkin. The orc chieftain's eyes were red and swollen with tears. Although he could not see, he was not panicked. With his sharp hearing, he judged Shrek's general position, raised his thick long arms, and crossed his hands to block the mace that came over. The pair of red iron gloves worn by Kirkin, Tira, is a pair of powerful magic weapons, not afraid of blocking the spikes of fine gold forged on the front, and the symphony of gold and iron sparks. The mace was bounced off, and the iron gloves were intact, but Kirkin's power was not as good as the mythical ogre lord on the opposite side. His arms were tingling, his fierce face twitched slightly, and a bit of pain flashed between his brows. Shrek snorted, slamming his mace and smashing his face into Culkin. The orc chiefs struggled with their blind fighting skills. They barely supported a few moves and felt unable to eat. They clenched their teeth and inhaled deeply. Their chests fluctuated sharply. A roaring sound resembling a push-pull bellows deep inside the chest cavity, using special breathing methods to stimulate the body. Potential. A sudden roar and bloodshot eyes entered the Great Rage state. Tira Kirkin is an 11th level orc barbarian warrior. The practice of barb warrior barbarian includes 2 levels of physical and spiritual, and the bridge connecting the physical and spiritual is a kind of name. The vital energy of Ki or vital chi. This kind of life energy is different from magic. It can still be stimulated in the environment without the distribution of magic nets, and promotes the transformation of one's physical and spiritual potential into real combat power. Many extraordinary occupations, especially warriors, monks, ninjas, swordsmen, barbarians, mad warriors, and other melee occupations, are mostly good at using chi, but the practice methods are different. This is like the different spellcasting professions need to master different mental meditation. The chi cultivated by different breathing methods showed a very different effect after the outbreak, and thus evolved the unique martial arts of each profession. Culkin's attainment in the extraordinary career of barbarian warrior is even more sophisticated than Clark. Clark inspired a breath, which could make him enter a violent state, and his combat effectiveness was significantly improved. After Culkin's energy, he opened a more powerful big rage. In this state, the strength attribute alone increased by 6 points, reaching a level that can compete with the mythical ogre lord Shrek. What is even more terrible is that Kirkin has no fear of pain and death in a violent state, and he is completely playing with the injury for the injury. Shrek is not very smart, but the combat experience is very rich. When he sees Kirkin open the big rage, he immediately knows that he will never kill this crazy enemy in a short time. The longer you delay here, the less chance you will have to break through. Simply put away your mace and turn your head away from Culkin. The fat body is like a bouncing ball that sinks into the jungle and quickly goes away. Culkin didn't expect that he had just chased the ogre lord who had just chased him, and in a blink of an eye, he staggered his legs and ran off the road. He froze for a moment before recovering. Shrek ran fast, met the orc warrior along the way, and while the other party had not got rid of the dazzle caused by the firework, he picked up the mace and smashed it, and the flesh and blood screamed repeatedly. The Ogre King successfully rushed out of the first encirclement, but was surprised to find that there were many withered monsters blocking the road ahead. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 534. Shaman's Evil Dog. Withered monsters are evil activated plants. Naturally, there are no visual organs such as eyes, and of course, they will not be affected by firework. In the distance, he sensed that a big fat man rushed over, quickly spread pollen, and called his companions to surround him. Withered monster is in the front row as a meat shield. Withered vine monster manipulates the cane to set a trap, and withered needle monster shoots a large crossbow-like spikes at Shrek. Behind him is the enemy Culkin, and there are a large number of withered monsters in front of him. The Ogre King is really anxious. He quickly inspired a mythical power to open the unique steel toughness, from head to toe. Permeated by the surging mythic energy, the skin glows with a metallic cold luster, the flesh and blood body is miraculously strengthened, and is immune to all damage within the next few seconds. Go away for all. Shrek, shining brightly in steel, held his stick and roared into the enemy. The dense arrow rain shot across the body hit him, as if hitting an iron plate. Ding dang 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 was all bounced away. Under the protection of steel toughness, the Ogre King, like the same invincible chariot, rushed into the enemy group, directly crushing the withered monster that was standing in front of him, and slammed into a road, disappeared deep in the jungle. When Kurgan caught up, he found that the scene seemed to have just been swept by a typhoon, leaving only a pile of broken dead branches and leaves, and there was no sign of the Ogre King. Cassio, Clark, and Shrek each succeeded in the breakout, leaving only Joan in the beach camp. At this time, the flash of light produced by pyrotechnics had weakened, and Shaman, Scala, and others gradually adapted to the light changes, barely opening their red eyes and searching for the enemy. In the blurred vision, Joan has completed his mission to cover his fellow breakthroughs, and the next thing he has to do is to try to save his life. Extracting a mythical power into a tuned level spell slot, Joan chanted the exact same spell as before, and raised his finger again to the burning bonfire in front of him. Pyrotechnics needs to use a fire source as a casting material. The natural fire source will be extinguished immediately after the casting is completed, but the magical flame generated by the campfire rosary will not extinguish, so it can be used by Joan to cast pyrotechnics again. Material. Shaman and others witnessed Joan's finger bonfire chanting mantras, and immediately recalled what happened just now, thinking that Joan planned to reapply his old skills and create a glare to kill their eyes. All turned back in a hurry, raising his hands to cover his eyes. Lumber. It is true that Joan's show is still 2 rings of pyrotechnics, but what he created is no longer a dazzling glare, but an overwhelming choking smoke. Shaman and others were caught off guard against inhalation of heavy smoke, and they all coughed violently and their vision was blocked by billowing black smoke. Kiawan held his breath as early as the spellcasting, and then opened the mist sight enchanted by the prosthetic eye, so that he could see things normally in the sky and dust created by firework, and grabbed the campfire rosary while chaotic. The adult eagles spread their wings, and under the cover of thick smoke, they calmly flew out of the enclosure. Soon after Joan flew away, a strong airflow suddenly set off on the river beach under the thick smoke. The storm wind created by the magic swept through the camp, and in a blink of an eye the smoke was blown away. Snake Hand Shaman stood in the middle of the whirlwind, looking up at the night sky, watching Joan's back gradually away, and his face became more and more ugly. It took so much time, mobilized a lot of manpower, and tried to surround him with a lot of effort. When it was about to close the net, it was because the little mage cast 2 low-level spells, causing all the fish that were about to be caught to slip away. All the effort has been lost. Shaman stared at the gradually blurred figure in the air, his teeth tickling. Boom! Shaman burst into a wand, and a glowing circle appeared at his feet. The night hissing hound teleported from the spirit world in response to his call, bowing his head and listening to the master's instructions. Go hunt down the cunning little mage. Shaman raised his staff, pointed out the direction Joan had fled, and sent orders to the Night Hound with telepathy. Kill him in the cruelest way you can think of, and bring me the Gandias roots in his body completely. All Gandias roots come from the same Gandias devil tree, and there is a mysterious induction between each other. Joan failed to get the Gandias root identity and could not get the above induction. But Shaman was different. As the master who got the Gandias root identity, he could feel through the root in his hand. To Joan, there were similar magical fluctuations. It can be seen that the Gandias root originally belonged to Henry Baldwin, was taken away by this cunning little mage. Before today, Snake Hand Shaman had always suspected that Clark Henil had taken the Gandias roots and regarded the Frost Giant as the #1 enemy. As far as Joan Vida was concerned, it's Frost Giant's attendant, not too concerned. The encounter tonight completely reversed Shaman's concept and suddenly realized that he had made a serious mistake. In this team that includes ruthless characters such as the Frost Giant, the mythical ogre, and the higher ogre poet, the weakest and most obscure young mage at first glance is the core and brain of the team, and it is the most difficult of the 4 entangled characters. The little mage must be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise the future will be endless. Joan turned into an eagle and flew high into the sky, overlooking the beach camp. The thick smoke was being dispelled by a gust of wind coming out of thin air. He saw that it was the air current caused by the wind-making technique. Among the enemies that had already appeared, only the Snake Hand Shaman was the caster. Although he had escaped from the siege, Qian felt a little uneasy in his heart. For safety, he cast a blessing on himself to invisibility. As the spell took effect, the shadow cast by the eagles gradually disappeared, and Joan sighed in relief, gathering his wings to lower the flying height, and flying north along the Mage Joan River. The Honeywine River under the moonlight flows quietly, like a jade belt passing through the forest. Joan glides low above the shining river, sometimes looking left and right, searching for his companions with a pair of sharp eagle eyes. Joan is not sure where his lost companion is. But one thing is certain: if Clark, Shrek and Cassio make a breakthrough, they will surely manage to return to the Mead River and head towards the north where the Owlbear Valley is located. So Joan chose to go upstream along the Mage Joan River, so the chance of finding a lost companion would be higher. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 535 Escape. Joan flew for more than half an hour against the surface of the river, and no companion was still visible on the shore. At his flying speed, it is very likely that Clark and others have been left behind. If he continues to fly forward, the distance to his companions will only increase and decrease. If you think about it for a while, you might as well try to use Windstorm here to contact your missing companions. As long as Clark and others are within a straight line of 4 miles from him, you will definitely receive the magic message from him, and then you can follow guided by magic. Came to meet him. Joan inspires 2-side mana to replace the tuned level spell slot. Is planning to use Windstorm. Suddenly came a cry behind him, as if a wolf is approaching quickly. This horrifying howl seems to contain some kind of mysterious magic power, which can directly stimulate the earliest sense of fear in the heart of the hearer. Joan couldn't help but shudder and urge to flee. Fortunately, after all, he was accustomed to the storm, and his determination was extremely firm. He soon forced himself to calm down and looked back at the place where the wolf howl came. Under the moonlight, a black phantom flew into the sky, blending into the same dark night. If it weren't for Joan to become a hawkman, his eyes would be so sharp that he could hardly see the blurry figure. Joan levitated above the river, holding his breath, squinting slightly, and watched the dark shadow in the night sky alertly. At first glance, it looks like a silhouette of a running horse cast in the night. If you look closely, you will find that the outline of the shadow is more like a canine, but the neck is too long, and the huge head swings with the neck. Scarlet eyes looked away, as if searching for something. Joan had never seen such a monster. and intuitively told him that this guy was dangerous and had bad intentions. At this time he was still in the invisible state. It stands to reason that the dog-shaped monster on the opposite side should not notice him, but Joan soon realized that invisibility could only deceive the eyes of the strange dog. But he could not hide it. Nose with a strong sense of smell. Strange dogs aren't flying aimlessly. While flying, they still stretch their flexible necks like snakes from time to time, sniffing around, following the track of Joan's flight. The strange dog's sniffing movement made Joan uneasy. He can't smell any special smell on his body, but he knows that the canine animal's sense of smell is much more sensitive than humans. If he does not take precautions, then the strange dog will quickly smell his exact location and pounce on him. Ferocious spite. Isn't this monster a spy from Shaman? The sense of crisis prompted Joan to act immediately, changing the two-sided mana originally intended to be used for windstorming to be used to cast 2 rings of mirror shadow. Let's put the matter in touch with your companions first. The priority is to keep your life under the evil dog's teeth. Wilwa. Joan whispered an elven mantra representing Fuzzy and Phantom, and 5 phantoms appeared around him, all of which looked exactly like his own image. Just like the reflection reflected in the mirror, each phantom itself true and false. Driven by magic power, the 5 mirror avatars transformed by the mirror technique were active, circling around Joan's real body, interspersed with walks. And it was difficult for spectators to distinguish the total of 6 indeterminate figures. True or false? Kiaon just finished mirroring, and the strange dog opposite noticed the abnormal magic disturbance in the air. Following the tremor of the magic wire, he locked Joan's place and stretched his neck to the sky to howl, as if to sound the horn of charge. Then he swooped over like a cloud. Kiaon thought slightly, and a mirror shadow was greeted by the remote control of the strange dog, and was quickly bitten by the other's toothy mouth. Mirror shadow doppelganger is just an illusion condensed by magic power, but it has no physical appearance. It is quietly dissipated when it is bitten by a strange dog, just like a soap bubble that has been pierced, leaving no trace of residue. Joan sacrificed a mirror image to block the evil dog from biting in order to fight back for time. The 2 sides were not more than 20 feet apart. Kiaon could not cast a spell and directly stimulated the scorching rays with the prosthetic eye. A fiery red beam traversed the night and shot at the strange dog. The dark fur was immediately ignited, and the burned area emitted a pungent, burning smell. The strange dog uttered an angry and painful howl, trembling violently, and instantly turned from a real flesh and blood body into a phantom of black mist, and then dissipated from the sky without a trace. Kiaon was taken aback, and quickly raised his hand to touch his right eye, opened the 2-ring prophecy spell attached to the prosthetic eye. See-through invisibility. A silver ray was emitted from his eye, and it swept toward the dog like a searchlight and disappeared airspace. In the void, there is a faint grey shadow in Joan's field of vision, floating in the border between the material world and spirit world. It seems to be looking for a better chance of attack. Kiaon originally thought that the evil dog had just exerted a certain invisibility ability, only to see the scene in front of him realized that the other party had actually escaped to the spiritual world, which is the ether plane closely fitting with the substance plane. In a spiritual state, most spirit creatures in the world are undead like ghosts, but Joan is sure that there is no negative energy in the strange dog on the opposite side, which shows that it is not undead. Living spirit creatures are rare, and the other party looks like a huge evil dog. Joan vaguely remembers seeing similar creatures in the fairy partition of Vare's monster illustration. It seems it is a kind of evil spirit with nature, named Nighthound. Joan had no time to think about why the night hissing hound appeared here, and was hostile to himself. The top priority was to try to eliminate this threat. If the opponent is on the same plane with him, it is not difficult to deal with, but the evil dog has escaped into the spirit world and transformed into a spiritual creature, which is a bit troublesome. Spirit and invisibility are 2 completely different concepts. A creature is in an invisible state, which only indicates that it cannot be observed visually, but it is also possible to determine its position through senses such as hearing or smell. The invisible creature is still in the standard plane. Even if you can't see him, throw a fireball in the past, it is still possible to blow him up. However, when a creature is in a spirit state, such as a ghost, such as the strange dog in front of Joan, it has actually separated from the current world and entered a parallel space called spiritual world. People in the physical world, whether through vision or other senses, are unaware of the existence of the spirit. Most weapons and magic can't harm the creatures in the spirit world. On the contrary, although the spirit creatures can see the people and things in the main material world, they can't harm each other. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 536 Drowning. Fortunately, there are always exceptions. The naked eye cannot see spiritual creatures, but see-through invisibility can easily perceive. Ordinary magic cannot kill spirit creatures, but spells with the force field attribute can be extended to the spirit world, which is also effective for spirit creatures. Among the spells that Joan is good at, there are many force field attributes, such as Magic Missile, such as Mage's Hand and its subsequent higher-level versions. After a quick analysis of the current form, Joan was convinced that the Night Hound had just received a burning ray from him just now, and his injury was not light, and he left a psychological shadow. Leave the spirit world. In addition, Joan also has a favorable factor, that is, the Night Hound's intelligence level is not high. Until now, he has not noticed that he has been exposed to the opponent's eyes, thinking that Joan can't see it. Joan sneered secretly, deliberately pretending to look around and searching for the Night Hound, intentionally inducing the evil dog to deepen its misunderstanding. At the same time, he inspires two mythical powers in succession. First blessing himself with mythological transformation to become a huge eagle man nearly 30 feet tall, and then smashing the glass bead in his palm to display his best. The two-handed arcane magic strikes palm. The second ring mage assaults the palm is undoubtedly a standard force field spell. The translucent palm constructed by the force field shines in the moonlight. With the expansion of Joan's body, the grip of the giant palm finally reaches the level of the bite force of the deep-sea giant shark. 30 yards away, the Night Hound witnessed Joan's dazzling series of operations, which first became 4 times taller out of thin air, which made it extremely small in contrast, and then created a huge palm that almost covered the moon. Although I don't understand what trick Joan wants to play, the survival instinct of the beast makes the Night Hound realize that his situation is rapidly deteriorating, and the crisis may come at any time. The strong ominous premonition prompted the Night Hound to wait patiently for the opportunity, jumped up hurriedly, rushed out of the edge of the spiritual and physical realm, and leaned forward to Joan's back, trying to bite his back neck. Joan didn't need to look back. He used the strange eyeball behind his neck to clearly see the Night Hound's every move. Immediately, the remote control mage attacked the palm, grabbed the volley and held the Night Hound firmly, squeezing hard. Pressure. The Night Hound was shattered by the giant palm and his bones shattered, and he groaned continuously, struggling to escape to the spirit world. The helpless force field giant palm can cross the plane barrier between the material world and the spirit world, pinching the neck of the evil dog mercilessly, forcibly dragging him back from the spirit world, pressing down on the trend, pressing the evil dog into the river. Under the moonlight, the originally calm river suddenly made waves. The Night Hound was pressed into the water by the giant palm of Joan's remote control, and was submerged in the river from head to toe. Every time he whistled, he choked into a large sip of water and threw himself painfully, but let it struggle with all his strength. I couldn't get rid of the giant palm clamp, and within a few minutes, I was drowned alive in the river. Joan found that the Night Hound had stopped struggling, so he remotely controlled the mage assaulting the palm to drag the drowning dog to the shore, grabbed the boulder, and smashed it his head twice, until the brain rupture remained unmoved. Visible, it was really dead. so I landed safely. Joan returned to human form, walked to the night hissing hound to observe the body, found a metal pendant tied around his neck, and pulled it down to check it. This thing is only half the size of a palm. It looks like an ordinary iron plate. The carved pattern on one side resembles a black battle axe, and the capital letter S is engraved on the other side. Joan held this dog tag and fell into thought. The emblem of Black Axe, he has an impression, seems to be a mark dedicated to conquering the Order. As for the S, it is mostly the acronym of Snake Hand Shaman. If the above speculation is true, it shows that the Night Hissing Hound is a pet and secret agent kept by Shaman. So Joan finally solved a question. Why is the shaman party able to accurately grasp the movements of themselves and their companions in the vast jungle, and mobilize their hands without knowing it? The root cause is probably in the Night Hissing Hound. The Night Hissing Hound can shuttle between the spirit world and the material world at will, and it is invisible when in the spirit world. In addition, the evil dog's hearing and smell are extremely sensitive, and there is no better than it to be a secret agent. Creatures, with this night hound hunting dog responsible for tracking and monitoring his own party, it is no wonder that Shaman knows their whereabouts well, and set up a circle in advance to wait for them to come to the door. Having figured out the causes and consequences, Joan wiped his cold sweat and secretly rejoiced that he was lucky enough. If you don't solve the Night Hissing Hound here, even if you can highlight the encirclement tonight, it will still be difficult to escape the chase of the shaman party. Kiaon regained his confusion, remotely digging a large pit on the beach by remotely controlling the master to attack the palm, burying the body of the Night Hissing Hound, and then using Windstorm to contact his companions. Considering that Cassio can fly, and the greatest probability of successfully escaping with the talent of vaporized form, Joan first sent a letter to the poet. After waiting patiently for 5 minutes, he received a reply from the poet as expected, and the letter also brought him good news. Cassio has found Clark and Shrek, and all 3 are safe, except that Joan has not returned. Joan was relieved after receiving the magic summons, and became an eagle again. He flew in the direction indicated in the letter. Clark, Shrek, and Cassio, anxiously waiting for him to return to the team. To the northwest of the Henze Forest, the junction of the Mage Joan River and the Tusk Mountains has a long and winding valley. The sunlight is blocked by steep cliffs and lush trees. The valley is dark and dark all year round, plus a large number of cruelty. The owl bear occupies this place, so it is regarded as an extremely dangerous restricted area by business travelers. No one knows the exact origin of the owl bear. According to the poems sung by generations of the Aza people of the New World, as early as tens of thousands of years ago, the monster of the owl bear was rampant in the wilderness and jungle, attacking everything creatures for their consumption. According to legend, in the ancient times, a mysterious legendary master used magic to merge 2 creatures with no similarities, such as the brown bear and the giant owl, to create the first owl bear in the world. The reason for this is probably to combine the advantages of birds and beasts to create a new species that is as fierce and strong as a bear and can fly freely. Unfortunately, this creation experiment was only half successful. The creature created by the mage does have a body and strength comparable to the brown bear, but failed to evolve a pair of powerful wings sufficient to support the heavy body to the sky as the creators wanted. The owl has only a huge head resembling an owl and fluffy feathers all over the body, but it does not have the flying ability and calm mind of the owl. On the contrary, this new species of half bear and half owl is more mad and cruel than any brown bear or owl in the world. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 537 Owlbear Valley. Whether it is a small hare or a huge dinosaur, as long as it is encountered by the owlbear, it will definitely initiate the attack without hesitation. Once the attack is launched, the owl will fight until the dead. Even if you know that you can't beat the opponent and save your life, you must leave as many scratches on your opponent as possible. causing as much damage as possible. This wild nature of fearlessness and death makes the owls famous, so that those creatures that are stronger or smarter than them will carefully avoid the owls and are not worth entangled with this madman. Owl bears are lonely and gloomy, except for the mating season. They rarely live in groups, but the Owl Bear Valley is an exception. The total number of owls living here is no less than 100. It is said that there is a local mythical owl who is recognized as a leader by other tribes, with far stronger strength, smarter brain and more irritable temper than other owls. Firm rule was established in the valley. On a day in late November, the silence in the Owl Bear Valley was broken by 4 outsiders. From early morning to late afternoon, the owls' roar rang from time to time in the valley, and then turned into a dying wailing, until the shadow of death enveloped the valley, and this sinister land returned to silence. The silent atmosphere is always destroyed by a new roar after a while, and more owls bear following the blood and corpses of the clan, trying to prevent the intruder from going deep into the valley at all costs. Mythical Owl, the cave where the bear lives, is advancing. This group of dead-headed monsters is obviously not our opponent. Why should we go forward and die to die? Is it not alive? In the rugged valley, the poet Cassio shook his head holding the lute, and plucked a string of magic notes. This song of Cassio is a triumphant work of the poet. The same melody falls in the ears of both the enemy and the enemy, and the effect is completely different. The companion listened and was deeply encouraged, with high morale and courage. When the enemy heard it, he was only upset and had difficulty concentrating. Mr. Cassio, the biggest characteristic of creatures like owls is madness, and unless they can fight them, they will never stop fighting. Joan stood beside Cassio, chatting with the poet while staring at the 4-headed monster that blocked the trail in the valley. He held a handful of sand mixed with red, yellow and blue in his hand, ready to support his companion at any time. Joan and Cassio are not far in front, standing side by side with Frost Giant Clark and Ogre Lord Shrek. The 2 strong men constituted a moving barrier, and the path between the 2 cliffs was blocked tightly, forcing the 4 owl bears to attack only the 2 of them, but they could not bypass them and attack behind them. More vulnerable mages and poets. The 4 owl bears are all adult males, with a height of more than 8 feet, and their sturdy body is comparable to ogres. 2 thick hind legs stand upright during battle, freeing up more flexible forelimbs. Hooked claws slap their heads and cover their faces to hunt their prey. The terrain in the canyon was narrow, and Clark and Shrek had to protect the companions behind them. There was no room to flicker at all. They could only fight melee with the claws of the owl. Several bloodstains were caught on the body. The rough meat is thick, and a little skin wound is not a big deal. Boom! Clark took a punch and knocked the owl bears across from him, then freed his hands to help Shrek deal with the other 3 owl bears. However, he had just turned around, and the owl bear that fell at his feet awakened from his short coma. A pair of bunturned eyes escaped from animal nature and madness. His arms suddenly protruded and died. Embracing the thick thighs of the frost giant deadly, he raised his head and took a sharp, hard hawk's beak like an iron hook, pecking hard at Clark's crotch. Oh, damn it! The frost giant was so scared that his face was blue, and he instinctively shrank and twisted his hips, lest he might be pecked at the root of life by the owl bear. Fortunately, he dodged in time, and the eagle's beak rubbed on the inside of the thigh, tearing a wound. Clark stumbled back with pain, and dragged the owl, who was holding his leg tightly, and slid against the ground. The owl fell into the air and was unwilling, swinging his head again, aiming at the frost giant's crotch and becked it down. Alka. At a critical juncture, Joan sang the spell to activate the spell in time, raised his hand to blast a colorful cone-shaped beam, and grabbed the mad owl before Clark's life root was becked. The deterrent effect caused by colorful jet can only last for a few seconds, but this is enough for Clark. The frost giant, who was frightened, was like a pure young girl harassed by a rogue. He kicked the owl that was unable to move arbitrarily until he kicked his head. It calmed down, covering the root of the thigh that was still bleeding, cursing with fear. The owl bear is mean and nasty, so shameless. At this time, Shrek had knocked down the other 3 owls with the help of Cassio, sweating and sweating, gasping for breath. Hearing Clark yelling, King Shrek looked back at Frost Giant's embarrassment, and his fat face couldn't help but let out a gloating smile. "Bulk, you need a chastity belt." Fat man, shut up." Frost Giant's blushing old face. "Wordy, our friendship is coming to an end." "Mr. Henil, does the wound matter?" Joan came over and asked. Frost Giant shook his head awkwardly. "It's just a flesh wound. It's no big deal." "Oh, since it's no big deal, who was screaming just now?" "It looks like a little girl who finds that she got into the nest under a mouse." Shrek couldn't help but shut his mouth, and until Frost Giant reached out angrily to pinch his fat chin, he was forced to stop laughing. After so many days of companionship, Joan has become accustomed to the mode of getting ridiculed by Shrek and Clark, and they shook their heads helplessly and turned to ask the poet, "Mr. Cassio, if there are remaining spell slots, just help Mr. Hinner to treat it so as not to worsen the wound." "Of course, no problem." Cassio walked up to Frost Giant and reached out to touch his leg. A soft magical light was injected into the wound along the fingertip. The wound pecked by the owl quickly stopped bleeding and healed. Joan watched Cassio cast a spell to heal Clark and couldn't help but feel envious. The bard is an extraordinary profession that can also cast arcane spells. Although its ability to cast spells is not as good as mages and warlocks, poets have a unique advantage in being able to comprehend healing spells. As we all know, healing is the special skill of magic. But arcane is difficult to achieve the same effect, and poets are an exceptionally can cast healing spells in arcane way. Although the poet's healing ability is far less than that of professional magic spellcasters like priest and druid, it is at least much stronger than magic and warlock. From this perspective, the poet is actually a $1,000,000 profession, a little understanding, but no one is proficient. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 538 Mythical Owl. On the night 3 days ago, Joan and his entourage rushed out of the Snake Hand under the siege of Samantha. After some twists and turns, they gathered together and continued to travel along the Honey Wine Hebe. Since the night hound used by Shaman to track the crowd has been killed by Joan, the trip for the next 3 days has been exceptionally smooth, and he has no longer encountered the forces of conquering the Sector Orcs, and arrived at the destination of this trip as scheduled, Owlbear Valley. This morning, Joan blessed both Clark and Shrek before entering the valley, so he could avoid the attack of the owl, and he and Cassio were flying directly over the valley without worrying about the threat of the owl. The results showed that his calculations fell through. The owl does not see invisible creatures, but has a keen sense of smell comparable to the night hissing hound. Smelling their smell from a long time ago, immediately roared and rushed up to swat, forcing Clark and Shrek to come out. Seeing this in the air, Joan and Cassio could only land to assist their companions against the crazy owl. In this way, the secret infiltration plan declared bankruptcy, and the four had to break through the Bear Valley. From early morning to dusk, there have been no less than 10 fierce battles along the way, killing and wounding nearly 30 owls. Ironclad men like Clark and Shrek are exhausted. Cassio uses all the spell slots to cast One Ring Therapeutics. Just now, has exhausted the last treatment opportunity today. Joan's situation is slightly better. In the battle, Clark and Shrek are in front. He only needs to throw a grease, flash dust or colorful jet to control the scene when the situation is critical. Other times are no different from walking. After this whole day of hard fighting, he alone was unharmed, and there were still many spell resources left, including mythical power and Sid mana. Seeing that his companions were exhausted, Joan was also embarrassed to ask everyone to continue their journey, so he proposed to camp on the spot. After dinner, he entered the hay plane created by the magic rope technique and took a good sleep. Continue to advance deep into the valley tomorrow morning. Joan's proposal was unanimously approved by his companions, but as soon as the campfire rose, a terrifying roar came from the valley. and a huge silver-grey figure rushed out of the jungle and quickly approached. At the same time, Joan suddenly felt that the palm of his left hand was slightly hot, looked down, and it turned out that tears of God came out of the palm of his own, and sent a spiritual message into his mind. Mythology. Discover tuned order mythical creatures. Joan secretly panicked and hurriedly reminded the companion beside him, "Beware." The mythical owl rushed out. At this time Clark, Shrek and Cassio also noticed that the situation was not good, and turned their heads to look at the mythical owl roaring and rushing to the forest. Compared with ordinary owl bears, this monster is significantly larger and stronger, and its fur is not as dark and dull as other brown bears, showing a bright silver gray, shining in the dark forest, especially in Joan and Shrek's eyes. It can be seen vaguely that the mythical power similar to them is contained under the fur of the king of owls, Yin Can Can. The fierce bird, give Shrek to deal with it. The Ogre King had a rare opportunity to compete with mythical creatures, jumped up from the fire, braced his head in front of the mythical owl, rubbed his thick palms, held the giant spike of the wolf teeth over the top, ready to give the owl bears a head. At this time, the mythical owl was at least 20 yards away from Shrek, and his fat and bloated body crawled against the ground. In addition, the dense bush obstructed it. At its current speed of movement, it took at least 4 or 5 seconds to visually inspect. Rushed to Shrek. The Ogre King's mind was very relaxed, holding up his big stick and waiting for the other party to come to the door to be beaten. However, at the moment when he just raised the mace, the scarlet eyes of the mythical owl flashed a deceitful color, the mythical power in the body surged, the limbs rushed forward, and the original bloated and clumsy body, as if it had become as light as a goose feather, across the bushes in a blink of an eye, he ran to Shrek. Shrek had never imagined that this monster was able to use the power of mythology to suddenly accelerate and was stunned. The mace in his hand hadn't had time to swing out. The mythical owl opposite him had already stood up, freed a pair of giant palms with sharp claws, and slammed his head at him. Shrek dropped his mace and shook his head. He panicked and did not know how many slaps the mythical owl bear was. He was beaten with blackheads and venous. Bloody scratches could be seen everywhere from his forehead to his chest. The mythical owl beats Shrek in a rush, swoops up with the momentum, acts as a siege hammer with a hard forehead, and strikes Shrek's belly hard. Boom! The Ogre King was planted on his head by the mythical owl bear, and his feet were facing up to the sky. Fortunately, his physique is strong enough, and his round belly has a thick layer of fat, which buffers at a critical moment. He is confronted with a fierce and overbearing head hammer by the mythical owl, and he just suffered a big bruise on his belly. Shrek tumbled in place, reluctantly avoiding the mythical owl's subsequent bite, shaking his still dizzy head, trying hard to stand up, and at the same time, the mythical owl launched a new round against him. Swoop! Ringer! Clark raised his finger at the mythical owl, and at the same time shouted the starting frost of the frost starring, wearing the ice blue ring on his right middle finger, and then burst into magical glory. A circle of pale, dish-shaped cold fog broke out violently, centering on the location of the mythical owl bear, and there was frost within 20 feet of the surrounding area. Cassio took the opportunity to lift Shrek away from the fierce monster. Shrek also came slowly at this moment, rubbing his belly and looking back at the frost zone. He was surprised to find that the mythical owl appeared a silver radiance around him, and instantly shattered the thick frost attached to the body surface. Obviously, this is the power of mythical power again. The mythical owl broke free from the frost, and the scarlet eyes rolled around, revealing a cautious look contrary to the madness of the owl family. Instead of rushing up desperately as before, the monster stepped back 2 steps, deliberately pulling away from Joan and others. Heads screaming, and high-pitched sounds echoed in the valley for a long time. What does this guy want to do? Cassio inexplicably raised an ominous hunch. Mr. Poet's hunch was soon verified. Soon after the mythical owl screamed, the roaring sounds came one after another in the valley, one after another, as if responding to the mythical owl's call. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 539 Treasure Key. Joan looked back to the jungle behind him, and the rustling movement quickly moved from far to near, covered by the dense foliage, and faintly visible countless scarlet flashes approaching. That mythical owl is calling out the same kind. Joan quickly took out the magical arm and looked at it, his face becoming more and more serious. Within 300 yards around us, at least 40 owls are approaching at full speed, and at most 5 minutes later, we will be surrounded by large groups of owls. 40 owl bears, plus the mythical wicked owl that is particularly fierce and treacherous. The gods are on, we are not going to hurry anymore. I am afraid that we will all die here and become the snack of the owl. The poet's face was pale and his voice trembling. It's easy to escape, but what about the treasure? Shrek asked unwillingly. Clark frowned and thought about it, and finally made up his mind. Shen Sheng said to his companions, the current situation is indeed very dangerous, but the risks are also accompanied by huge opportunities. Mythical owl bears have been led out of the cave by us. Most owl bears are here to listen to its call. This means that the deep valley must be defended against emptiness. Brother Joan, can you take the opportunity to cast a stealth and sneak into the deep valley to find it as soon as possible? Mythical owl's lair. Enter the lair. Take out the key to open the treasure door. Joan quickly checked the spell resources he could use today, and nodded to the frost giant, looking forward. I can try it, but it will take some time. The three of us stay here to hold down the owl and help you get as much time as possible. Clark replied decisively. That's good. I will start now, find the treasure key and cast a letter to you, and then we will meet at Taniguchi. Time is precious, and Joan didn't say much, blessing himself with morphing and stealth as soon as he became a Jordanheim hawk flying into the air. Standing at high altitude, Joan glanced down hurriedly, and saw that there were no fewer than 10 brown owls gathered around the mythical silver-grey mythical owl bear. Looking over the trees, Joan saw many more owls in the distance. In response to the mythical owl's orders, he was coming from all directions to gather. The scene he saw in front of him made Joan feel anxious, knowing that Clark and the three could not hold on for too long under the siege of many owls, and he had to hurry up. Thinking about this, Joan hurriedly turned to the depths of the valley, and at the same time turned on dark vision and misty sight, looking through the obstruction of night and the forest malaria to search for the mythical owl's nest. After about 5 minutes of searching, Joan finally found the entrance to the nest under a cliff at the end of the valley, and quickly closed his wings and landed. The dark painted caves do not know how deep they are, emitting a damp, musty smell. Joan observed the situation around the cave entrance and saw no signs of owls or other beasts lurking. He was a little bit uneasy, and he inspired Sidmana to display the 2-ring prophecy spell detect trap that he learned from Clark's scroll not long ago, and his eyes radiated a beam of silver. After observing, Joan was convinced that there were no traps near the cave entrance, and then he blessed another treasure hunting special prophecy spell item positioning technique for himself, to explore whether the treasure key was really hidden deep in this cave. To perform item positioning, you need to specify an exact search target. Joan has never seen the treasure key, but he heard Clark describe the characteristics of this thing. It is said to be a black leather pocket sized as a purse with a black bean in it. The so-called treasure key refers to one of them black beans. With these clues, item positioning can be effective, making Joan feel that what he is looking for is buried deep in the cave. The search radius of item positioning is closely related to the caster's level. With Joan's current mage level, it can search up to 560 feet, which is less than 200 yards. If it is in a flat and open area, it takes less than a minute to walk out 200 yards. However, when Joan got into the cave of the mythical owl, he found that things were not as simple as he expected. There was no light source in the cave, and 5 fingers were not visible in the black hand. Fortunately, Joan opened the dark vision attached to the right eye, and his vision was not affected. The real trouble is that the tunnel in the cave is rugged and intricate, and it is simply a natural maze. Object positioning will only indicate the straight line distance between the caster and the search target. As for whether there is a way to walk along this straight line, it is unknown. Initially, in order to save time, Joan always chose the road that seemed to be the closest to the treasure key when meeting the fork. Facts showed that such short roads were almost all dead ends, and there were many surfaces on the way. A pit covered with branches and a layer of floating soil. Fortunately, Joanne has blessed the detect trap and was alert in advance, otherwise I might have fallen into the pit and broke his leg. After continuous trial and error and re-entry, Joanne finally walked through a labyrinth of tunnels and entered a spacious cave. According to his location, Joan judged that it was 100 feet deep from the ground, and the walls of the cave were all hard rocks, so it was impossible to judge whether it was artificially excavated or naturally formed. Joan stood in front of the cave's only entrance and looked closely into the cave to make sure there were no traps before walking lightly. There are clear claw marks on the uneven rock walls, and silver grey hairs can be seen everywhere on the ground, which shows that this is the nest of the mythical owl. Under the guidance of item positioning technique, Joan came to the rock wall directly opposite the entrance of the cave and found that the scratches on the opposite stone wall were particularly dense. It seems that the mythical owl often fumbled around here. From the outside, there is no hole in the stone wall for storing items, or an organ that can be opened. Where is the treasure key hidden? Joan thought a little and inspired a Sidmana to bless himself with a ring of prophecy spell detect secret door and looked up at the opposite stone wall again. Sure enough, behind the inner foot thick rock layer, a black object appeared faintly, presumably the treasure key stored in the interlayer of the stone wall. Joan knew that with his own strength, he would never be able to drill through rock formations in a short period of time. Fortunately, the mage's resilience does not depend on brute force, but on his mind, spells, and the magic device he carries with him. Joan opened the storage bag and took out the ceramic-fired plastic stone wand to touch the stone wall with the Crimson Tears gemstone inlaid on the head of the wand to inspire a magic power. Puff. Under the effect of plastic stone, the hard stone wall seems to become melting ice and snow. With a slight muffled sound, a square hole is automatically cracked on the surface of the rock wall. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 540 Desperate. The square hole cut by the plastic stone wand is about 1 foot long and 5 feet deep. Joan raised her toes and peered into the passage. Sure enough, she saw a skin sack tightly tied to the mouth of the bag, which was placed in the stone wall interlayer. Joan put away the plastic stone wand, freed his right hand to reach into the hole, and dragged it out of the bag. The pocket is not big, but the weight is much heavier than the surface. Joan can't help but wonder what bins are inside. Even bins made of gold are not so heavy. Uncertainly opening the bag, Joan opened his leather pocket and glanced inside. Clark was really right. There was indeed a handful of black beans in it. There were only 6 beans in total, which looked no different from ordinary beans. However, when Joan looked closely, he noticed that each bean exudes a faint magic aura. It is not appropriate to stay here for long. Confirming that the treasure key has been obtained, and Joan tightens the bag mouth into his arms and turns to walk towards the cave exit. However, just 2 steps have been taken, and the left palm was hot, and the alarm from the tears of God came again in my mind. Mythology. Discover tuned order mythical creatures. Joan was taken aback and hurried to the door of the lair. The probe glanced out, and saw a huge silver-grey figure appearing at the end of the tunnel from afar, and was roaring and running towards this side. There is only such a passage outside the door. If Joan wants to leave the cave along the original road, he must meet the mythical owl Xiaz Aurode who has returned. The young mage shuddered, turned his head decisively and ran back to the cave, pulling out his plastic wand and pointing it toward the stone wall. In one breath, he stimulated 3 stone-forming operations in succession, digging a deep tunnel in the stone wall, but the opposite rock layer was still solid, and there was no end in sight. What should I do to continue cutting? behind the owl's growl was getting closer and closer. Joan wiped cold sweat from his forehead and forced himself to calm down. Even if the goddess of destiny blesses and can dig a channel to escape from the grotto before the magic wand has exhausted all its magic power, that is not necessarily the best choice. The purpose of his trip is not only to help Clark find treasure, but also to take the opportunity to hunt mythical owlbear and complete his second-order myth trial. If this is the case, what other trials are you talking about? I have plenty of spell slots to use, and Branch of Ilmancer is in hand, and I can become a powerful tree man at any time. What am I afraid of? It should be the abominable monster afraid of me. Joan gritted his teeth, turned his heart across, and resolutely turned to face the more imminent mythical owlbear, decided to stay, kill the monster himself, and complete the level 2 myth trial. After making up his mind, Joan no longer hesitated, quickly opened the casting material package, took out all the materials that might be used next, and placed it on a raised rock platform beside him to ensure that it was within reach. The casting materials he prepared for the mythical owlbear included a ball of spider silk, a small iron shovel, a piece of ham skin, a small ball of butter, sulfur and iron powder, and a translucent ball. Glass bead. When ready, Joan looked up outside the cave door. The figure of the mythical owl has approached the door. A pair of scarlet eyes keep turning, stretching his neck to sniff around, clearly searching for the breath of the intruder. Joan barely restrained the panic in his heart, grabbed the clues, and chanted the spell softly. The silent cave is airtight, and it becomes particularly loud with a little movement. The mythical owl not only has a good sense of smell, but also has a good sense of hearing. Hearing the sound of strangers from his nest, he immediately screamed and rushed over. Joan rushed to complete the casting preparation before the angry monster rushed into the cave, creating a large layer of sticky cobwebs, which covered the entrance of the cave with a curtain. The mythical owl pierced into the elastic cobweb, and found that his body was sticking to the cobwebs, and became more and more angry. While roaring, he was struggling to swing his strong arm, which would block the cobweb in front of him. Joan knows without looking, cobweb can't stop this mad beast for a long time, and all he wants is to slightly trap the opponent's footsteps, so that he has enough time to complete the next stage of the casting ritual. The mythical owl continually tears the cobwebs, approaching the cave door step by step, and the wild roaring sound comes into his ears. Even though Joan is accustomed to the storm, he has experienced countless fatal fights in person, and he still can't help but panic. People have the instinct of fear, and no one is really not afraid of the sky. Fortunately, Joan's mind is firm enough, and the spirit is also focused enough, without being captured by fear. He panicked his hands and feet and quickly caught himself on the stone platform beside him. He picked up the small shovel model and made a string of skillful gestures. At the moment when the mythical owl was about to pull the last cobweb to break into the door, Joan finally completed the second spell and raised his finger to the cave entrance, and a wave of magic emerged from the foot of the mythical owl, prompting a solid 10-foot wide and 20-foot deep shaft was instantly cracked in the ground. The mythical owl bears all his thoughts on the cobwebs that tear the road, without ever paying attention to the changes under his feet. When it realized that a big pit appeared on the bottom of its feet, the feet tightly wound by countless sticky spider silks had no time to move, dragging along wailing to the bottom of the well, and a dull impact came from the moment of landing. The mythical owl is 8 feet tall, fat and strong, covered with thick and fluffy fur, and a 20-foot deep shaft is far from enough to kill this monster. After falling into the bottom of the well, the mythical owl fell dizzy and shook his head, struggling to get up. Looking up at the wellhead, roaring with panic and anger, raised his claws and grabbed the sides of the well, struggling to climb up. Seeing the mythical owl bear fall into the trap created by the pitting technique, the stone pressed against Joan's heart fell to the ground. The most critical tactical link has been a great success, and it will be easier to handle next. He heard the roar of the mythical owl coming from the bottom of the well, and also guessed that this monster was not willing to be imprisoned in the well. He must try to get out of his trap, and his top priority was to prevent the mythical owl from climbing out of the trap. Joan picked up the slippery ham skin from the rock platform and calmly gestured, "Pura." While chanting the last startup incantation, Joan raised his finger to the wellhead, and a large mass of dark grease was created by the spell, pouring down the wellhead. The mythical owl finally climbed into the middle of the shaft, and was poured down by a large pool of grease that came out of thin air. The fluffy fur was soaked in grease and became sticky, wet, and the dread of sticking on the body was uncomfortable. What made the mythical owl even more depressed was the smooth wall of the well, which was now smeared with a layer of grease and became more slippery without keeping his hands, making it slip down involuntarily, puffed, and fell to the bottom of the well. The lower body is soaked in black thick oil. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 541 Spell Chain. The mythical owl's efforts to escape from the trap were all in vain, and he was thumping his chest full of anger, and roared. But there was no way. In fact, its doom has just begun. After successfully casting the second ring of fuel oil, Joan picked up the ball of butter, sulfur and iron powder, and inspired the only two Sidmana left today to begin the third spell. Joan chanted a start spell representing scorching. The magic net distributed above the wellhead then twisted into a huge fireball, wrapped in flames and fell into the well, giving the mythical owl a head blow. Flaming sphere collided with the mythical owl at the moment. The sparks ignited the fuel in the well and exploded violently. Blazing flames erupted from the wellhead as if a volcano erupted. Pit-making technique, fuel technique and flaming sphere, three seemingly unrelated touring spells, after Joan's ingenious combination, collide with a wonderful chain reaction, forming a set of very practical tactics. The mythical owl bears a brute force, but has no choice but to be trapped in a fiery pit. There is a flame ball burning above his head, and there is fuel burning under his feet. The oil-soaked fur is instantly ignited and scratched. It turned into a big ball of fire at the foot, struggling desperately at the bottom of the well, and making a cry of screams. Joan grabbed the only casting material left on the stone platform, the glass bead, staring blankly at the wellhead where flames were raging. Both the pitting technique and the flaming orb have a time limit. Before long, the depleting flaming orb will disappear by itself, and the traps created by the spell will be restored to the ground. If the mythical owl hasn't died by then, Joan will use the glass bead in his hand as a material to cast Mage Assault Palm to give the mythical owl a fatal blow. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. The flames from the wellhead were fading gradually, and the screams at the bottom of the well turned into groans, and finally the groans could not be heard. Joan was still hesitating whether to display the Mage Assault Palm in preparation for his final stroke. His left hand suddenly shook involuntarily, and his palm was slightly hot. Joan slowly lifted his left palm, staring at the spar that sprung out of his palm and turned into an extremely shiny crystal. At the same time, the psychic sensations from Tears of God came into his mind and brought him long-awaited good news. Just now, he has successfully killed the mythical owl and successfully completed the second phase of mythical trial. Through the spiritual bond that is closely connected with Tears of God, Joan immediately realized that at the same time that he completed the second order myth trial, the second seal of this artifact has also been untied and evolved again, and brought 3 benefits to him as the master of the artifact. First, the intelligence bonus provided by Tears of God has been increased by an additional 2 points, increasing Joan's intelligence attribute from 25 to 27. As far as Joan's knowledge is concerned, he has never seen a second person with an intellectual property of up to 27 in his life, including the Austrian mentors of Leiden College, whose intelligence level cannot reach such an exaggerated level, especially considering that he is still just a teenager under 14 years old. It has been less than a year since he became a formal mage, and the intellectual property of 27 is even more amazing. It is no exaggeration to say that at the current growth rate of Joan, as long as he can live safely to the age of 30, it is likely to create a glorious record to become the youngest legendary mage in the history of the New World. Tears of God is also known as Sage's Stone, and it has the function of creating magic potions by consuming mythical energy. When this artifact lifts the second seal, this pharmaceutical function has also been significantly improved. Joan soaked the Tears of Gods in clean water and spent a mythical energy. In addition to the secondary healing potions and healing potions that could be generated, he can also choose to create a cup that has the function of resisting germs and toxins. Potion. Anyone who takes this antiviral potion will be able to gain immunity to most diseases and toxins in nature in the next few days. As for the supernatural virus caused by magic, the potion also has a strong resistance even if it cannot be completely immune. At least the symptoms caused by the virus are much lighter than ordinary people. Joan is an arcane spellcaster. The biggest pain point of arcane is the lack of healing and healing achievements. He is mercilessly suspended by magic in this field. If you ask a mage what he is most afraid of, the answer is often not a powerful enemy, but an invincible virus. 9 of the 10 masters are nerds. It's normal to indulge in academic research to inevitably eat irregularly. In addition to lack of physical exercise, it is normal for the body to be weak. Joan was such a shameless scholar before paying attention to strengthening diet, nutrition and fitness training. Weak body, coupled with high-intensity study and work. One can imagine that the mage is a group that is very susceptible to diseases. Especially when an epidemic outbreak occurs, it is normal to knock down a large group of mage. Not to mention the deadly infectious diseases such as the Black Death, plague, and cholera. Even 3 days of colds and colds can stand it. Therefore, the masters especially need to keep drugs to prevent viruses. Joan's physique is already quite strong among the mage community. Even so, he has not suffered from diseases. Now God's Tears has gained a new function to resist viruses, which can help him solve a great worries. The potions made by Tears of God have a time limit. If they are not taken on the same day, they will lose their potency the next day and become a bottle of water again. Antiviral potions are no exception. Fortunately, after taking this potion, the effect lasted for several days, depending on Joan's caste level. He is currently a 4th level mage, so the potions created will enable the user to obtain a 4-day resistance. During this period, he can be immune to most infectious diseases and toxins in the world. It is still very practical. The third benefit obtained after the upgrade of Tears of God is that the functions of generating and storing mythical energy have been greatly improved. Before Tear of God is upgraded, 1 mythic energy can be automatically generated every day, and the upper limit of energy storage is 10 energy levels. Now 2 mythic energy is automatically generated every day, and the upper limit of energy storage has also been expanded to 20 energy levels. The so-called myth energy is actually the same as Joan's inherent myth power. Joan can extract mythical energy from Tears of Gods to supplement his own mythical power. In turn, he can also use his own mythical power to recharge Tears of Gods. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 542, 2nd level mythical mage. For a long time, in addition to making potions occasionally, Joan seldom uses the energy stored in Tears of God. He has enough spell positions, Sid mana, and mythical powers, and he usually doesn't use the energy of Tears of God at all. However, the capacity of Tears of God is limited, and once the upper limit of the volume is reached, no new mythical energy will be generated, and it is undoubtedly a huge waste. Now that Tears of God has the function of making antiviral agents, Joan can make full use of this long-standing idle resource. Make a bottle of potion every day to infuse the stomach, cure disease, prevent the disease, avoid waste. Joan completed the 2nd level myth trial. Not only unleashed the 2nd seal of the Tears of God, his own mythological rank was also upgraded, and was officially promoted to the 2nd level mythical master. and thus obtained 3 benefits. Joan's power of myth is closely related to the mythological class. Originally, he could only use the power of myth 5 times a day, but now as the rank of the myth increases, he has added 2 power of myth, which can be used up to 7 times a day, which means his ability to cast spells has been further enhanced. After all, the main purpose of mythical power is to replace spell slots. In addition, after being promoted to level 2 mythical master, Joan also acquired 2 new mythological abilities, namely mythical mana and mythical countermeasures. The role of mythical mana is very straightforward. When Joan casts a spell, if the power of the spell is related to its casting level, then in addition to the normal wizard level, he can also be added to his mythic grandmaster level position. The sum of the two determines the power of the spell. In fact, the power, range, and duration of most spells are closely related to the caster's level. The same spell, released by a higher level wizard or a lower level wizard, is likely to have a very different power. For example, the most typical 1st level arcane magic missile, the 1st level mage can easily cast, but the projectile only has 1 shot, and when a 3rd level mage casts this spell, it can shoot 2 missiles at the same time. 5 The mage can fire 3 missiles at the same time. Before Joan learned mythical mana, his ability to cast spells was mainly determined by the level of the mage, and had little to do with mythical ranks. Now it's different. Thanks to the function of mythical mana, he can count 2 mythical grand mage levels in addition to 4 mage levels when casting a spell, which means that every spell he casts has the power equivalent to the hand of a 6th level wizard. After the excitement, Joan found that mythical mana also had a flaw in the ointment. This ability can only enhance the power of the spells he has mastered, but it cannot make him advance to higher level spell slots. He still has to step up to upgrade the level of the wizard. After he is promoted to the 5th level, he can obtain the 3rd level spell slot, and then learn and use the 3rd level spell. The second path ability of the 2nd level myth mage, myth countermeasure, is actually an enhanced version of the counterspell technique. If Joan finds that the enemy is casting magic missiles and he happens to have prepared magic missiles today, he can cast the same spell to achieve the purpose of countermeasures. If the countermeasures succeed, the magic missiles of both parties will cancel each other out. This is the general rule of spell counterattack. In contrast, mythical countermeasures are more free than normal spell countermeasures. There is no need to prepare the corresponding spells in advance, or even Joan has learned the spells the enemy is casting. As long as the number of spells the opponent is about to cast does not exceed his ability to cast, he can spend 1 mythical power for countermeasures, hostile spells, and 100% successful countermeasures. Joan currently has a maximum of 2 spells. When he casts a mythical countermeasure, he can counter any magic that does not exceed 2 rings, whether it is arcane or divine. The power of mythical countermeasures goes beyond this. What if the enemy casts 3 rings of fireball, which exceeds Joan's current ability to cast spells, and normal spell countermeasures are powerless in this situation? In fact, he only needs to spend an extra mythical power, and can still use the mythical countermeasure to instantly offset the fireball that the enemy is playing. For every additional mythical power, the upper limit of the magic countermeasure is increased by an additional ring. Mythical countermeasure is so domineering. Joan now has a total of 7 mythical powers. If all of them are used to cast mythical countermeasures, a maximum of 8 ring spells can be offset. There are only a handful of spellcasters in the world who master the 8th level spell, and they are at least quasi-legendary. A small mage like Joan, in the eyes of a caster of this level, is no different from a ant. If he finds that Joan can actually counter their strongest spell, he may be shocked to doubt his life. Clark, Shrek, and Cassio are still fighting a large group of owls in the valley. Joan can't stay in the cave for too long. After hurriedly checking the upgrade message of Tears of God, he sends a windstorm to Clark and others to inform yourself that the task has been successfully completed here, and they can also retreat. After casting the spell, Joan left the nest of the mythical owl following the way it came. and turned out to be a hawkman of Jordanheim. When he went out of the cave door, he spread his wings and flew into the air, and soon flew to the middle of the valley, landed and joined his companions. Clark, Shrek, and Cassio have fought against a large group of owls so far, and they have been more or less colored. Fortunately, shortly after the battle began, the mythical owl quietly left. Without this leader, the warlord's madness and arrogance were unconstrained, and he could no longer cooperate with the siege of Clark 3 years before. But there were many owls watching, disagreeing with each other, beating each other, so that Clark's pressure on them was greatly reduced. And when he received the magic message from Joan, he retreated to the outside of the valley. It's strange to say that the owlbears in the valley did not catch up. It seems that without the mythical owlbear command, they can't really unite. Cassio described to Joan with a lingering fear. Mythical owl has been killed by me. Joan looked away at the deep valley shrouded in the darkness, and said thoughtfully, there is no other owlbear that can replace the mythical owl's leadership in this community. It won't take long. The owlbears gathered in the valley will leave, and each will find a way out, and the Owlbear Valley will also become a historical noun, losing its original meaning. Little Master, did you really kill the mythical owl? Shrek looked at Joan in surprise, his face incredulous. The Ogre King confronted the mythical owl head, because he took a small loss for a while, and was impressed by the monster's strength, so he couldn't figure it out. With a small 4th-level wizard like Joan, how could it be possible to kill the mighty king of owls by himself? It's no big deal, Mr. Shrek, maybe just because of my luck. Joan didn't want to expose his mythical power, and was too lazy to explain. Clark saw that he didn't want to say more about his experience in the mythical owl cave, so he smiled and interjected, don't worry about that much, as long as Brother Joan retrieves their treasure key smoothly. It's not suitable for long stay. Let's find one. Let's talk in a safe place. Joan nodded silently and became an eagle again, leading his companions to fly out of the valley. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 543. Follow the creature of the owl is lonely and suspicious by nature, and does not like to live in groups. It is completely influenced by the authority of the mythical owl that was forced to change its nature and gather in the valley to form a small community. If this state continues, after thousands of years of reproduction and evolution, it is not impossible for the owlbears in the valley to establish a primitive tribe with strict organization and detailed division of labor, or even to form an owlbear society. However, with the death of the mythical owlbear, this process towards socialization was interrupted, and the constraints of the mythical owlbear were lost. Most of the owlbears regained their original state, and the fragile order in the valley quickly became lonely and combative. Destroy by nature. On the second day of Joan's departure from the Bear Valley, almost all of the dozens of bears living in this narrow valley were involved in an unreasonable dogfight. The fierce conflict continued until the evening of the same day. The injured and defeated owls were forced to flee the valley and look for other places to lick the wounds. Only a few owls remained in the valley and each circled a site, unless it was time for a stress. The old man died without contact, completely back to the state before the mythical owl appeared. As the night grew deeper, the moon hung high, and the mourning of the owlbear suddenly sounded in the silent valley. The house birds in the forest were frightened. They flew away from the nest one after another, and gathered into a cloud of dark clouds above the woods. 3 strange figures appeared outside the cave door where the mythical owl lived during his lifetime. The black-robed man, headed by the staff, was pale. Standing next to the black robe was a tall and eared orc with arms and knees, wearing a pair of red iron gloves with sharp spines, watching the cave in front. Behind the black robe and the orc followed a huge troll with 9 heads. The monster was burying its head and eating owl that had just been captured. 9 jang mouths greedily bit the half-dead owl. The bones shattered and the blood splattered. The scream of the owl faded faintly. The orc chieftain Tira Culkin looked back at the 9 trolls' Scala, dismissive of its evil form, but the monster was better than an orc, and Culkin was too lazy to eat an owl. Despite it, turn around and whisper to the black robe. Master Shaman, are you sure that Shrek and his party have been to the Owlbear Valley? I'm sure they have been here, and I'm sure they haven't been here for more than 2 days. Snake Hand Shaman replied thoughtfully. It's really strange. The Owl's Valley is not a holy place for sightseeing. Shrek and they came here and ventured into the valley Are they not afraid to irritate the mythical owl? Kirkin asked in confusion. Mythical owl? Shaman sneered and raised his staff to point around. Kirkin, haven't you found it? The owls in the valley are far fewer than we expected. Let's go this way. I haven't encountered a siege of a large group of owl bears. There are signs that the valley has just undergone a major change. The former ruler of the owl bear group, the mythical owl bear, has either been pushed out of the valley, or is dead. It is not difficult to kill mythical owl bears, but it is almost impossible to kill mythical owl bears under the protection of nearly 100 owl bears. I do not believe that Shrek and the 4 of them can do it. Culkin shook his head repeatedly. This thing is really incredible, but we better not rush to the conclusion. First enter this cave to take a look at the situation inside and talk about it. Snake Hand Shaman walked into the cave of the mythical owl with a stick. Tira Kirkin followed him to the hole, stopped and looked back at the 9 trolls still chewing on the bear corpse, shook his head helplessly, and said nothing without saying a word. Turned into the cave and followed behind Shaman. Shaman and Culkin spent half an hour walking through the complex underground tunnel and finally came to the nest of the mythical owl hiding. Near the entrance of the lair, they found a burnt corpse, inferring from the body's outline that out of all it was a mythical owl. This guy seems to have been burned alive. Kirkin looked around after looking at the body, and there was confusion on his face. Except for this body, there are almost no signs of burning around, and there is no remaining fuel. How did the monster be burned to death? It's magic, Culkin. Although the death time of the mythical owl has been more than a whole day, I can still feel that the distribution of the magic net in this neighborhood is somewhat abnormal. Shaman walked to the stone wall near the corpse. His left hand touched the moss and light repellent mushrooms growing on the stone wall. The magic glory emerged from his fingertips, and he seemed to be communicating with the moss and mushrooms. It's him. Shaman suddenly grinned. It was the little mage named Joan Vida who set a trap to burn the poor mythical owl and stole the treasure it had guarded for many years. Treasure? Kurgin's body was shocked. His eyes widened, and he couldn't wait to ask. Master Shaman, what treasure are you referring to? Shaman shook his head and replied expressionlessly, the lower plants that grow in the cave cannot tell me more details. Under Kurtzin's suspicious gaze, Shaman walked to the stone wall facing the entrance of the lair. After a little observation, he suddenly chuckled and picked up his staff and knocked on the stone wall. Kirkin, did you see the cave on the stone wall? This is the passage made by plastic stone. The little mage stole the treasure guarded by the mythical owl bear from here. When the mythical owl sensed the theft of the treasure, he hurried back to try to catch the thief, but was killed by the malicious little mage instead. It turns out that Kirkin thought for a long time with his chin under his breath. Since these days, we have been wondering why Shrek and others want to break into the forest of the head. And why travel along the honey wine heap? Why do you venture into the Owlbear Valley? Now it seems that most of them are trying to seize the treasure hidden in this cave. Shaman nodded slightly, expressing his agreement with Kirkin's guess. So what do we do next? Continue to hunt down those 4 guys? Culkin looked at Snake Hand Shaman. Of course we must continue to chase it. Shaman sneered. The 4 guys succeeded in obtaining the treasure. It must be very happy at this moment. When people get smug, they will always unconsciously relax their vigilance. We take the opportunity to catch up, kill them all. To be honest, now I not only have to recapture the Gantia's roots, I am even more curious about what baby they dug in this cave. I also want to know, Shrek, what good things they found. The orc chief stroked his beard, his eyes flickering in the dark cave. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 544 Magic Bean. On the same night that Shaman and others broke into the Owlbear Valley, under the same moonlight, Joan and his party set up a camp near a mountain stream about 20 miles away from the Owlbear Valley and raised a warm bonfire. Joan took the small leather pocket found deep inside the mythical owl cave and gave it to Clark solemnly. Clark opened his mouth in a hurry, poured 6 black beans into the palm of his hand, leaned over to the fire to observe carefully. His eyes overflowed with joy. "Guys, come and see what a good bean." The Ogre King ripped a whole wild boar, cleaned it, and skewered it on the mace, squeezing oil on the fire. Hearing Clark greet him, he turned his head to his open palm and glanced at it, then snorted in amusement. "Shrek already has roasted wild boar, so don't eat the kind of beans that will keep you farting. What's more, just 6 beans are not enough for Shrek to crack the teeth." "Hey, you little fat man, thinking about eating is a bit tasteful. These are 6 magic beans. It's too wasteful to eat them," Frost Giant said sorrowfully. "These beans do seem to emit a faint magical aura, but I can't be sure of their specific magic." Poet Cassio was a little interested in the beans in the hands of Frost Giant. "I don't know what the 6 beans are, but Master Witch told me that as long as they are planted, they can reap unexpected joy." Clark stared at the 6 little black beans in his hand, his eyes full of longing. Although Master Witch didn't make it clear, I'm sure that one of the beans can grow out of the door to the treasure trove. "As long as you enter the door, we can find the Kosticho collar. Maybe you can get other babies easily." "So we're going to grow beans next?" The poet drank a bite of ale. "Well, let's plant beans here. We will come back next spring to see how the bean seedlings are growing. Maybe I've been gnawed away by a wild goat passing by, and I won't even leave you with a bean seedling." The Ogre King chewed the roasted wild boar and snickered. "Dead fat man, less wordy. Can't you stop your mouth with such a big pig leg?" Clark yelled fiercely. "Mr. Henil, if I guess correctly, the growth rate of these magic beans will be faster than we thought. Buried in the soil, poured a little water, and will fully mature in a day," Joanxi said. "Hopefully. After all, I don't want to stay here as a farmer for a whole year." Clark listened to Joan's words and regained confidence. "Brother Joan, shall we plant beans now?" Kiawan looked up at the sky and said carefully, "After the magic beans are planted, it is difficult to say what fruits will be produced and whether they will be in danger. We have been exhausted for a whole day of the journey, or first take a rest overnight, nourish yourself, and it's not too late to plant magic beans tomorrow morning." "Well, just do what you say." Clark put the 6 magic beans back in his pocket and carefully put them in his arms. He rubbed his palms and broke a golden roasted wild boar leg with a big bite. After successfully obtaining the key to the treasure, all 4 of Joan felt a sense of relief. The dinner tonight was particularly pleasant. Everyone let go of their belly to eat and drink. Joan, who was not drunk on weekdays, couldn't hold his companion to persuade, and drank a small glass of wine, his cheeks red as if rouge. When the moon is at midnight, and it is almost midnight, everyone is full, and Joan will use the magic rope technique to create a half-plane for 4 people to stay overnight. Clark, Shrek, and Cassio were all half-drunk, crawling down the rope into the half-plane, and after a few chats, they slept one after another, snoring loudly. Joan was the last to climb into the half-plane, put away the rope, and fold out the folding table and chairs in front of the window, lighting up the magic candlestick, and burying his head as usual. The next morning, Clark, Shrek and Cassio got the good news as soon as they got up. After 9 days of enchanting, Joan promised to make the magic guide for them successfully completed. If Joan just helped them make the magic device according to the original agreement, Clark and the 3 were indeed very happy, but they could not talk about surprises these days. They have seen Joan busy enchanting work. It is already strange. However, when they actually took over a custom-made magic guide from Joan and wore it and activated the magic effect, they were surprised to find that the attribute of the magic guide was twice as high as expected, and they doubted that they were dreaming. "Brother Joan, If I remember correctly, you were talking about making an enchanted belt with a power increase of 2 points. Frost Giant stroked the belt with magical aura around his waist, his face intertwined with surprise and confusion. But this belt, it obviously increases the strength of 4 points. Yes, my necklace has increased its charm by 4 points, which is twice as high as the original enhancement. I feel like I made a huge bargain. The poet caressed and enchanted the necklace, worrying that everything in front of him is just an illusion. Otherwise, how can he explain that there is such a good thing in the world? Listening to what you said, Shrek found out that with this collar given to me by the little mage, the increased intelligence was not 2 points, but 4 points. The Ogre King widened his eyes exaggeratedly. Wow! Shrek put on this collar. I feel that my head has suddenly become awake and become smarter than the big one. Originally, with my spellcasting ability, I can only create a low-level magic guide with at least 2 additional attributes. But after these days of experience, especially after killing the mythical owl and completing the myth trial in the Owl Valley, IS ability to cast spells has been enhanced, and the enchanting skills have also been improved accordingly, so the final 3 pieces of magic guides are better than expected. Joan calmly responded to everyone's doubts. In fact, as early as last night when he performed the last round of enchantment processing on the 3 pieces of magic devices, he foresaw that Clark 3 would be surprised and questioned when they got the finished product, so he took some time to think about how to explain in advance. Appropriately, carefully ponder the words and sentences, and type the abbreviated draft in order to deal with it calmly, so as not to cause misunderstandings by the companions. Because of the sufficient preparation in advance, Joan's wording was reasonable. Clark and Shrek were full of joy and felt that they owed Joan and thanked him and stopped asking. However, Cassio is not so easy to flicker. He is an arcane spellcaster himself. He has a deeper understanding of enchanting technology than Clark and Shrek. Under what conditions can a mid-range magic guide with a +4 attribute be created? Can he count? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 545 Bean's Brother Joan. According to the general rules of spellcasting, a 3rd level wizard can cast spells such as Power of Bull, Cunning of Fox and Power of Eagle to create magic that enhances strength, wisdom and charm. Guide. However, due to the low cast level, the magic weapon produced in this way can only increase the attribute by 2 points at least, and must be upgraded to the 6th level wizard, and the above-mentioned spells can enhance the attribute by 4 points. But you are just a 4th level mage, and according to common sense, it is unlikely to create a magic weapon that enhances the 4-point attribute. I am curious, how did you do it? Cassio watched Joan's complexion change and smirked, adding, I just asked casually, if it was not convenient to disclose it. In fact, there is nothing to hide. I learned a special spellcasting skill after hunting mythical owl bears, which can enhance the magical power. Of course, this does not really improve my mage level, replied. Cassio's questioning was actually in his anticipation, so he thought about the response in advance. Cassio nodded thoughtfully, without further questioning, and turned to look at the charm necklace made by Joan for him, playing with it admiringly. Joan's so-called special spellcasting skills refer to the 2nd level mythical ability Mythical Mana. With this skill, he can upgrade 2 additional levels when casting a spell, which is equivalent to a 6th level mage, so the magic device processed by his hand can increase the attribute by up to 4 points. In addition to Smart Necklace for Shrek, Power Belt for Clark, and Charm Necklace made by Cassio, last night Joan also took the time to upgrade his secondary Gorgeous Belt to Gorgeous Belt. The 6 attributes of increased strength, agility, physique, intelligence, perception and charm are all enhanced to 4 points. Having hurriedly eaten breakfast, Joan sat by the campfire and had nothing to do with it, so he smoothly used an endoscopist to examine his physical changes. Status: Basic Health, Right Eye Disability. Level: Mage 4, Mythical Archmage 2. Current spell slot: 0 ring infinite, 1 ring 6 intellect attribute reward plus 3, 2 ring 4 intellect attribute bonus plus 2. Dow ability mythical archmage, mythical power 7 days, wild arcane, mythical spellcasting, energy replacement, mythical mana, mythical counterattack. Attribute spelt plus 4 enhancement, strength 14, agility 16, constitution 16 snake dragon egg plus 2, intelligence 29 tear of god plus 6, wisdom spring plus 5, wisdom 18, charisma 20. With an intelligence attribute of up to 29, Joan himself has a sense of accomplishment, not to mention the super high intelligence attribute not only greatly enhances his memory, comprehension and spellcasting ability, but also gives him much more than other mages of the same level. Spell position. Now Joan can draw 6 owning spell slots and 4 touring spell slots from the magic net every day. In addition, there are 6 Sid mana each day, 7 mythical power every day, and upgrades after that. The maximum capacity is increased to 20 levels of Tears of God, and these resources can be used to replace the spell slots when necessary. After comprehensive calculations, Joan's ability to cast spells is worth 10 mages of the same level, just like a human-shaped arsenal. The frost giant Clark swallowed the last piece of roasted wild boar, wiped off the greasy corner of his mouth, took out the small pocket with magic beans from his arms, and shook his companion beside him, shouting happily, "Guys, it's time to witness the miracle. Who wants to grow the first magic bean?" "Large man, let's grow beans yourself. Anyway, there is nothing bad to grow and I can't blame others." Shrek is still stuffing food in his mouth. Eating is one of his greatest pleasures, and he has little interest in growing beans. "Okay, let me show you." Frost Giant took the shovel from Joan, dug a pit not far from the camp, took out a dark and full grain of beans and placed it in the pit, carefully filling it with soil. Joan walked to the mound, took out the endless water bag, poured some water into the soil where the beans were buried, and then stood beside the mound to watch the changes. After waiting for about a minute, as expected by Joan, the soft soil covering the magic beans trembles slightly, and a young green bean seedling emerges from the soil layer, and grows at a rate visible to the human eye, and it will grow in less than 2 minutes. At 5 feet high, it was almost close to Joan's size. "Hey, guys, come and take a look at this, it's amazing." Frost Giant stared at the rapidly growing bean seedling, rubbing his hands in excitement. Shrek and Cassio were also aroused by this magical scene, refusing to eat or drink, and ran to watch. At this time, the bean seedlings no longer grow tall, and instead they flower and bear fruit. A total of 3 pods have formed on the vines, and they will fully mature in a short time. The mature pods exploded in succession, ejecting 10 beans. These beans are dark purple in color, and they are a little smaller than the magic beans. They are not like the seeds produced by the same plant. The purple bean grains seem to have life. After landing, they automatically plunge into the soil and quickly grow 10 purple mushrooms. Joan and Clark, Shrek, and Cassio looked at each other. They couldn't figure out why the beans were clearly planted, but the mushrooms came out in the end. Under the confused eyes of the 4 people, the 10 mushrooms grew longer, the stems were thicker than the thighs of adults, the caps were as wide as parasols, and countless wicker-like hyphae hung down, swaying in the wind. "What a big mushroom, it looks delicious." Shrek stared at the mushroom and swallowed, reaching for it. But at the moment when his fingertips touched the cap, the big purple mushroom shuddered suddenly, and then made a harsh scream, which scared the Ogre King to quickly shrink his hands and back, almost fell to the ground. What is this stuff? The mushrooms will still be called. In fact, not only the mushroom Shrek touched, but also the other mushrooms screamed one after another. The sound of the sound was comparable to that of 10 ships at the same time sounding the whistle, almost breaking Joan on the spot. The eardrums of others. Fortunately, Clark responded promptly, rushing up with his ears, kicking all 10 weird mushrooms, breaking them into a pool of purple mud, and the harsh screams subsided. Who can tell Shrek what kind of monster these mushrooms are, and why are they making scary calls? The Ogre King rubbed his ears and was afraid of his face. This thing is mostly screaming mushroom, which is very common in dark areas. It is usually mixed with poisonous mushrooms such as purple mushrooms. When you are alarmed, you will scream. Because of this characteristic, the residents of dark areas, such as darkness elves and underground gnomes, often plant a lot of screaming mushrooms outside their dungeons as sirens. The poet Cassio guessed with his chin. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 546. Geezer Joan nodded gently, completely agreeing with the poet. He had seen the related records of screaming mushroom in the mushroom sub-volume of Monsters of Vales. The illustration is exactly the same as the purple mushroom just seen, but the book also records that the screaming mushroom has natural insufficiency. It only grows in dark and damp areas. The clump of screaming mushrooms just grew out in the sun. It can be seen that such things as magic bean are totally unreasonable. It is not surprising that any monsters grow. Okay, the first magic bean is considered abolished. I still have 5 beans here. Does anyone want to plant them? Try to see what fruit they will produce. The magic beans planted by Frost Giant grow a bunch of useless screaming mushrooms, which has caused him a lot of blows. He feels that he is out of luck today, so he wants to change his own to grow beans. Maybe he can transport them directly. Plant the gate leading to the treasure land. Shrek and Cassio glanced at each other, but shook their heads and refused. The eyes were full of alertness. They were taken aback by the screaming mushroom just now. God knows what will happen to the second bean. They don't want to take risks. I'll try it. Joan cast the mage's hand, took a magic bean from Clark's leather pocket, buried it in the dirt, and sprinkled some water. For safety, he took another 2 steps back, staring at the place where the beans were buried. Kiaoan tried to identify the magic bean, and the result was far beyond his expectations. In the past, the unsatisfactory rune number 4 could not resolve the mystery of the magic bean. This disappointed him and added a little curiosity. Plant magic beans and try to see what fruits will be produced. This time the 4 people waited for another minute. The surface of the soil shook slightly, and a large hole was suddenly cracked, and a powerful spring spouted out, which was 30 feet high. Clark and others have long foreseen that the second magic bean will grow strange things, but compared to the screaming mushrooms, a fountain is so common that they are a bit disappointed. The fountain continued to rise for about half a minute before stopping. Just when everyone thought it was over, Kuan Yin spewed a strong stream of water again. The strange thing was that the liquid was light yellow, and upon landing, it exuded white and delicate foam, and also exuded the fragrance of fermented grains. Clark took a deep breath and looked at his companion in surprise. Did you smell it? Does this seem to be the smell of ale? Joan had the same doubts, so he remotely controlled the hand of the mage and grabbed the glass from a distance, and got to the fountain to receive a glass of liquid that smelled of ale, and pulled it back to observe carefully. Indeed, as Clark said, this thing looks and smells like a fine ale, and as for what it tastes like, Joan is unknown. Who is not afraid of poisoning, you can give it a try. Cassio smiled and encouraged his companion to be a white mouse. Shrek comes to try it, anyway, only a sip, even if it's poisonous, it won't kill Shrek. The Ogre King is relying on his strong body, steel-like stomach pouch and super digestive ability. Not afraid of ordinary toxins. He took a sip of the glass and grinned and smirked under the attention of the 3 companions. Raise a glass and praise. Good wine. Isn't it poisonous? Kiaoan asked cautiously. Shrek doesn't know if it's poisonous. King Ogre shrugged with his glass. Shrek only knows that the wine is delicious. If you don't believe it, try it yourself. After drinking, he turned to the fountain and planned to take another drink to continue drinking. Clark looked at his eyes and couldn't help being hooked on his alcohol addiction. He wiped his mouth, swallowed a big spit, and walked quietly to the fountain. The Frost Giant and the mythical ogres drank the water around the scented water, and the water column suddenly fell, and the fountain fell into a halt again. At this time, everyone was already surprised at this peculiar fountain. They were all around the fountain, eyes gazing at the dry spring, waiting for the next round of eruption. Sure enough, after a minute, the spring eyes sprayed out a stream of brown water again, followed by a pungent sour smell, so that everyone smoked to cover their noses and retreat. Joan's remote control mage's hand filled half a cup of brown acid, pulled closer to observe carefully, and later told the companion, "This time it seems to be vinegar." The vinegar spring continued to swell for half a minute, subsided unexpectedly. Next, Kuan Yin sprinkled sweet apple juice and fragrant olive oil one after another. After that, there was no movement, and no more liquid was sprayed. In general, although the second magic bean did not grow the treasured ore that everyone expected, it was stronger than Clark's screaming mushroom. After enjoying the wonders brought by the geyser, Joan and others looked forward to it. What will the remaining 4 magic beans grow? The third bean. Let Shrek come to grow it. The Ogre King thought happily. Maybe he can grow something delicious. You all put on the wisdom collar made by Brother Joan. It stands to reason that you have become smart enough. Why are you still thinking about eating and drinking? Clark counted Shrek angrily. If a person has no interest in food, then he must not be smart enough. Shrek retorted bluntly, making Frost Giant glared and speechless, having to admit that the fat man had indeed become more clever than before, and he took out a magic bean and gave it to him. Shrek held the magic bean in his left hand, shoveled the pit with his right hand, carefully buried the bean, covered it with a thin layer of soil, poured some water, and then stood next to him, expecting the bean to germinate soon. Moda seemed to feel his mood, and soon sprouted green bean seedlings, thriving through the soil and thriving. Under the gaze of the 4, the delicate bean seedlings quickly became thick and upright, and the color changed from light green to dark brown, showing a tough wood texture. After just 2 minutes, the bean seedlings grew into a taller tree than Shrek. The dense canopy is covered with dark green leaves and continues to stretch upwards. The slender branches flank to each other while growing, and they are kinked with each other. They are braided into 2 thick arms, and above the trunk, there is a complex texture of pimples area. At first, everyone only thought it was a nodule. However, as the tree grows, the nodular area looks more and more like an old shady human face. The scene in front of him made Joan faintly uneasy, worrying that Shrek planted an activated plant. In order to verify his conjecture, he opened the storage bag and took out the branch of Ilmancer, and it was found that the branch of Ilmancer trembles violently, and the branch glowed with a red light, both color and brightness. As the opposite humanoid tree grows, it deepens and strengthens. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 547. Rap statue. This thing planted by King? Looks like a tree man. Cassio looked up at the strange tree that grew taller, frowned, and muttered to himself, "Shuren, although they can't eat, shouldn't they be evil creatures?" Shrek touched his fat chin and looked puzzled. The strange tree in front of him reminded him of the past when he was attacked by the Snake Hand Shaman and led the tribe to attack the Algonquin Valley half a year ago. When he broke into the village of Powhatan, he encountered many activated plants in a birch forest. Suppress, one of the powerful Black Oak people, impressed him. Most of the tree people are kind, but not necessarily, and occasionally there are crazy and evil tree people, such as the sacred Gantias tree roots of the Conquering Order, which is said to be from an ancient the roots cut from the evil devil tree. It is said that the devil tree can also be turned into a tree man, and he loves to blood, which is obviously not a good thing. The poet Cassio traveled around the world and learned many anecdotes. Clark remembered that when he was in the town of House not long ago, he saw Joan using a magic tree branch to detect evil plants like withered monsters, and then turned to him and asked him, "Brother Joan, what do you think?" "Unfortunately, this strange tree is likely to be an evil plant." Joan's face dignified. "Mr. Hyle, we must destroy this tree as soon as possible." Otherwise, the longer it lasts, the taller it grows and becomes a tree, the greater the threat people will pose to us in the future. Clark listened to him and changed his face. He rushed to the tree and hugged the trunk with his arms, trying to uproot it. Frost Giant is born with divine power, wearing a strength belt made by Joan for him. The strength attribute is as high as 36. It should be easy to pull out a big tree. However, the strange tree sprouted by the magic bean is not an ordinary plant. The root system is deeply plunged into the soil. Clark struggled to pull up. The ground around the root of the tree was cracking. A lot of sand was rushing out. The root of the tree was broken, but there were still many roots. He entangled the rocks deep in the ground and refused to escape from the soil. It seemed that he felt the danger. The strange tree woke up before it was fully grown. The nodular face glared at the Frost Giant, raised his arms twisted by countless branches, wrapped Clark's arm, and wrestled with him. The strange tree that Shrek planted, Shrek will destroy it by hand. The Ogre King carried the mace of the mace and rushed to the tree man. While the monster and Clark had no time to distract from each other, they rounded the rod and hit the trunk. Boom! 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 Shrek swung 3 sticks in one breath, and slammed the big tree with a thick hug. Lie down. Clark pushed hard, and the strange tree fell backwards along the break, trembling with a trembling ground. Joan walked to the broken tree and found that the strange tree's branches were twitching and trembling, and the human face on the trunk was also distorted, intertwined with pain and anger, and it was frightening. Joan took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands. His hands together, his thumbs together, and the remaining 4 fingers spread outward, chanting the spell of the burning hand softly. Yeah. The moment the spellcasting ceremony was completed, Joan's fingertips spewed a raging flame, igniting the strange tree lying in front of him. The flame spread from the branches and leaves to the trunk, and the flames burned. Joan looked at the strange tree shrouded in flames, slowly lowered his hand, and breathed a sigh of relief. The Ogre King stared at the strange tree that was about to turn into coke, and asked his companions with frustration, "It seems that Shrek is also out of luck. The next magic bean, who will plant it? Of the 4 of us, only I haven't planted magic beans. Let me try my luck." Cassio seemed confident, asking Clark for a magic bean and burying it under his feet, suddenly smirking, unbuttoning his waistband, and spewing urine on the bin pit. Joan was stunned by the poet's indecent behavior, and Clark and Shrek also covered their noses to avoid the smell of urine that was blowing in the wind, and squandered Cassio blind lie in case his urination caused magic beans can't germinate normally. Regret is too late. Fortunately, the vitality of the magic bin proved to be tenacious enough. Under the eyes of everyone's anxiety, a tender bud sprouted deep in the soil saturated with urine, and quickly expanded. The bean seedlings grew to be flush with Cassio's height before they stopped growing upwards, and in turn changed the shape of the branches, as if shaped by a pair of invisible clever hands, becoming more and more like Cassio himself. "Cassio, you seem to have planted a statue." Clark held his chin and frowned. "What should we call this thing? Activate the plant, or a wood carving?" Frost Giant soon realized that his question was meaningless, because the transformation of bean seedlings was not over. When it completely grew into the shape of Cassio, the texture began to change drastically, and eventually the green plant turned into a hard grey stone statue, and the shape and features were exactly the same as Cassio, as if it were a sculpture carved by him. Cassio stared at the statue he had planted himself. His face became more and more ugly, and his voice could not help shaking when he spoke. "Damn it, I have an ominous hunch. Hey, Cassio, you are really a dirty filthy embryo, and dog urine is cleaner than your blood." As if verifying the poet's hunch, the statue suddenly spoke, and a stiff face appeared with a weird smile, as if mocking its creator. "You, what a monster are you?" Cassio was frightened and sweated. Cassio, idiot, you don't even know this uncle. You have white eyes." Fart. Cassio, just a statue. The poet shouted with rage. "Hey I don't like this sloppy name anyway, just like I hate the grungy poems you write. hate your harsh voice, let alone your performance level. My god, even give lutetion to a monkey, and it can play better than you. Casio, you have no talent, no inspiration, no artistic talent. You are a shit. The saddest thing is ... he. You have no self-knowledge. The face of the stone statue was distorted, and a series of malicious language was madly spit out, as if launching countless sharp-shooting guns, ruthlessly poked into the poet's heart. Cassio listened to these bitter mocking laughs, his face white and red for a while, his fists clenched tightly, his forehead exploded with blue muscles, and finally he could not bear it, and he roared towards the statue. Damn stone man. Shut up. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 548. Ground Fisher. Don't be impulsive. Clark quickly stopped the emotional poet. Cassio, calm down, cool and fart. Don't you hear that the statue just said? He not only insulted my personality, but also trampled on my dream. Who can bear this? Who can bear? I have to smash it. It must not. Tears flashed in the eyes of the poet, and he was about to cry. Listen to me, Cassio, what the statue said is indeed very vicious, but it can only move its mouth, it will not cause any substantial harm to us, and after all, it is grown by yourself. It looks like almost exactly like you. Clark solemnly warned the poet. In my hometown, the great glacier of Jotunheim, people think that destroying their portraits or statues is a very unlucky act, and may be cursed because of it. Sooner or later, the destroyers will fall to similar statues that were destroyed by them and curse ... curse? Cassio was shocked by the frost giant's words. Although he did not completely believe in the northern folklore that Clark told, in fact, it was probably the product of the local barbarians' ignorance and superstition. However, it was a matter of his own safety. Ning believed whether it was unreliable or not. Eventually, he had to endure his anger and ignore the tongue-eating statue. Seeing that the poet was calm, Clark picked up his leather pocket and asked his companion, there are still 2 magic beans left. Does anyone want to grow? Anyone can do it. As long as you don't let Cassio's unlucky ghost go to grow, otherwise he will surely grow a cannibal monster, said the statue eagerly. Close your stinky mouth. The anger that Cassio finally suppressed came up again, grabbed his pocket angrily, grabbed a magic bean from it, and buried it under his feet as if to prove that the vicious attack of the statue on him was pure slander. Joan glanced at the statue with a smile on his face and frowned slightly. He did not believe that the statue was able to predict the prophet, predicting auspiciousness. From a probabilistic point of view, the past planting of the 4 beans is not important. Of the 2 remaining beans, at least one can grow out of the gate to the treasure trove, and it is the same probability for whoever is planted. The statue ridiculed Cassio as a bad luck, perhaps just to express his tongue, and he was deliberately angry. However, what happened next almost shook Joan's belief, making him doubt that there was such a thing as bad luck in the world. Just a minute after Cassio buried the magic bean, the ground suddenly shook violently, as if the calm sea lifted waves without warning, knocking off June, Clark, Shrek and Cassio all off the ground. Before they got up, the ground where the magic beans were buried facilitated the bulging of a huge mound, like a bulging mound, and in the blink of an eye a crack appeared at the top of the mound, and a strange black object emerged from it. This thing is perpendicular to the ground, it looks like a vertical triangular sail, and it looks like a huge shark fin. It has a flat and narrow appearance, and the edges are covered with sharp serrations. Both sides are covered with fine black scales, which are refracted in the sun. A strange light. This is... what the hell? The poet Cassio sat down in front of the mound rising from the high grave, staring at the rising fin-like object at the top of the mound, his eyes full of surprise. Joan climbed up without a word, trying to go to the side of the mound and observe the structure of the black object nearby. As soon as a step was taken, shockwaves came again from the depths of the stratum. This time the impact was stronger than before, as if the entire ground had to be turned over, and a lot of sand rose into the sky like a dark fountain. Joan stumbled out 2 steps, quickly hugged the big tree beside him, and barely stood firm in the violent bumps. The ground shook violently, making him feel dizzy and disgusting, and the splashing mud blocked his view. Joan hugged the tree trunk with his right hand. It was difficult for him to free his left hand to touch his right eye, chanting mantras to open the mist field of vision enchanted by the prosthetic eye. That is where Cassio just planted magic beans. Joan narrowed his eyes so as not to lose sight of the sand. He was surprised to find that the high mound on the opposite side had collapsed in the earthquake just now. The ground was cracked by a deep gully. Come out. This monster is at least 20 feet long from head to tail, and its shape is perfectly streamlined. It looks like a huge lizard, but it is not covered by the lizard-like fine scales, but the large pieces are tightly joined together. Each carapace is dark in color like cast iron, smooth in texture, thick and hard. If you use artificial armor as an analogy, the scales of ordinary lizards are like a scale armor, and the carapace of this giant monster is comparable to the plate armor forged by a craftsman. Seeing this monster for the first time, Joan subconsciously thought it was a terrestrial dragon. However, after careful observation, especially when he noticed that the black say-like object initially exposed was actually the dorsal fin growing along the spine of the monster, and the monster's huge head did not look like a lizard or a dragon at all. The triangular head, the curved chin, and the narrow and long eyebrows make it look more like a giant shark. The head is covered with a thick, hard, streamlined carapace, and the wide mouth opens slightly, exposing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and the pink mouth is faintly visible, making this monster even more brutal and terrifying. Beware. That might be a shark lizard. Joan hurriedly reminded his companions. The Magic Beast sub-volume of the Vase Monster book has a special entry for shark lizard. According to the book, this horrible monster is said to be a crazy mage who used a snapping turtle to hybridize with an armadillo and injected it into a demon. The experimental product of pus is also called land shark, which means shark on land. In fact, this warcraft temperament is far more fierce than sharks, greedy and aggressive, living only to fill the stomach, not afraid of any creatures, and does not care about the number or strength of the enemy. As long as it appears in your own vision, living creatures will attack without hesitation. Before Joan said the name of shark lizard, Clark and Shrek had never heard of this monster, nor did they understand its habits and characteristics. When they saw this monster crawling out of the gully of the black hole, they were all shocked and unsure. Measures. After all, Cassio is a poet who eats by mouth. He knows that it is far more extensive than Clark and Shrek. He knows how terrible the shark lizard is. After hearing Joan's warning, he was so scared that his soul was about to fly. Escape the shark lizard's vision as soon as possible. If you like Master Joan, please collect it. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 549. Lucia. Most of the life of the shark lizard was burrowing under the surface of the ground, and the vision was severely degraded by the environment. Not only is myopia, but it can only distinguish between black and white and severe color blindness. In order to make up for the defects of vision, the shark lizard has evolved an extremely sensitive tactile sensation. There are dense nerve groups growing under the thick carapace, and it will be sensed when there is a little wind and grass. If Cassio sat down honestly, the trembling perception mainly used to capture dynamic targets would not come in handy, and his eyesight was very poor. In fact, he wasn't aware of his presence for a while, nor will they take the initiative to launch attacks. But as soon as he moved, trouble came immediately, alerting the shark lizard, drooping a shark-like head, narrow eyes narrowly staring at the poet who was sitting on the ground and crawling backwards, suddenly jumped up, volley swoop past. At this time, Cassio was about to cast a steam to escape, and suddenly noticed a black cloud flying over his head. The shark lizard fell from the sky, terrified that he could not keep the casting focus, and screamed and curled into a ball. This instinctive survival action saved the life of the poet. The huge body of the shark lizard fell on the ground, and Clark and Shrek, who had just stood up, fell again. Cassio, who had shrunk, also rolled over with shock. Fortunately, it escaped the trampling of the shark lizard and was caught between the two front legs of this fierce beast. Through the obscuration of his eyes, the poet peeped up with a trembling look, and he saw the milky white jaws of the shark lizard bulging and the teeth of the shimmering cold light. The poor poet screamed again and again in horror, crawling and crawling towards the back of the shark lizard's butt, trying to escape the shadow that the monster cast on him as soon as possible. The shark lizard shot down into the air and growled angrily, burying his head in his crotch, trying to catch the prey's lower limb. The poet screamed and kicked, kicking on the shark lizard's face, covering the thick carapace, but it was painless and itchy. Clark rolled over and hurriedly ran towards the shark lizard, while comforting the poet, who was walking on the edge of death. Cassio, hold it first, we will come to save you right away. Who can stand this? Under the crotch of the shark lizard, a weak cry came from the poet. Cassio is like a little mouse struggling to face the dying raccoon cat, using the four large legs of the shark lizard as a bunker, drilling under its crotch, avoiding the monster bite several times. This dangerous situation is obviously not sustainable, and even Cassio does not believe that he has enough luck to escape the shark lizard's next round of culling. Ha ha ha, it's so funny, it's so exciting. What a great show. Cassio, you struggle to look so ugly. While Cassio was desperately struggling to survive, the rapt statue laughed loudly, without concealing the misfortune of gloating. The poet heard this malicious and arrogant laughter, eyes, itchy roots, and a sudden increase of courage in his chest than just to prevent the abominable statue from reading jokes. He could not die at the foot of the shark lizard. This courage helped Cassio temporarily overcome fear and escape the chase of the shark lizard again. At the same time, Joan, Clark and Shrek are rushing to rescue every minute. Joan was the closest to shark lizard and Cassio and was the first to rush to the chase scene. He knew that his fighting power was not as good as that of a poet. If he rushed straight forward, instead of saving Cassio, he would be swallowed by the shark lizard, and he stopped 30 feet away from the monster, while it was still intent on chasing. Cassio, not paying attention to his insignificant little character, raised his hand to touch his right eye, and Shen chanted the start spell of debilitating ray. Newcomer. Two pale negative energy beams were continuously emitted from Joan's eyes, directly in front of the shark lizard head. After being promoted to the second level myth mage, Joan took the time to re-enchant and upgrade his righteous eye. The power of the debilitating ray was significantly improved, and the average power can be reduced by 7 points per launch line. The two weak rays hit the shark lizard one after another, and instantly cut the monster's power attribute in half, sending out a horrified wailing, as if it was completely drained. Significantly tired, Cassio was lying under the crotch of the shark lizard, and took the opportunity to use a rabbit pedal eagle, kicking his legs to the shark lizard's chin. The monster was forced to raise his head and could not open his mouth to bite him. Clark took a big stride and rushed up, flying a foot to kick the weak shark lizard from the poet, rushing to hug the shark lizard, grasping its dorsal fin with his left hand, and grasping the forward convex triangle with his right hand in the upper jaw. With a roar, he lifted the 5,000-pound behemoth over the top. His muscled arms pushed hard, and the shark lizard was thrown high, rolling and falling across the river. Shrek was running over carrying a mace of spiked teeth, and he saw Clark holding up the shark lizard and was thrown towards him. The tumbling shark lizard curled up into a ball shape, like a squid whisker thrown into a frying pan. Good to come. The Ogre King was so excited that he had a pair of small eyes, and stopped his steps. He clasped the big stick in both hands, set the posture of the batting, rounded his arms, and hit the shark lizard flying with the stick. Boom! There was a loud thunderous noise in the air. The shark lizard was smashed by the rod of the Ogre King with all his strength. The carapace shattered on the spot, the flesh and blood spattered, and finally fell heavily on the river beach. The spine was broken, twitching and frothing, groaning weakly. Shrek rushed up with a big stick, aiming at the shark lizard's head and smashing it hard twice, and stopped until the monster's brain burst. Mr. Cassio, Don't it matter? Joan walked over to help the poet stand up. Fortunately, I'm still alive. How is that abominable monster? Cassio asked in fright. Joan glanced across the river beach and calmed the frightened poet softly. Don't worry, the shark lizard has been killed by Mr. Shrek. Hey, imp, listen to me. The rap statue suddenly shouted at Joan. At first, I advised you not to let Cassio, the unlucky egg, grow beans, but you didn't listen to me. What happened? He really planted a monster. All this is beautiful. The only thing that disappointed me is that Cassio was not eaten by that monster. Close your stinky mouth. Cassio cast a fist fiercely on the statue. Now I want to understand that every sentence you say is a curse to me. Accurately, I am the epitome of the dark side of your heart. The statue replied grimly. The poet was shuddered by the fierce words of the sculpture, turned his head, and dared not quarrel with it again. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 552. Tendo Clark looked at the body of the shark lizard, and returned to Joan and Cassio with Shrek. He opened his leather pocket and stared at the remaining magic bean. His expression was extremely complicated. First of all, I don't want to grow this bean anymore. Cassio was frustrated. First planted a statue of wicked words, and then planted a shark lizard, almost swallowed him. The poor poet has already cast a psychological shadow on the magic bean, and dare not challenge luck anymore. The last bean, I will plant it by myself. See if this is the last one. Frost Giant made up his mind, dug a pit on the spot, buried the last magic bean, took the water bag from Joan, carefully watered it, covered the soil, and waited patiently afterwards. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After 10 minutes passed, Moda still showed no movement. Clark waited anxiously and asked Joan in a low voice, what's the matter? Didn't the 5 beans in front grow out in a minute? Joan shook his head. It's hard to say that this bean is developing slowly, or it can't sprout at all. If this is the latter case, their entire treasure hunt plan becomes a joke, and the risks, effort will be meaningless. Regardless of whether the last magic bean can grow the door to the treasure land as expected, Joan himself does not really care. The main purpose of his participation in this adventure is not treasure hunting, but to use the power of Clark and others to hunt the mythical owl bear and complete his second-order myth trial. When he left the Owl Bear Valley 2 days ago, his goal was already achieved. It does not matter to him whether he can find the Koska collar next, but this has too much influence on Clark. Big Joan couldn't bear to hit this big friend, so it was not easy to speak out his concerns. In fact, without him saying, Clark had the same worry in his heart, clenching his fists, staring at the small piece of soil in which the magic bean was buried, nervous to wink. Time went by 1 minute and 1 second, as if it had become particularly long. 4 people waited quietly around the mound, and no one chatted emotionally. It was in this dull and silent atmosphere that suddenly came a harsh laugh. It's done. It's finished. It must be a bad bean. Even if you wait until it gets dark, it can't grow bean seedlings. Cassio turned back angrily and saw that the rap statue was happily laughing. But he was so angry that he could not help but stare. Look at me. The statue sneered with a sneer. I wasn't talking about what you said just now. It's just that you are hypocritical and have illusions. No one dares to say anything first. I don't care anymore. Cassio finally couldn't bear it anymore, and when he rolled up his sleeves, he threw himself at the statue. Even if I'm cursed, I'll smash this vicious beast. Clark quickly stopped the excited poet, trying to persuade him to calm down, and Shrek's cheers came suddenly behind him. Sprouted, sprouted. Oh yeah, our beans have finally sprouted. Clark, Cassio, and Joan hurriedly looked at the mound. Sure enough, they saw a young green bean sprout breaking out of the ground and growing rapidly. Everyone was relieved at this time, except for the statue, showing a disappointed expression, shutting his mouth in sorrow and saying nothing. This magic bean that made Joan wait for them to germinate for half an hour. It's not long. It's amazing. It grows faster and faster. It's like a green arrow rising into the sky. Hi, straight into the sky. Joan, they watched the growth of the bean seedlings. They initially looked down. As the bean seedlings grew longer and higher, everyone continued to increase the angle of view, from looking down to head up, and then looking up, until the head was maximized, and the neck was sore. Cannot see the end of bean seedlings. It wasn't until this time that they discovered that this little bean sprout had grown into a heavenly vine. Hey, guys, this is really weird. Frost Giant was confused. If Lord Witch didn't lie to me, this last magic bean should be the key to the door to the treasure, but it eventually grew into other vines leading to the clouds. What should we do next? The key mentioned by the Stygian witch may just be a rhetorical device, a metaphor. In fact, it probably refers to this heavenly vine. If we take it as a ladder and climb up the vine, climb all the way to the end, maybe you can reach the treasure directly. Cassio guessed. Shrek thinks so. The Ogre King nodded in agreement. Clark walked to the bean vine thoughtfully, raised his hand to grab the bean vine and dragged, and turned to his companion. The bean vine is very strong and should be able to bear our weight. But ... you really think you should follow this? Gentleman climbed up. The higher the climb, the more violent the airflow, and if it falls, the consequences will be unimaginable. Climbing the vines is indeed very risky, but why don't we try to fly directly? Cassio asked aggressively. Joan looked up at the end of the vine that reached the clouds, and could vaguely recognize the faint magic aura of the vine, which made him think of magic rope. If he guessed right, this vine has the same characteristics as magic rope, and the end is also connected to a special space. Only by climbing to the top of the vine can it enter the space. It may be in vain to fly directly up. Strength. Just when Joan was thinking about it, Cassio could not wait to take off, flying close to the green bean vines, and disappeared into the clouds. Clark and Shrek looked forward to the next, waiting half an hour before they saw the poet return, and his face was frustrated. How did you see the end of the bean vine? Clark asked urgently. The poet shook his head and smiled bitterly. I flew no less than 3,000 feet high, and finally saw bean vines disappearing in the depths of a white cloud. When I flew into the cloud, I couldn't find the trail of bean vines. In this way, it's impossible to fly directly. You can only climb up the bean vine. Frost Giant made up his mind. Mr. Hyle, please wait a moment. Joan took 3 vials from the storage bag and distributed them to 3 companions. This is the magic potion I prepared. After taking it, I can get a similar effect to feather fall. In case of an accident during climbing, remember to take the potion in time to avoid falling. Thank you, Brother Joan. Frost Giant took the potion and carried it into his arms, grabbed the beans and vines with his hands, and climbed up without hesitation. Shrek and Cassio also received the potion from Joan and climbed the bean vines one after another. At this moment, the rap statue suddenly shouted, Cassio, you idiot! Don't leave me behind. Listen, I command you to climb the bean vine with me. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest.